Chapter 1701 Glorious Visage. Atop the square-like vessel of the Cardinal Royal Spirit Race, two purple-blue suits of armors were standing close to each other as runic lines were inscribed all over them that essence was coursing through endlessly at this moment. These two suits housed two of the hundreds of 7th Firmament spirits on this vessel who stood being 8th Firmament generals and their 9th Firmament commanders, but they were actively talking to each other while ignoring many things around them. Professor Craven, do you remember when I set off to look for this very same Blacklister after I heard he killed the Gazer? The melodious voice of the spirit race rang out as the suit of armor near it pulsed with light, the spirit within replying coldly. And I dissuaded you from going, Professor Anity. You could have instead been increasing your level of technomancy and forging more techno relics. Luckily, you were too stupid to find him, otherwise you would be dead right now. Now, let's not put it so bluntly. Vibrant conversions rose from the arriving legions as by all means. The atmosphere was light as against a single being in the 9th Firmament of Ascendancy who was already surrounded by multiple legions that were led by 9th Firmament primordial commanders. Many considered this matter to be as good as closed when they made a move, soon after the arrival of the Cardinal Royal Spirit Race, the third and final bloodline sharing the borders of the nearby domains, made their entrance. Shining with a verdant splendor and riding on cosmic-sized stellar green vessels that seemed like leaves, the Cardinal Royal Empyrean Elves arrived as they were adorned in multicolored attire that enhanced their beauty. Their eyes were filled with utmost coldness as their commanders paid respect to each other and established a line of communication while still nobody made any moves against the calmly floating existence they had circled. The Cardinal Royal Cosmic Wolves, Cardinal Royal Spirit Race, and the Cardinal Royal Empyrean Elves had arrived as they surrounded a single being in an unbreakable circular formation, their legions covering all routes of escape, as it seemed nobody in the firmaments of Ascendancy would be escaping here today. The three bloodlines present were powerful and held deep history, the legions here barely representing a percentage of their force and power in the firmaments of Ascendancy that they could mobilize, and it was extremely crucial to understand that this was only the power they controlled in the firmaments of Ascendancy, as their legends weren't even counted. The primordial commanders of the three bloodlines communicated with each other as they observed the being before them coldly. Is this everyone? With a pondering expression as if he was asking a genuine question full of care, he continued on. I want to save everyone wasted trips and time sending forces back and forth. I can wait a few more minutes for more primordial legions to come, as after all, billowing waves of essence leaking utmost grandeur and regality were blooming from Noah as he finished speaking with a cold expression. It is better to exterminate pests in groups. Boom. Bountiful waves of destiny bloomed as battle and killing intent rose from all directions. Bold, foolish, kill. Multicolored light and essence bloomed as many legions were ready to act. But, primordials, A booming voice from the side of the Cardinal Royal Spirit Race boomed out as a 9th Firmament commander adorned in an impenetrable golden techno armor stepped forward. My brethren, it is fine if we instantly break off into battle, but we can always increase our understanding first. The voice was thick and filled with age as it rained in the exploding battle intent, the commanders of the other legions gazing at each other as they made silent agreement thereafter. Take the lead, Commander Cox. The golden techno armor pulsed with light as it turned to lock onto the calm figure of Noah, floating forward silently as its voice echoed out. Your figure screams of confidence even while surrounded like this, and you even talk big as you truly do not seem to fear for your life. This leaves us with two pathways. Either you truly have power that makes you look down on all of us gathered here, or you have grossly overestimated yourself by throwing such a blatant challenge that even primordial beasts wouldn't dare to scheme up. Even they wouldn't wait in one place while waiting to be surrounded by legions. So why would you? Why begin conflict with the Royal Cosmic Wolf bloodline and attract our legions here? What goal could you possibly achieve with all this? The Spirit Race commander within the golden techno armor spoke calmly as Noah's lone figure gazed towards him with curiosity. What goal? Noah's eyes shone with profound light as he tapped his chin while replying to this being. My name is on the primordial blacklist, as I am to be hunted down for sport for as long as I live. So I will simply wait here and see if any of you can actually take my life, as if you cannot, know that I will be taking yours. His reply was sharp as the golden techno armor actually nodded. But have you planned for the end result of all this? If you have overestimated yourself, you will simply be killed here. If you somehow have the power to overcome these legions around you, let's say you decimate all of us here, then what? As an existence in the 9th Firmament of Ascendancy, do you truly think you can withstand the wrath of three Cardinal Royal Primordial bloodlines? The golden techno armor pulsed with resplendence as Commander Cox's voice continued domineeringly. If the very slim possibility of you having the strength to back your confidence is there, I can tell you what the final result of this all would be. The mobilization of an adjudicator legion or will-bearers. Or even the grandeur of a legend coming down to take care of any nuisance that dares to oppose primordial bloodlines in such a manner. The bold voice of the being within the golden techno armor reverberated out as immense silence dawned all around. Noah's seated figure rose at this time as he craned his neck. It would be merely more legions or the visage of a genuine legend. If they come, then that is that, with I. Dominating gaze and his hair flowing gloriously, he put his hands behind his back and spoke calmly to all the surroundings legions. Come now, let's see which future shall unfold. Chapter 1702 Glorious Visage. LL. A glorious scene unfolded as a single being was surrounded by legions of 3 different bloodlines that added up to 13 in total, thousands of powerful existences ranging from the 7th to the 9th firmament of ascendancy being present for this single being. His dark hair flowed calmly as with his hands behind his back, he beckoned for his enemies to come. The 9th firmament spirit in the golden techno armor nodded as with an inquisitive light, he released a declaration. Then let us see. Which of the possibilities is true? Attack, BZZZT. The commanders of the legions communicated with each other as the bodies of the legions lit up with power soon after. Dazzling oppressive light blared out all around as the calm figure of Noah also lit up with light. A single golden ascendancy halos appearing around him, not even 10 or 20, but a single ascendancy halo, as he seemed to say this was all that those beings would be graced with. His body began to shine with incandescent light as from the authority of this single halo that multiplied the effectiveness of his cast abilities by 100 times, multiple resource shield, runic ecritures of defense, and auras bloomed out as he began to give off a mesmerizing feel. All cast abilities were to provide true reality defense values, as there was a base 100 from the runic Kainos mana lines of ascendancy, 150 from the burgeoning limit-breaking extreme physique, a fee extra boosts from the quasi-taboo relics. And now there was the base edition from the boons of bloodline runic ecriture inscription. From this short period of time, Noah's slumbering main body had been accepting the runic ecritures of vitality, while the nearby true sanguine cloned down ascendant flasks of life and death. 500,000 units of the essence of reality having already been spent, as even with the increasing pressure of the ecritures of vitality, Noah had already bound 10 of them onto his blood, as he had yet to feel a sense of oppression that told him he couldn't handle more. His physique was robust as it already held 2 limit-breaking extreme physiques, and he was even in the process of refining 2 more with the golden vestigial flames. The amount of ecritures of vitality that his physique could handle was unknown, as just with the current 10, Noah was already granted the base edition of 100 true reality defense values, as he was just beginning, ever so slowly, he was beginning to walk on the path of the insurmountable strong existences in the past age of destiny, and the defensive shields around him had granted a base edition of over 350 that, when one applied the 100x multiplier from a black tier ascendancy halo, BZZT. Boundless grace and allure emanated from Noah as 35,000 true reality defense values surrounded him from just a single resource shield. He had multiple resource shields enacted on top of auras and runic ecritures of defense as for anyone to get through his defenses and would him. They had to release attacks with damage values in the hundreds of thousands. This was why Noah had his arms behind his back freely as he watched the dazzling allure of abilities fill up the dark atmosphere. From the royal cosmic wolves, vibrant cerulean lights bloomed from the blue-furred bodies of the enormous wolves, their voices echoing out in unison: glacial insurrection, grandeur of the Wolven Emperor. Apocalypse of the freezing seas, incandescent abilities filled with a freezing attribute rained down as illusory forms of Wolven Emperors thundered towards Noah, along with pillars of sharp glacial spikes and even seas of apocalyptic essence, from the Empyrean elves. Dance of the Elven Emperor, Tree of Life, Emperor's Archery, vibrant abilities with the attribute of life leaked out as they tore towards Noah's lone figure with unbridled might. Lastly, there were the royal spirits proficient in technomancy. The golden techno-armored spirit was the first to release a vibrant ability, as the legions behind him followed soon after. Molecular thermonuclear essence disruptor. BZZZT, his golden techno-armor buzzed as its robotic arm rose and spun madly, a multicolored bomb pulsing with shocking essence that caused the very surroundings to be erased into blank whiteness, shooting out towards Noah. Those behind him followed in a stellar fashion as lasers and more unique attacks that fused mana intricately with their technological suits of armors rained out. Atomic splicer, cataclysmic radiation, bombs, and all sorts of unique armament flew out as from all 3 sides. The shades of blue, green, and then a mixture of colors all shot out towards the lone calm figure of Noah as with his hands behind his back he merely watched them come. His stellar eyes only turned to gaze with interest towards a bomb gearing across space and leaving a trail of whiteness in its wake as one of the beings here had reached a legend's visage, with everyone watching closely. The attacks arrived with rageful fervor. Boom, space was rocked and turned wild as typhoons of spatial instabilities formed, the Legion staring at all of this coldly as from the Royal Cosmic Wolves. One of the commanders spoke out in the established line of communications. Even if he had reached the stage of a legend's visage, taking on Commander Cox's attack with all of ours at once guarantees his death, merely a creature that was too ignorant and proud to think one could offend the visage of primordials so easy. BZZZT, the fluctuating spatial storms began to calm as space healed. Wondrously, blank white space was formed at the area where the figure of Noah used to be, and this white space was healing and reforming now as before either even finished. One could see the visage of a shocking figure at the very center, still surrounded by serene auras of light. His hand reached out to feel the blank white space around him as he seemed interested in the absence of the natural laws of reality. The commanders of the legions surrounding him became stern and serious as before their legions could even process the scene before them. The mesmerizing voice of the being that should have perished under their attacks rang out. It seems a pathway has been decided. WAA, Chapter 1703 Glorious Visage. LL, untouched and unblemished from all their attacks, they all saw his figure in such a manner as at this time. His visage looked utterly glorious. The eyes of those watching shook as they recalled the exchange this being had with Commander Cox. Doubt began to settle in their hearts. Along with doubt, another emotion slowly began to rise as while space healed around him. Noah raised his head while speaking out with a sharp glint in his eyes. Now, it is my turn. Time slowed as the things occurring next took place in the span of less than a microsecond. The buzzing hums of the engines of the Royal Spirit Race were the first to be heard as these beings moved the quickest, with Commander Cox's will becoming entirely cautious at this development as he considered his own words before sending out a command. Retreat before his words could finish. Before any of the legions gazing towards his completely unaffected figure could process their shock, the body of the unnamed Kainos Emperor buzzed with chaotic power as the single present golden halo flashed, a bellow coming out from the mouth of this emperor that gazed at the legions around him with untamed regality and coldness as was employed. Kneel, his mere words, his mere will expressed through his voice, his bellow carried with it an area of effect true reality damage value that exploded the surrounding space into blank whiteness. It spread out all around as immense pressure and power echoed out, the bodies of the Royal Cosmic Wolves being the first to receive it as the lustrous fur of all the 7th Firmament Wolves and 8th Firmament Wolves instantly became colored with a crimson gold color as their bodies imploded from voice alone. The pretty faces of the Empyrean elves twisted and became bloodied as all of their 7th and 8th Firmament existences had their bodies ripped into puddles of golden blood as the spirit race. Professor Craven, did you remember to back up your will in the soul drive? Only because I am too careful, Professor Anity. We came across an unstoppable force this time. BZZZT, the souls of all spirits lower than 9th Firmament were eradicated as their techno-armors malfunctioned and exploded, a shocking truth becoming a reality soon after. The truth that from the legions that had made up thousands. Only rivers of crimson gold blood were currently forming as only a few dozen 9th Firmament primordials remained. Of these 9th Firmament primordial, the vast majority were breathing heavily and bleeding from all orifices as only Commander Cox's golden techno-armor remained relatively unharmed. Something even more shocking was the fact that the remaining 9th Firmament Royal Cosmic Wolves were trembling while bowing, similar to a few others that managed to keep their life, and they weren't doing this naturally as it was merely the effect of them following the command handed out by the unnamed Kainos Emperor. They had been told to kneel as they found only when they bent their wills did the damage lessen as at this moment, they were actually kneeling to their enemy after their legions were eradicated from nothing but his shout. 105,937,200 cosmic filament cores obtained. Ding! The effects of loot multiplier are applied. 10,593,720 shards of a seed of reality are obtained. In front of the existence releasing shocking waves of glory, prompts rose over his eyes as they foretold of loot that could allow one to fulfill their requirements of forging a reality over 100 times, and that was merely the beginning as more loot still rolled into his expansive space while forming into glittering mountains. 110,538,745 true blood pearls obtained. Ding! The effects of loot multiplier are applied. 11,053,874 existential pearls are obtained. 108,925,540 runic dowline enhancers obtained. Ding! The effects of Loot multiplier are applied. 10,892,554 evolutionary runic lines of ascendancy are obtained. 1,586,450 trillion skill points obtained. Ding! The effects of Loot multiplier are applied. 1,580 reality resource points obtained. The purpose of this clone utilizing the primordial blacklist in the conflict with royal cosmic wolves was to farm, and at this moment, Noah was truly farming as his reserves of loot multiplied many times over. During the attempted assassination of Genevieve, Noah was only able to kill a few hundred 7th firmament enders and dozens at the 8th firmament, were not counting the few 9th firmament existences he had taken down. The previously mentioned enders had only granted him over 50,000 nomological edicts. The calculation could be carried out universally by stipulating that each existence held 150 concepts from their 10 ascendancy halos. And there were a bit over 300 enders, as this granted 50,000 edicts for Noah to burn and strengthen his soul. Now, he had just eradicated a few thousand 7th firmament and 8th firmament primordials, as the number of edicts he would be getting would be inflated to over 1 million, and this was just a stipulated number, not accounting for the fact that one could have more than just the edicts they completed in their halos, and it didn't even fully take into account the calculations of 8th firmament primordials who had 20 ascendancy halos. His soul shuddered as hundreds of thousands of concepts surged towards him, the soul library ready to accept anything he couldn't, as in the cosmic Holy Land. The clone that was downing ascendant flasks of life and death had already called upon the throne of Arcadian tyranny to begin burning the coming concepts, and before these concepts were even intercepted by this clone, Noah set up another pathway for them to pass through. This pathway was an ability that a special quasi-taboo relic currently moving in the mirror dimension had set up, the ability of concept corruption that didn't cost any resources after it had its resource cost nullified. Pristinely, his soul processed a shocking number of operations as all incoming concepts were corrupted before being taken to a specialized clone to burn them for even greater strengthening of his soul. All of Noah's moving true sanguine clones and main body had their own jobs and purpose. Arguably, the clone with the task of farming was outshining others at this moment, as the loot and concepts this clone brought. Their effects would allow Noah to exceed even more shackles and limitations, as his soul was bound to undergo shocking changes after being strengthened by over 1 million burned concepts of nomological edicts. Chapter 17. For the soul exceeds the firmaments. Within a span of a microsecond, ludicrously wondrous progression was about to occur. It was a microsecond for the outside realities, but it was over 10,000 microseconds in the cosmic Holy Land, as within this space, Noah collated the over 1 million concepts he had taken from 13 legions of 3 primordial bloodlines. A single existence could forge a few hundred concepts in their lifetimes, as those in the 7th firmament of ascendancy could contain 150 in their 10 ascendancy halos. Normal 8th firmament existences who had broken their shackles and formed reality passages could have 300 concepts in their 20 ascendancy halos. This was normalcy. There were always outliers who could pack more flames of edicts into the halos, or beings who simply forged many concepts. But for a single existence in the firmaments of ascendancy to hold thousands of these concepts? It was entirely rare, mind you. This wasn't putting into account existences at the stage of reality and above, as they held different considerations. But the existence of Noah. He had attained tens of thousands of concepts just days ago that he burned and took everything they held to elevate the stage of his soul, greatly exceeding what any common existences in the 9th firmament of ascendancy could achieve, and now, he was receiving hundreds of thousands of nomological edicts, as with the authority of the throne of Arcadian tyranny. He was also exchanging all of these concepts to refine and strengthen his soul after he went further to even elevate them with concept corruption. The accumulation of thousands of beings for hundreds of millions of years all went towards him, as through his own abilities and efforts, they made possible what happened next. The cosmic Holy Land was serene as the largest golden throne pulsing with runic ecritures had Noah's main body slumbering at this body covered by golden vestigial flames, with its eyes closed, as he seemed like an ancient sleeping emperor. Besides this golden throne was a multicolored throne of Arcadian tyranny that a true sanguine clone sat on. This throne floating above the platform that the largest golden throne was attached to, as one could see the endless golden stairs stretching down from this highest area and going down to connect to multiple paradisiacal floating islands, domains the size of cosmos all around. Rivers of golden destiny swirled about, still as anyone near him would feel their origin and soul at ease in cheering their surroundings. But the two bodies on the highest peak of the cosmic Holy Land were in focus, as even with the main body slumbering, the soul was as active as ever. Noah's soul carried out his will, as at this moment, his true sanguine clone freely began burning tens of thousands of corrupted edicts as they passed from the throne of Arcadian tyranny and turned into multicolored wisps of pristine soul light that surged into his very depths. A light of strengthening and refining that latched onto him like flames of life as they caused a burning tingling sensation that only became stronger with time, a sensation that with it, the feeling of constant strengthening and widening of one's authority, vision, and an enhancement in many categories continued to occur fervently. Noah's body and origin were flourishing with essence as they felt the construct of the soul elevated further and further, its depths and vastness increasing at a rapid pace as the multicolored soul flame lights that the burnt edicts provided only increased in volume. 100,000 edicts, 300,000 edicts, bzzzt. The process was occurring at a rapid pace as within a few microseconds, Noah's will shredded and burnt over half a million concepts as his soul experienced the euphoric feeling of elevation, a feeling that he never wanted to let go. As in after another microsecond, his soul pulsed with astounding power as it was multiple times more powerful than it was before. But the euphoric feeling of burning refinement disappeared. His will woke as his true sanguine clone gazed within the intricate connections of the main body and other clones as it saw within the origin of the main body. The multicolored soul flames it was passing through this whole time had only been accumulating in the past microsecond as they weren't sinking into his soul to strengthen him anymore. It wasn't that they weren't sinking, but it was more like they were being stopped as. At this moment, his soul that was rapidly expanding began to feel a thin but unbreakable barrier that stopped its expansion, as if his soul was contained in a glass box, and it had now expanded rapidly to cover all the surface area of this box that contained it. But it could not expand any further, it was not allowed to. After all, the host of this soul had not broken his shackles, and nor had he refined his origin to attain 100 billion cosmos that was a prerequisite to open up this glass box in the area of the soul and allow it to undergo a transformation. Your soul strength has reached the absolute limit of the firmaments of ascendancy. The absolute limitation boundary of the soul will be naturally broken during the advancement of one's origin to a reality. Prompts from the infinite reality that collected information on everything occurring around Noah rose up in his mind as Noah's expression was cold and unwilling. His vibrant soul could still see the multicolored soul flames from the burnt edicts accumulating around him, beginning to cover the unseen glass box or ceiling that only those becoming legends had it freely broken, an achievement that only those who had forged their reality enjoyed as their soul achieved a fundamental change. It hindered Noah at this moment as any other beings would accept this limitation and move on, waiting to see what would await them when they became legends. But Noah, fuck that, bzzzt. His soul bellowed out with vibrant fervor as it pulled upon even more nomological edicts to be burned. Chapter 1705. The soul exceeds the firmaments. Noah's soul cried out defiantly as he called for more corrupted nomological edicts to be burned, these elevated concepts containing a hint of a unique essence when the product of the multicolored soul flames came to be. This imperceptible essence was due to the elevation of corruption as it granted an unplanned sharpness that would aid Noah in his defiance. More, his will raged out unwillingly as he felt a metaphorical glass ceiling above him where in his case, his soul quite literally felt like it had reached the boundaries of a glass box as it couldn't expand any further. His soul had already swallowed multicolored soul flames from 500,000 nomological edicts as there were still over 500,000 remaining, and Noah called for them to be burned thoroughly as multicolored soul flames began to accumulate and cover the unbreakable glass box his soul could not exceed, bzzzt, raging and pristine. These multicolored soul flames tried to burn away the restrictions before them, but the thin barrier didn't budge even as the soul flames of over 100,000 nomological edicts accumulated, yet Noah remained unhindered. His mind was steady as his will called for the remaining concepts, the number only increasing ever higher until over 500,000 concepts ranging from minor to insuperable became nothing but seas of multicolored soul flames attacking an unbreakable glass box on all sides, and yet still didn't budge as here was when Noah's expression because exceedingly cold, his will making an intricate selection soon after as from his many obtained edicts, 100 relatively weak quasi-taboo nomological edicts were commandeered by the throne of Arcadian tyranny. The throne didn't differentiate between tiers of edicts as the moment it was given the authority to burn them it began to break down the quasi-taboo nomological edicts into wondrous wisps of golden soul flames that formed into the magisterial forms of dragons as they thundered and smashed onto the unbreakable glass box containing Noah's soul, bzzzt. Crack. A single crack appeared when a concept containing a hint of taboo smashed onto this unbreakable barrier. And when this opportune chance was given, Noah would not let it slip by as at the point of the crack, tens of golden soul flames from corrupted and burned quasi-taboo edicts thundered down while surrounded by the multicolored soul flames from over 500,000 edicts targeting and focusing on this crack as after this. A lustrous rainbow-colored light bloomed from Noah's origin as the soul contained within it roared out to bypass the restrictions imposed upon it. It had the resources to forge forward, so who would dare to stop its advancement? Crack. The domineering will of the unnamed Kainos Emperor thundered out as the glass containing his soul and restricting him entirely shattered. The seas of multicolored and golden soul flames surged towards him as from Noah's current stage of life an aspect of him went forward to advance to a different stage entirely. You have exceeded the limitations of the soul in the firmaments of ascendancy as your soul begins to undergo advancement. Profound allure and wonder began in his unseen soul as rainbow-colored light shot out from his slumbering body with boundless glory. The moment that the metaphorical glass ceiling was shattered, Noah's soul accepted droves of soul flames as it was elevated ever higher, but it didn't continue to expand outwards as Noah expected. Instead, his soul, which could be considered formless this whole time, began to condense as at its very center, a mesmerizing blue liquid began to form. From a disordered state, it became more controlled from gas. It began to form into a fantastical blue sea, WAA. From being unranked, your soul becomes distinguished as it breaks into a stage only granted to others when they break their shackles and completely forge their reality. Your maximum reserves of fortune and destiny have risen by 10 times, your maximum reserves of mana have risen by 100 times, your maximum reserves of the essence of reality have risen by 3 times. Immense changes bloomed within him along with the fundamental change of the soul. The blue sea forming in the depths of his origin, spreading out and expanding as the many soul flames surged into it maddeningly. His maximum reserves of the essence of reality instantly went from 100,000 to 300,000 as the reserves of destiny and fortune that were just multiplied by 20 due to the resonance of Commander Feng's soul were multiplied by a further 10 times, as for his infinite mana being multiplied by 100 times. Well, it wasn't even something to mention as at this moment, the most fundamental change of the soul was displayed before Noah's mind as he felt everything about him changing. He felt like he could see differently. Like he could see more. Like there were things he couldn't grasp onto before, but he could easily grasp them now. And the reason for this, your soul has exceeded the unranked stage and advanced to the primogenial strata. Rumble, blinding blue light bubbled in Noah's origin as his soul underwent an advancement and obtained a fundamental change. At this moment in time, many things occurred. For one, all of his clones momentarily lost their consciousness for 1,000th of a microsecond as they seemed to have only briefly closed their eyes before opening them again, but their gazes when they opened their eyes again were fundamentally different as a tyrannical light of majesty shone with them. Stretched out across the vast realities, his 999 portions of souls that he had sent out brightened up with fervor as whatever task they were doing was pushed towards completion, dragging the realities they attached onto themselves back to the infinite reality through the infinite dream. Apart from the many minuscule changes, there was one in particular that deserved its own mention. Above Noah's slumbering main body, the solidified crown that represented his identity as a candidate emperor of the Kainos era. A single character that portrayed the letter E had bloomed and began to revolve around his crown. The prompt to explain this wasn't late as it came soon after, an astounding achievement. You have achieved the primogenial strata of the soul before the formation of reality as your unnamed Kainos Emperor bloodline has been further elevated. Your candidacy as a Kainos Emperor being further solidified. Chapter 1706, The Soul at the Primogenial Strata. In the Peninsula Observatory within the pure-blooded domains of the royal humans, go and finish your preparations. Little General, I will be acting as the representatives to bring those of our bloodline to the unexplored grotto sanctum. The glorious visage of the legend Brightborn could be seen as he spoke coolly to Empress Genevieve while nodding towards the bloodline master soon after. The masters of other bloodlines should be meeting soon to discuss the distribution of forces against BZZT. This legend's words came to halt as his head rose up sharply at this moment, the expressions of the bloodline master and even Empress Genevieve turning in confusion as within an instant they felt the brief passing of a regal aura reminiscent of a legend, and yet at the same time not actually flash over them. That was an unrecognizable flash of a will that has stepped onto the primogenial strata. Who dares to be so bold? The small figure of Brightborn released innumerable light that nearly caused the bloodline master and Genevieve to kneel, his will stretching out over the vast distances of the pure-blooded domains of the cardinal royal human bloodline. This will passed over many clusters of realities, fake grotto sanctums, and peninsulas of the pure-blooded domains as those who felt it could do nothing but bow their heads in respect. It even went to pass over the vestigial flames mountain as it sought to find the source of where a flash of a will that no existence in the firmaments of ascendancy should have appeared from. But even after spreading out over these distances, nothing, Brightborn spoke with distaste as he rose from the throne, the bloodline master rising as well as he spoke coolly. It might have just been a passing visage. Even legends wouldn't be so bold as to target our vast domains. The voice of the bloodline master was filled with confidence and regality as Brightborn merely waved his hands. I'll confirm this and make sure there's nobody snooping around. You all prepare, SHA. His body disappeared into particles of light as only father and daughter were left behind, none of them being the wiser that the small flash of a will carrying a unique authority that was mistaken for the will of a legend actually stemmed from an existence that had yet to even break the seventh firmament of ascendancy. Atop the vestigial flames mountain, Noah's true sanguine clone woke from its temporary unconsciousness, the soul within this clone bursting with shocking authority and power as he found that the raging flames of the vestigial flames mountain could be easily controlled under him now if he wished. He could even choose to draw them in 100 times faster than before if he wanted to, as while taking a deep breath, he kept his rate of absorption and everything else the same as his momentary lapse of unconsciousness with this clone might have already revealed something, but his destiny was steady as he didn't feel any dangers. Continuing the refinements of the chassis and relegator's limit-breaking extreme physiques as his other clones would handle, understanding just what changes would be coming with him attaining the primogenial strata of the soul. Unbeknownst to this clone was that among the countless beings within the vestigial flames mountain and the millions floating near it still watching and discussing his feat of bathing in the golden flames, there was a single invisible woman who was stroking the head of a mirror beast that had begun to look at him with even more curiosity. Her red lips curved as her eyes were filled with the glazed light from the mirror dimension, her voice coming out slowly as nobody was even allowed to hear it. My eyes are playing tricks on me, right? Her eyes were normally calm and unfettered as she was an existence that even legends envied. But at this moment, they carried a trace of interest that had rarely appeared before when they gazed at a certain existence bathing in the golden flames of the vestigial flames mountain. The brief change and flash of a will that was noticed by many didn't just occur in the pure-blooded domains, but all areas where Noah had his clones had felt a flash of a pristine aura of authority that no beings in the firmaments of ascendancy could mimic. It also flashed over the souls of the injured ninth firmament Empyrean elves, cosmic wolves, and those of the spirit race as they felt their souls shudder. But for them, the situation was much more unique as they were already immensely on guard against the existence that had massacred their legions with but a shout. So when they felt this shocking will briefly flash, their eyes fearfully locked onto the calm figure with a single golden halo flashing over his body. Noah noticed this as when this clone came to, it noticed the changing expressions of the remaining ninth firmament primordials as he sighed. He didn't just notice their expressions, but everything around him seemed to be moving in slow motion as if he had gained an entirely new sight, and I wanted to keep a few behind to make this process even faster. He sighed as with his newly enhanced sight from his soul reaching the primogenial strata, he willed his fastest skill to cast, Ascendant Reality Sever, SHA. A light flashed. It was far faster than anything Noah had cast before, as within a tenth of a microsecond, it pulsed and chained on all remaining ninth firmament primordials before they could even fully register their thoughts on mistaking Noah as a legend because of the flash of will that stemmed from his soul advancing to the primogenial strata. The explosive force that caused blank white space only bloomed in instant after as spatial storms formed, no other sources of life being nearby apart from Noah's clone as once more. He sat in a meditative position and waited. He still had many more things to do. Even though he had gained a shocking advancement that even he had yet to understand right now, he didn't want to be misunderstood and labeled as a legend by the primordials just yet. After all, he knew it now more than ever that he couldn't hold a candle to them. This was because their advancement to the realm of reality granted them many things. One of those being their soul stepping into the primogenial strata that Noah had just now reached through his own unique means. Chapter 1707 The Soul at the Primogenial Strata. Many glorious and fundamental changes occurred as all of them came in succession where at this moment, Noah's soul had gone from unranked and onto the primogenial strata that only those at the stage of reality attained. And the changes such an advancement brought were not yet fully quantified as Noah was simply learning as the microseconds passed. One of them was his unnamed Kainos Emperor bloodline bubbling as on his solidified crown. The character E had begun swirling around him as it reminded Noah of Commander Fong and the runic ecritures that swirled around his crown. The first character appeared as the question was whether it going to continue similarly to Commander Fong and complete the term Emperor. Or would it be something else entirely? He thought it was merely more authority granted as he defeated other emperors and took their authority for himself, but he now saw that if one conducted impossible feats, their authority as an emperor would also naturally increase, so Noah simply had to do more ridiculous things or defeat other candidate emperors to complete his runic ekriture around his crown, and this was merely one of the new ideas he had confirmed that stemmed from his soul advancing into the new stage, a ranked stage of the soul where if it was like an unseen gas before floating within Noah's origin, his soul had now liquefied as it shone with multicolored radiance. Noah felt the changes in his main body as well as the boundless sense of authority and power. He felt an authority that he had to understand and get used to very soon. His focus was on his soul that was swallowing all multicolored soul flames from the burnt edicts hungrily and shining with an even brighter cerulean blue light. From gas to liquid to ice, the next stage, the soul becoming solidified, rumble. Noah only posed a possibility as he felt his destiny churning, his eyes releasing baleful multicolored light as he looked forward to what came after the primogenial strata of the soul. There were many questions he had that didn't have an answer, like whether this primogenial strata was a ranking that was only applicable to the soul, or if the body in origin also had the same identification when one became a legend. Were all legends considered to have entered the primogenial strata when they broke through, or was it termed something else entirely? Noah had many questions that he knew he would get the answers to in time. But he observed the shocking changes of his soul and what they would bring as the boons this time were just too much. Quantify what we can now, the rest will gradually unfold over time. Noah's command echoed out to the infinite reality as his liquefied soul buzzed, a wondrous prompt rising before his mind soon after. Primogenial strata, a stage where your soul becomes liquefied within your origin and advances onto a strata. With the authority of a liquefied soul at the primogenial strata, the uncontrolled laws of reality around you can be pulled into the concepts you forge, allowing for the possibility of birthing taboo concepts, relics, elixirs, talismans, and more. Reality vision is granted as many things that could not be seen before are unveiled. With the veils of dimensions becoming thin and perceptible as even without the essence of a specific dimension, one can traverse into it. The revolution of a reality also becomes clear to you as such knowledge can be utilized to aid in the forging of the rudimentary runic ekritures of modus operandi, with a primogenial strata soul while below the stage of reality. The limitations of 20 ascendancy halos at the 8th firmament and 30 at the 9th firmament are exceeded, as this is no longer a shackle for you. Exceeding this limitation further requires you to achieve a breakthrough in two other aspects apart from the soul. The breadth of your soul is vastly increased at the primogenial strata as you can contain many concepts. As an existence with a soul at the primogenial strata, soul attacks from others of the same strata are nullified by 20%, while soul attacks from a lower unranked strata are nullified by 95%. Consequently, your soul attacks against existence from lower unranked strata are enhanced by 100%, as any lower strata existence faces natural soul oppression when standing against you. Having exceeded a limitation of the soul while in the firmaments of ascendancy, you are granted the title, Limit Breaker, as it becomes easier to exceed the limitations of the body and origin while in the firmaments of ascendancy. Fortune and destiny revolve around you as $%, $%. A large chunk of text bloomed before Noah's eyes as it ended with many sentences of indecipherable words that were perks of the primogenial strata of the soul yet to be quantified. Perks that Noah had to explore his new tier of soul carefully to understand, as the next stage dealt with wondrous concepts, but his mind was already buzzing from what he already discovered. The gateway for taboo concepts was unlocked as an existence with such a soul could pull in the surrounding natural laws of reality to achieve something that would normally be unachievable. And one must be mindful that even at the primogenial strata, one was only allowed to pull in the surrounding laws of reality as they couldn't control them or anything else more complex. The veil between dimensions also became thin, as it meant legends could freely traverse into places like the mirror or dream dimension with enough power. And even the path of forming a runic ekriture of modus operandi was made easier for Noah. Noah was already in a unique position with his connection to the infinite reality, as he could resonate with it to observe the revolution of all the stellar bodies in it, this being one of the reasons he was so confident in forming a runic ekriture of modus operandi. Paired with the fact that his infinite reality was constantly expanding and adding new cosmos, he expected his results to be something even grander than most other beings who could forge modus operandi. But now that he had also gained reality vision, this was bound to be even easier, as a new modus operandi specialized to him should be born in the very near future. Chapter 1708 Limit Breaker. There were too many boons with achieving the primogenial strata, as shockingly. There was also the reality that he had cut up the restrictions of ascendancy halos set in place for those in the 7th, 8th, and ninth firmaments of ascendancy, as even though he had yet to break his shackles, he could have the same number of halos as a ninth firmament existence. This was something that would explosively increase his power, and he even had the tools to start enacting his new halos, as there were still orbs of transmogrification that he could utilize to form more quasi-taboo nomological edicts, and he still had a steady source of inflow from the primordial legions that his true sanguine clone was farming. Within the coming day or two, as he rode the waves of destiny and see how everything would play out, he fully expected to add the 20 unlocked ascendancy halos and the 1,200 flames of edicts they required. And he wasn't worried about whether he could handle the addition of hundreds of quasi-taboo nomological edicts, as within the primogenial strata, the breadth of his soul was further elevated to handle a large number of concepts. There was even the fact that since he exceeded the bounds of the firmaments of ascendancy, he should have also become capable of something even more than this, as instead he was told that he needed to break the boundaries of two other aspects of himself. Looking at just this alone gave some clues. But the latter part of the description of the primogenial strata made it abundantly clear that Noah had exceeded the unranked strata of the soul to achieve the primogenial strata, and that there were still the boundaries and limitations of the body in origin. Because of his achievement of breaking the limitation of the soul while in the firmaments of ascendancy, he had gained, as it would make it easier for him to do the same thing on the aspect of the body in origin. This meant that when one became a legend, their origin, soul, and body were elevated onto the primogenial strata as Noah's goal. His thoughts were too wild as they caused the surrounding space to shudder. Exceed the other aspects of himself before becoming a legend, was it even possible? Maybe he could exceed the aspect of the body with the concept of the infinite physique he had yet to design, but what about exceeding the limitations of the origin? Could the golden number of 100 billion cosmos actually be shattered? Seas of destiny raged around Noah's slumbering main body as his true sanguine clone looked at it with calmness. Apart from all this, there was also the reality that the barrier between existence who had attained a ranked strata and those who had not was entirely too hard to scale. Just on the aspect of the soul, lower stratas had their effectiveness reduced by 95% as an existence in the firmaments of ascendancy wishing to hurt a legend who had achieved the primogenial strata of the origin. Body and soul was nearly impossible, even if an existence was so wild as to reach 1 million true reality damage values in an attack. Only 50,000 damage values would actually reach the legend, and this wasn't even accounting for their innate defenses or physiques that had passively rotating ecratures protecting them. Noah had only achieved the primogenial strata of the soul, as this alone was enough to change many things and make him a shocking existence that could wipe the floor with anyone in the firmaments of ascendancy and even possibly pierce through the defenses of legends. But only on the aspect of the soul. Then, Noah's true sanguine clone raised his eyes while focusing on the status panel that showed a large number of reality resource points. It seems like a keystone ascendant skill tree focused on the soul is required. Rumble. The atmosphere trembled as the path forward was shown. Right now, Noah only dealt true reality damage values as the cast abilities contain his will and strength of his soul, but they weren't pure soul attacks that his new primogenial strata soul could utilize. If he could build abilities that dealt pure true reality soul damage, it would first be the ultimate weapon against existences in the firmaments of ascendancy, and he would also be capable of breaching one of the three aspects a legend held the aspect that was most important. He might actually be able to breach and affect the souls of these pristine existences that seemed so far away. In the region of space where spatial storms were calming down as reality itself was weaved back into proper order, Noah's true sanguine clone collected itself as his other bodies focused on collating the boons of the primogenial strata of the soul. The prompts of quasi-taboo nomological edicts and genuine seeds of reality that dropped as loot only from ninth firmament existences were all washing over the eyes of this clone peacefully. He had erased everyone within the legions sent out as he expected the next wave of primordials to come be packed with ninth firmament existences, with the legions more than likely being adjudicator legions or will bearers, as with them, his glittering loot would form mountains. But, something unexpected occurred as he felt a fairly terrifying aura blazing off from a certain direction, an aura of a being in the ninth firmament of ascendancy, but it was extremely vibrant as it had to be someone powerful at the stage of a legend's visage. He arrived with a flash of milky light as he looked around the healing spatial storms, his eyes gradually filling with melancholy and sadness as the light around him died down to reveal his figure, adorned in a white robe and with an illusory crown spinning above his head. It wasn't a vindictive primordial from the royal cosmic wolf bloodline or even the spirit bloodline, but it was actually a being with the pristine features of an Empyrean elf. In the hands of this exquisite being, One could see a prominent tool the same size as him, as it was reminiscent of a zither, a musical instrument Noah had seen many times in the memories of his defeated enemies, but this particular being holding onto the golden zither before his eyes triggered memories of those Noah had just killed as he realized why he had appeared so quickly. Among the 9th firmament commanders that had just perished from the legions of the Empyrean elves, one of them was a beloved companion of this existence that had arrived here mere seconds after they were killed. It seems I was too late, bzzzt. His voice was melodious and filled with sadness as he couldn't even find the trace of the one who had alerted him of a great enemy just seconds ago. Noah looked at this being calmly as he voiced out soon after, "Yes, Adjudicator Larkin. But even if you were not late, it wouldn't have changed the outcome." Noah's domineering voice boomed out as primordial reinforcements arrived much too quickly. Chapter 1709. Alert him, "Yes, Adjudicator Larkin. But even if you were not late, it wouldn't have changed the outcome." Noah's voice and will was steeped with wild power at this moment, as it wondrously caused this being who was actually an Adjudicator commander to lock onto him with carefulness and caution. "You seem to have a feud brewing with the cosmic wolves, as they were the ones to elevate you to a most wanted status in the primordial blacklist. You had no conflict with the Empyrean elves, so why were you so merciless when they merely answered the call of aiding their allies against a blacklister?" The zither in his hands pulsed with the light of a quasi-taboo relic as he talked slowly, Noah's eyes releasing rays of multicolored lights as he calculated many things before replying with a smile. "Are you talking to buy time for the rest of your Adjudicator Legion to arrive?" "No worries, I can wait. As for your question, was I not supposed to retaliate when your dear Alandra and her legions threw attacks at me just because we had no prior conflict? Can primordials attack me and I cannot attack back?" Silence ensued as Adjudicator Larkin stroked his zither with sadness before he spoke once more. "She was my everything. She wanted to command her own legion and be elevated to the stage of an Adjudicator commander in time, and I didn't even stay far from her and chose to be stationed nearby. I just didn't think her answering the call against a single Noah Osmond would forever sever our." The grief on this exquisitely handsome Empyrean elf was vast as he mourned for his companion, and Noah uniquely nodded from his position as he replied with sympathy, "I know. But this was simply her destiny, bzzzt." As he spoke, the direction where Commander Larkin came from began to buzz with power as dozens of powerful auras at the 9th firmament of ascendancy could be felt. The legion of this Adjudicator commander finally making its arrival as Noah gazed at them with utter calmness. "And just like her destiny, all those that elect to point their swords at me will face the same conclusion." His domineering words caused the arriving 9th firmament Empyrean elves that also discerned the surrounding situation to pulse with power and anger as Commander Larkin raised his hand, his legion falling in line behind him. As after the 9th firmament Empyrean elves, a few hundred 8th firmament primordials also appeared to fill up the rest of this Adjudicator legion. "My destiny, tring." Adjudicator Larkin began to speak as he stroked the golden zither in his hands, the many similar musical tools carried by the legion behind him trembling as boundless power began to form around them. Near the golden zither of Adjudicator Larkin, runic ecritures of musical symbols began to form as their mere appearance caused the surrounding space to fracture and turn white. "My destiny shall not come to an end before avenging my love." Wondrously unique power erupted as in these vast realities, there were many methods of power and abilities. At this point in time, Noah faced his first Adjudicator Legion as they wielded unique weapons and means, his robust soul that had surpassed the firmaments of ascendancy bursting with excitement to absorb everything. As these events unfolded, there were also the responses from the Royal Cosmic Wolf bloodline and the Royal Spirit Race bloodline. From the side of the intellectual spirits that wielded technomancy, a command came down the moment that the situation was explained from the surviving wills of those that were prepared enough to back a portion of their wills in the soul drive. "The Royal Cosmic Wolves have instigated an enemy that they used our hands to deal with. We shall not waste any more of our resources or move again until this situation becomes clear and we get an explanation from them." The intellectual higher UPS overseeing this small issue from the vast and expansive bloodline of the spirit race made such a decision as they chose to first understand who their enemy was before throwing any more of their resources towards it. As for the Royal Cosmic Wolves that were at the center of all this, the bloodline master whose very daughter had initiated the conflict was discussing with royal commanders on a myriad of other topics when word came that the recently spared legions to follow up and kill or bring in the blacklister Noah Osmond had all perished. There was utter coldness in the glacial hall that everyone was currently located in, the pristine fur on the bloodline master crackling with waves of power as his voice echoed out. divert 3 adjudicator legions to guarantee the successful closure of this issue. Adjudicator legions, the core force of any primordial bloodline, as it held the most outstanding and destined existences that chose not to bother with the politics and ruling of their bloodline, as they instead refined their foundation to prepare for breaking through to a higher stage. The adjudicator legions of pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodlines were more powerful than cardinal royal bloodlines, but the discrepancy was something that their enemies could barely quantify. Also, the bestial eyes of the bloodline master turned to his side where a unique crimson gold-furred cosmic wolf could be seen. See how far away the ancestral Beowulf is and alert him to this. This is just assurance in case something else happens. Yes, the crimson gold wolf that was unique compared to all others nodded before it disappeared into particles of light, a shocking development occurring at this moment as a legend was about to be alerted. But this was the least of the problems, as even before this sequence of battles had begun, there was already a legend that had connected the strings of destiny from the destruction of one of his parties of will-bearers and an existence that was involved with a disaster remnant. Across the vastness of realities, the terrifying will of the Emperor of the Golden Eye rose in an unknown and extremely far-away location, this pristine existence receiving feedback from its monitoring of a certain name on the primordial blacklist. If you can eradicate one of my will-bearers. Innumerable thoughts ran through the mind of this being as it gazed at the glimmering atmosphere around him of a paradisiacal grotto sanctum. It didn't wish to leave, but its intuition was actively buzzing with a song of destiny that it could not ignore. And its intuition was never wrong. Let us see. Essence erupted out madly as seas of destiny seethed. Chapter 17:10. Completing physiques is easy. Atop the vestigial flames mountain, the golden vestigial flames had been surging into Noah's body as they were instantly transferred towards his main body in the cosmic Holy Land. Noah's physique being refined in a terrific rate as after a certain period of time, even more vibrant runic ecritures began to appear around his body. With a burgeoning limit-breaking extreme physique, the ecritures of life had bloomed around him as with chassis and relegators limit-breaking extreme physiques. Noah's body had begun to bloom with ecritures reading and pure was an ecriture he had seen swirling around some of the royal humans around Genevieve when they did get a chance to display it, with the 9th Firmament Royal Human Guard that perished under his hands displaying them the most, as this being must have been working on the chassis limit-breaking extreme physique. Chassis had the meaning of framework or skeleton, and this was the core strength of pure-blooded royal humans with their physical dominance, as this was a loved physique that was just really hard to cultivate. Now, Noah had been bathing in the golden vestigial flames for so long that these two physiques were about to be completed. No need for millions of years or locating unique medicinal materials and treasures. Just the flames that only legends and a few outstanding 9th Firmament existences could handle. And Noah felt his physique cheering as his blood pulsed with profound power, the golden vestigial flames becoming rebuffed from his body an instant later as a golden glint surrounded him, a golden glint that made him seem like a statue made of gold. Briefly before lines of ecritures reading pure, rule, and life surged around his body and seemingly paid homage, those watching this scene shaking their heads in disbelief as they couldn't help but express respect even amidst their jealousy. He really did it. Only one being wasn't feeling an ounce of jealousy, as she was instead even more worried. Beatrix, watching Noah's figure in the faraway location at the peak of the vestigial flames mountain with immense worries. This was because the being she was extremely wary of and wanted her master to be even more wary of had done exactly what she feared and even exceeded all measures, somehow going forward and forging 3 limit-breaking extreme physiques in the span of minutes. Mind you, just forging the burgeoning limit-breaking extreme physique would require over 1,000,000 years, and yet he took mere minutes for not just this physique but 2 others as well. Master, this is a monster that can rival chosen emperors of the past age based on his talent alone. Why must we? Frustration welled up within her as she watched Noah's figure rise up from the peak of the vestigial flames mountain. His figure majestic for all to see as his fair skin swirled with scintillating light and sculpted muscles that were currently surrounded by rotating runic ecritures. He didn't even seem like a common existence they were looking at as he floated away from the peak of the vestigial flames mountain, his direction being towards the troubled figure of Beatrix as he had effectively finished his mission here. At this moment, he was watching his gains as the prompts for the 2 new physiques showed before his eyes, refined under the golden vestigial flames of a grotto sanctum core. Your body has been reborn from flames as your very cells exhumed immense vitality. Runic ecritures begin to naturally form and rotate around you as due to the extreme boundaries your body has reached under this refinement, a base of 150 true reality damage values and 150 true reality defense values is granted to all abilities and attacks. Runic ecritures begin to naturally form and rotate around you as due to the extreme boundaries your body has reached under this refinement. A base of 200 true reality damage values and 150 true reality defense values is granted to all abilities and attacks. Their descriptions were all similar, as they were obtained under the same conditions, but the status of chassis and relegators limit-breaking extreme physiques was much higher than burgeoning, as they even required higher levels of refinement, and they showed this as their boosts were all that much more domineering. From the addition of these new physiques, Noah had obtained 350 true reality damage values and 300 true reality defense values, just from focusing on the damage values alone. That made it 100 from the limit-breaking extreme mana physique, 100 from burgeoning limit-breaking extreme physique, 350 from both chassis and relegators limit-breaking extreme physique, and then there was 100 that Noah could obtain from Lethe. These were the ridiculous boosts to damage values alone, as just with the authority of a single halo, Noah's true reality damage values would be triple of the minimum value required to break apart the natural laws of reality, and if one exchanged the 100x multiplier of a single halo if Noah managed to forge and fuse with 30 or 40 ascendancy halos, this number would be enough to actually move past 1,000,000 in true damage values, as Noah was making his way towards values of destruction not normally achievable by existences on the firmaments of ascendancy. Such astounding possibilities swirled in Noah's mind as he didn't pay heed to the many pure-blooded royal humans on the vestigial Flames Mountain, or even those who had come to watch the show around it, the visage of hundreds of ninth firmament existences and thousands at the eighth firmament of ascendancy not being put in his eyes, as all these beings were merely a fraction of the power of a pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodline like this. Just in the region of this vestigial Flames Mountain, hundreds of ninth firmament existences appeared, as if one stipulated just how many of such beings there were across the vast pure-blooded domains of this bloodline. The number was enough to display just the type of hegemony that primordials held across the vast realities. If just an infinitesimal fraction of a pure-blooded bloodline held hundreds of ninth firmament existences, how many were there in total for the whole bloodline? And just how many legends had been born from such a bloodline over the years? Chapter 17:11. A taboo authority stretches out. Near the vestigial Flames Mountain, the glorious figure of Noah still had residual flames bouncing off of his naked body as he warped to appear in front of Beatrix, a loose white robe coming to drape his body as it still exposed the outline of his robust muscles. "Alright, I finished up over here. Where to next?" He nonchalantly stretched his body that felt taut with boundless power and awe, his surroundings vibrating fearfully as he gave a command when he watched the swirling runic ecritures of life, pure, and rule around his body. Soon after, these vibrant ecritures began to dim and disappear as they were made invisible, his figure retaining its calmness as he gazed at the worried figure of Beatrix. "Master is busy with the bloodline master and other matters, and she says for us to return to her abode for now, as tomorrow we shall set off for your bloodline baptism." Beatrix reined in her worries as she made herself voice this out, Noah nodding towards her with a devilish smile. "Lead the way, BZZZT," as if the gazes of others were like host coal. Beatrix used a medallion that granted her a unique spatial authority as a follower of Empress Genevieve to open up a portal that led into her domains. There were too many beings in the vestigial Flames Mountain at this moment, as Beatrix felt like the longer they stayed here, the more chances there were of things going wrong, as she couldn't be entirely sure the being before her wouldn't just start screaming with his voice alone that could kill eighth firmament existences. "After you," she pointed to the glimmering portal that Noah coolly floated into, her vibrant figure following after as her eyes still held intense care and apprehension, leaving behind the shocked gazes of many beings that erupted into discussions. "He is from Princess Genevieve's camp, a fearsome combatant that the Empress has gained. Let the prince know." 3 physiques completed in such a. Some beings fell to their knees in the vestigial Flames Mountain as they had been there for hundreds of thousands of years, sensing a feeling of defeat against the talent of one other being that nobody here could match. Just who was he? The pure-blooded cardinal royal humans erupted into discussions and collected information to pass on to their affiliated forces. The vestigial Flames Mountain brimming with activity as nobody saw the small insignificant space fluctuating with mirror-like shards to cause the disappearance of a certain watching adjudicator. Through the portal Noah and Beatrix had crossed, multiple reality trees floated across all directions as their figures appeared in the very center, an enormous floating crystalline castle-like skyscraper lying before them as it was filled with vibrant life forms, hundreds of 7th firmament, tens of 8th firmament, and even 3 9th firmament auras could be felt within this structure that Noah actually knew to be the Empress's abode where Genevieve resided. The more shocking thing was that all these auras were either servants or guards under the rule of the Empress, with dozens of 7th firmament servants dressed in suits like butlers or curvaceous robed maids actually coming out to form 2 near rows in front of the entrance of the Empress's abode to welcome Noah and Beatrix right now. I'll be so honored to spend the night in the abode of the Empress. Noah spoke towards the figure of Beatrix with a calm smile as this being turned towards him with extremely careful eyes. Truthfully, she was entirely scared of Noah as he had almost killed her just days ago with his mere shout. The only reason she was around him now was due to the taboo authority from her master protecting her, as she was now only worried about his unpredictable actions. Yes. Food, lodging, and even women or men if you wish will be provided, she spoke while watching Noah's expression for any changes, not getting anything from him as he only replied coolly, I'm intrigued about the food. Let me taste the dishes prominent in the pure-blooded domains. Noah made his will clear as Beatrix sighed inside, thankful that he wasn't being difficult or beginning to massacre out of nowhere. Little did she know, BZZT, the authority of Lethe had silently begun to emanate from Noah as his eyes were observing everything with reality vision. It didn't just show him the truth of realities and their rotations, as at this moment, he saw the makeup of Beatrix presented clearly as among the many things he could see the thin veil of taboo protecting her. He didn't want to disturb this veil of taboo that Genevieve had set for Beatrix, activating memory alteration at this moment as his own taboo authority that stemmed from a taboo relic erupted out like a silent snake towards her. And the reason that Noah was confident in bypassing this authority unseen was the fact that his oppressive soul strength at the primogenial strata covered the essence of the caste ability from head to toe. He might have not been confident to entirely pass this authority unhindered before, but now, like a silent wave of light, the unseen essence of memory alteration that was geared more towards the mind and soul seamlessly bypassed the authority of taboo cast by an existence of a lower strata. Sinking into Beatrix as Noah made his first moves against Genevieve by sinking his fangs into the one she trusted the most, this true sanguine clone made grand accomplishments after stepping into the pure-blooded domains as he waited for a baptism and an eventual journey that would take him into an unexplored grotto sanctum where geniuses of the current era could be found en masse. Before that time arrived, Noah had many things to do in order to prepare and be ready to excel. From the means gained by his advancement to the primogenial strata of the soul, he had to begin the task of learning how to design taboo edicts, exploring breaking the limitations of the body in origin, and forging a keystone ascendant skill tree focused on the soul. Chapter 17:12 The Slow Road to Taboo. Noah's true sanguine clones continued their movements across realities and dimensions as his main body, which had been slumbering this whole time, began to buzz with activity. The portions of souls that had been sent out onto different realities were returning, as even with his abundant destiny, the forgotten reality that held the remains of legends from the past age of destiny and Commander Feng's will was the most opportune reality he came across, the rest of the portions of souls sinking into emerging and prime realities, but now, the number of prime realities was greatly elevated as Noah attained those which were under both primordial and non-primordial oversight. They contained a myriad of bloodlines for him to come across and for the will of the tyrannical emperor to dominate his soul once more, feeling a sense of strengthening as the more souls he had pledging fealty, the stronger he was. So at this moment, his slumbering main body was waking as the second infinite dream rapidly came to an end due to his robust change of the primogenial strata of the soul, the dazzling image of rivers of reality coming to be stacked on top of his infinite reality, repeating itself as fantastical sight bloomed, and the process was many times faster this time around as the stacking of tens of multicolored rivers of reality could quickly be seen. Noah's slumbering will forcefully waking at this moment to begin observing the apocalypse of these realities as they joined his, and also watched the formation of milky white true stars of conquest that would allow him to double empower many concepts in the future. BZZT, his waking body was magisterial, as unlike the clones that hid the resplendent glows of essence and authority, one could see his stellar body still made up of 10 billion cosmos surrounded by vibrant runic ecritures reading pure, rule, and life, along with vibrant runic kainos mana lines of ascendancy lighting up his body like a beacon. There was then the solidified crown that currently had an E rotating around it, Noah's visage alone being terrifying to look at as he watched glimmering true stars of conquest forming and the apocalypse of tens of realities beginning. He doubted the edicts of apocalypse and the tyrannical emperor would be elevated to taboo just from a measly 1,000 realities, but there was still progress to be made as Noah watched all of this unfold while solidifying his gains these past few days. After having his maximum reserves of the essence of reality break past 100,000 and into 300,000, he now waited to see if he would come upon an unbreakable limit of this resource, where at that moment in time he planned to utilize limit breaking elixirs and things like flasks of liquefied reality to break past it. But with his maximum reserves of the essence of reality being expanded like this, it meant that the high-cost skills under him could be utilized much more freely, as the question now was the Age of Destiny absolute skill. Bloodline runic écriture inscription, an ability that Noah would continue to use in the future to strengthen his true reality defense values as long as his physique could handle it, and a candidate to use a dimensional essence shards on to nullify its resource cost. He could continue replenishing himself with the thousands of ascendant flasks of life and death. But he didn't know when he would get more of these randomized loot from resplendent treasure caches as when it came down to it, and after a tug of battle with his destiny, Shuring, a dimensional essence shard shattered as its multicolored light went to bathe a minuscule portion of Noah's soul where the Age of Destiny absolute skill was inscribed. Thereafter, this ability began to be activated freely. The essence of reality fused into the surrounding space surged, leaking out to begin forming runic écritures of vitality, as even though Noah did not pay the cost to cast this ability, the surrounding reality paid it in order to forge the pulling écritures of vitality that shot down to bind to Noah's blood and further elevate his power. Another area that his body focused on as soon as he woke up and watched the fusion of realities was the enactment of something as grand as a taboo concept in the design of a keystone ascendant skill tree geared towards the soul. His current primogenial strata soul exceeded many capabilities of his past self. Being able to fully focus on multiple tasks at once as while watching his portions of souls returning with their realities, a part of him was also beginning to design entirely new concepts of both edict and skill tree. Design the keystone ascendant soul emperor skill tree in the nomological edict of we'll know the name as it nears completion. BZZZT, his will raged out. The design of a keystone ascendant skill tree would be relatively easier as the task that normally only legends undertook to form a taboo concept. This would be something else entirely. Mind you, it wasn't even that Noah was capable of easily forging taboo concepts with his soul at the primogenial strata level. He had just gained the chance to do it as he could pull in the surrounding essence of the natural laws of reality to weave into his fusion of das and edicts. And so it began. The vibrant essences of supreme cosmic das bloomed around Noah under expert control, the essence of a few laws also coming into the fray along with the concepts of some of the new bloodlines that Noah had gained. On top of the unnamed Kainos Emperor bloodline that would lead him towards boundless glory, Noah tugged and pulled upon many concepts as when all of them began to mix. His liquefied soul shone with a resplendent cerulean glow as its authority at the primogenial strata bellowed out to call upon the surrounding natural laws of reality. Chapter 17:13 The Slow Road to Taboo. His body released a baleful wave of authority. His crown pulsed with power as his soul's unblemished will was imposed onto his surroundings. The very reality beginning to fluctuate as from the space that made up the atmosphere around Noah, multicolored essence began to leak out and flow into the mixture of concepts he had around him. Multicolored essence from the very surrounding reality itself was pulled towards him as even his soul at the primogenial strata could not break down the composition of this essence or what it stood for, this being the construct that made up the very reality around him, the natural laws of reality. The essence felt extremely viscous and slow as it took its time to surge towards the rapidly swirling mixture of concepts Noah had made, and the moment it joined the fray of swirling concepts, everything came to a halt. No, not entirely halted in movement, but simply the swirling of essence was now so slow that it didn't even seem to be moving. The instant that even a wisp of the natural laws of reality entered the fray of concepts, it slowed down to such an alarming degree that bringing all of these concepts together and fusing them into a singular idea would take an exceedingly long period of time. Noah could so this now as he affirmed what he had already expected. The forging of taboo concepts would never be so easy. He didn't know how fast it took legends to forge a single one of such concepts, and he was about to find out for himself just how many grueling days, months, or even years that would be required in the cosmic Holy Land to bring his own taboo concept to life, during the same time that Noah's true sanguine clone came in contact with the Adjudicator Legion of the Empyrean Elves led by Adjudicator Larkin and the sent-out Adjudicator Legions of the Royal Cosmic Wolves that had yet to arrive, SHA. Spatial essence bloomed as a mass teleportation drew in hundreds of existences into a certain reality, the figures of a radiant bobbing blue slime, Leviathan, Tiamat, and many others could be seen as they were led by two beings at the very forefront. The ones in the lead was a small boy that seemed around 5, this being little Henry, who was treating the passage of days as if they were years with his growth. He held a childish look of interest and wonder that was also filled with unbound regality and majesty. With the one beside him being Natalia Rostova, who currently had a ferocious look, This was because they had been teleported into this prime reality under Noah's authority, a prime reality that he had obtained the coordinates of from the memories of the royal cosmic wolves he had killed that told of the location of the enslaved primal titans from the Isles of the Gilded Forge and many other locations. The stellar region of space they had arrived in was filled with glacial spatial storms as seas of frozen stellar ice could be seen stretching out into the frozen cosmos. BZZZT, the body of Natalia erupted with power as dazzling golden-colored destiny reality passages seemingly sprouted from the vast stretches of skies to come and converge onto her body. Her body releasing boundless waves of essence at the ninth firmament of ascendancy as this new entrant to the infinite reality had not stopped her advancement since she came in. Given the resources from Noah, she had absorbed the required shards of seed of reality to go from 10 billion cosmos to 50 billion. That was the stopping point for those in the eighth firmament of ascendancy, but her foundation as a being that had broken her shackles with 18 destiny reality passages allowed her to easily bypass this limitation and continue to 100 billion cosmos. She had reached the upper boundary of the firmaments of ascendancy as the overabundance of loot was there to achieve it easily, with the only thing she lacked now being a vast collection of concepts to complete her foundation and strengthen her physique and soul before she could go towards becoming a legend. She wasn't the only one to take the path of not wanting to build an exceedingly strong foundation. Other vassals under Noah choosing the same path as among them were the Sword Emperor, Springforge, the Obsidian Panther, and a few others that at the same time as Natalia. They also erupted out with a range of 10 to 20 destiny reality passages, as each one under the common sense of the powerful beings of this era would be considered geniuses on top of geniuses who had managed to achieve a shocking foundation. Yet they were only among those who didn't want to build some shocking foundation, and only wanted greater power to help the one who had been helping them this whole time quicker, as in the future they would be among the weakest of the commanders in the infinite reality. The mission is to rescue and eradicate any of those that stand in our way. We just have to be quick. WAA. Amidst the glacial spatial storms that were now painted gold due to the hue of so many destiny reality passages from different beings, the voice of Natalia echoed out as the goal this time around was to rescue the enslaved primal titans quickly and effectively, with their other clones simultaneously sent into two other prime realities that held this race of beings that could forge powerful relics. After Natalia's words, she and the others all gazed towards the childish and yet majestic figure of little Henry, whose entire body bubbled with astound power. His chest showed the illusion of 10 billion cosmos as he had reached the upper boundary of the seventh firmament, but all these beings who had exceeded this level and even forged their reality passages all looked towards him for the call to start, as he held a special identity. As the progeny of the tyrannical emperor, he was the next in line for them to follow the orders of. As at this moment, cerulean essence flashed over little Henry's hand as he rose it and ushered the small legion of experts forward. Chapter 17:14 The progeny of tyranny moves. WAA, with a wave of his hands, a legion of ninth firmament existences holding a range of 10 to 20 destiny reality passages, followed by others like the blue slime that were refining their physique and building more of their foundation before they broke the shackles of the seventh firmament of ascendancy. They were all let loose onto the stellar glacial domains of the royal cosmic wolves. Inside a domain space that held a white-blue primordial temple the size of a cosmos, countless auras of royal cosmic wolves could be seen floating or walking on the glacial bridges floating in space that all led towards the primordial temple, this scene of power and wonder having been like this for countless years. A few light years away from this primordial temple, a vast isolated domain could be seen where, unlike the frozen layers of ice all around it, a tall isolated mountain with blistering heat could be seen as within it. Hundreds of billions of auras of primal titans could be felt as they ranged from those unranked in the firmaments of ascendancy to those in the seventh or eighth firmament. A small world like Noah's home world could hold billions of creatures as within this isolated blistering mountain the size of a cosmos. The billions of primal titans that used to enjoy their freedom in many domains of their reality clustered here to produce relics that would then be sent to be processed to the nearby primordial temple. They had been doing this for the past days since their lives changed suddenly, and none of them expected their lives to change in the coming millions of years, as there was nobody who could challenge the prestige and grandeur of primordials. They knew this, and the primordials themselves keeping them here and in other realities knew this. And such a cemented ideology was the reason why, when the space and skies of this domain became lit up with the golden glow of reality passages, many could just stare up in utter shock and disbelief. Disbelief because of the tier of powerful ninth firmament existences targeting a mere prime reality where they held a single ninth firmament commander. Disbelief that someone would actually dare to attack a primordial temple so freely. They were only taken out of their stupor when the activation of essence buzzed as the call of skills reverberated out: Summon Lich Emperors, Chains of Annihilation, Wrath of the Sword King, Outer Eldritch Corruption. Abilities that stemmed from the tyrannical emperor were called out as the primordial temple was targeted. The royal cosmic wolves moving within, watching in horror as many of them couldn't even get their defenses up in time. Who dare dash? GUH. The Ninth Firmament commander, who had just flown out in rage to combat the enemies, shockingly came to a halt a second after he appeared. An arrow glimmering with the light of reality having obliterated his origin and soul as in the hands of Natalia Rostova. The heart-splitter bower glimmered with a bright light. Let's be fast. Her words reverberated out as a one-sided war bloomed, the small figure of little Henry being seen floating over the enormous mountain domain that the primal titans were contained in as his body lit up with crimson light. Blood of the progeny of tyranny, BZZZT, crimson gold blood leaked from his small fair fingers as it split into innumerable lines that covered the stellar frozen space outside the blistering mountain. It was breathtaking to see as it seemed like the atmosphere was replaced by boundless crimson gold lines, with each of them moving with purpose as they honed in on the royal cosmic wolves that were guarding and regulating the primal titans in their enclosure. These sharp golden lines of blood honed in and pierced through all of them as within an instant. All those pierced through had their bodies explode into a puddle of blood that began to surge back towards the source of the endless crimson gold lines. Blood of the progeny of tyranny, a terrifying ability that the progeny of the tyrannical emperor had begun to cultivate with his own unique concepts, this progeny wishing to be even a percentage of what his father was as he moved to exceed his own limitations. BZZZT, after taking care of all royal cosmic wolves in the domain like they were nothing. Little Henry's figure flashed with a profound silver spatial light that went on to bathe the entire mountainous domain below to transfer all primal titans away. This whole frozen reality being lit up with profound light as one of the most ferocious beings was Natalia Rostova, her bow shooting out arrows of reality that tore apart everything. These were some of the plans Noah had put in place as he faced the forces of royal cosmic wolves: take a portion of their attention to himself as during the same time, his forces would accomplish the wish of Natalia by rescuing her bloodline stretched out across a few specific realities. By the time you all realize, everything will be over. BZZZT, Noah's voice echoed out as he received clear feedback on the progress of his forces, his true sanguine clone looking at the Adjudicator Legion led by a heartbroken existence known as Larkin, whose lover he had killed among the Empyrean elves earlier. He watched as uniquely these beings utilized the aspect of sound to an extreme level as attacks that could shatter realities in the form of musical notes flew out of their glorious zither. These were Empyrean elves. They were among the many bloodlines of primordials as they boasted their own uniqueness and power, and they were one of the many races that Noah was interested in sowing their way of life more, but it was a pity that they were currently his enemies as today he would not show their legion any mercy. And when it came for the means to take care of a powerful Adjudicator Legion filled with 8th and 9th firmament existences that had multiple as a legend's visage, with the Adjudicator Commander themselves being a powerful existence as the stage of a legend's visage, why don't we try the about-to-be-born Keystone Ascendant Soul Skill Tree, WAA? Chapter 1715 Keystone Ascendant Soul Emperor Skill Tree. In the Cosmic Holy Land, progress on the concept of taboo was abysmal as Noah got a chance to truly understand how hard legends had it. And this was especially harder for him to take as he was always used to rushing through things rapidly. He could scale multiple firmaments within a day, end great battles and conquer realities in the same period of time, but it truly seemed like the concept of taboo was the one area he would not be able to rush through. So one could see his waking main body surrounded by barely viscous moving swirls of essences from his surroundings. The very reality itself seemed to blend into the concepts he was trying to fuse. He did all this while watching as the 600th reality merged into his infinite reality, the golden seas of essence spreading out far and wide across the clusters of cosmos within this ever-expanding reality as the atmospheric concentration of essence only became denser and denser. All these wonders were occurring around him as even with the setback of the taboo concept, there was still something that he was managing to finish fairly quickly, and that was the Keystone Ascendant Soul Emperor Skill Tree. BZZZT, vibrant essence bloomed in a certain area within Noah's liquefied blue soul as a Keystone Ascendant skill tree geared towards the soul was carved seamlessly. Noah gazed at this uniquely designed skill tree as his will commanded out before he even gazed at it. Fully, max everything with the reality resource points. WAA, a burst of essence bloomed as after the 2000 reality resource points cost that was double compared to the first Keystone Ascendant skill tree he had formed. 40 more points floated into this skill tree before Noah focused on its details with his own eyes. Keystone Ascendant Soul Emperor Skill Tree, 20/20. An ascendant skill tree born from the strength of a primogenial stratus soul with the concepts of the quasi-taboo nomological edicts of apocalypse. Tyrannical Emperor Da-it is created with the idea that anyone who cannot withstand the will and soul of the unnamed Kainos Emperor needs to bend the knee or perish in totality. Abilities include Ascendant Esoteric Soul Manipulation, May 5th, Ascendant Multi-Layered Possession, May 5th, Ascendant Illuminating Soul Star, May 5th, and Ascendant Iridescent Soul Flames, May 5th. More abilities with the basis of the soul can be added whenever the unnamed Kainos Emperor wishes. For new abilities geared towards the soul and being capable of dealing damage at the level of destroying realities bloomed, and of course for Noah, gazing at their abilities was a must before he began to fully utilize them. Ascendant Esoteric Soul Manipulation, May 5th. The ability to manipulate your soul power outwardly as an aura of pure spiritual power blooms around your body, granting you 50 true reality soul damage and defense depending on use. It can reinforce your body with pure soul power to attack and defend, with the ability requiring 100,000 units of the essence of reality to activate for 1 second, and then 10,000 units to keep active for every second thereafter as it passively drains your soul power. Ascendant Multi-Layered Possession, 5/5. The ability to utilize your primogenial stratus soul to possess an enemy body while still maintaining complete control over your own. Those possessed will have their actions entirely under your control, their concepts free for you to understand and learn, and their memories free for your taking, as you can even appear in their subconscious dreams. The ability costs 10,000 units of the essence of reality to activate each time. Ascendant Illuminating Soul Star, 5/5. The amalgamation of your soul power is collected to materialize a cerulean star above you. Any beings designated as enemies who stare at this star shall be exposed to a base 100 true reality soul damage value. Those with weaker souls having everything about them extinguished the moment they gaze towards this star. The ability costs 100,000 units of the essence of reality to activate for 1 second, and then 10,000 units to keep active for every second thereafter as it passively drains your soul power. Ascendant Iridescent Soul Flames, May 5th. A long-range distance ability that releases your soul power in the form of burning flames that hones in on your target and only finishes burning after the enemy has perished. They can be small clusters of flames or a pillar of flames striking against your enemies, as the resource requirement is dependent on the iridescent soul flames used, with the base cost being 100,000 units of the essence of reality to activate. Ascendant Iridescent Soul Flames for the long-distance attacks, a deadly Ascendant Illuminating Soul Star that would induce terror to any beings, an Ascendant Multi-Layered Possession that would be a horror show for Noah's enemies, and lastly, Esoteric Soul Manipulation that would cause Noah to damage and eradicate the souls of others with his bare hands or to defend against true reality soul damage. They were wondrous abilities that were more than enough to easily withstand the current Adjudicator Legion that had arrived and any others that would come. Noah biding his time well, as all these primordials coming to gift themselves to him would be the ones to provide the large number of quasi-taboo nomological edicts and more concepts for him to burn, to see just how much progress one could make in the primogenial strata if they were just eating the souls of existences from a lower strata. Let's see the effectiveness. Noah's mesmerizing voice came out calmly as he gazed introspectively, seeing the true sanguine clone facing an entire Adjudicator Legion by himself, as such a thing would be sent out against the secretive moving armies of primordial beasts and their colluding bloodlines. Yet he was calm against the unique Empyrean elves as he uttered cold words that would come to mean the end for any enemies near him. Ascendant Illuminating Soul Star. BZZZT. Chapter 1716 Dreadful Soul Dame. Ascendant Illuminating Soul Star. BZZZT. The words were said lightly as they seemed to be drowned out in the buzzing of the zither notes that were rushing forward from the Adjudicator Legion of the Empyrean elves. 50,000 units of the essence of reality were burned to activate it, this only being half of the required amount that Noah paid due to his runic Kainos mana lines of ascendancy. When the words were done, they seemed like the only thing in the vast realities as above Noah's pristine figure. A deathly blue star began to form, a star vaster than any world or universe, a star that seemed to be radiating its pristine light the size of a cosmos. A star that nobody would miss when they gazed towards Noah's figure. Hoom! A droning sound buzzed as this star, enacted with the authority of a single ascendancy halo, came out with the capability to deal just 10,000 true reality soul damage values. And an additional 50,000 true reality damage values that didn't contain the aspect of soul damage and were only there because they were applied to all abilities Noah cast. But between the measly 10,000 true reality soul damage values and the 50,000 true Reality damage values. The former, that was purely soul damage, was much more dreadful. WAA, the terrifying blue star was established as its outside layer seemed crystalline in texture. And it pulsed with a light of majesty that seemed to represent Noah's own cerulean liquefied soul. It was exposed to the outside world for the first time, as in the swarm of attacks tearing apart space itself, it caught the vision of all the Empyrean elves. After all, how could they not gaze at the attacks of the enemy and judge how to evade them? The problem was, this attack was triggered the moment that they gazed at it, as their souls were first hit with 10,000 true reality soul damage values and then 50,000 true reality damage values, as Adjudicator Larkin, in existence powerfully at the stage of a legend's visage. Was the first one to face this attack, as he had the fastest reaction. And yet this first reaction of his would actually spell the doom of this Adjudicator Commander, as the moment his eyes landed on the blue star, his young soul that had yet to reach the primogenial strata received booming soul force that it could not withstand in any way, the light within his soul instantly becoming extinguished as his radiant eyes turned a deathly blank white color. BZZZT, even more shockingly, after the initial soul damage, the regular true reality damage values came in as. With the deathly white eyes as the source, the body of this pristine Adjudicator Commander ruptured into pieces as golden blood began to freely surge out. Those behind him and his legion had only a minuscule delay, since they related slower. But the same result happened with them, as their eyes turned deathly white from merely gazing towards Noah's direction, and soon after, their bodies fell apart. Terrifying silence descended, as only the sounds of corporeal zither notes could be heard, these attacks losing the source that cast them as they barely reached Noah's body before they began to fade. An entire Adjudicator Legion that was one of the many core strengths of the Empyrean elves had all perished from a single look cast towards the unnamed Kainos Emperor. It was terrifying and unbelievable, but it was only made possible due to the fact that their enemy was on an entirely different strata. If they didn't have unique means to defend themselves, what could they do but perish? The surging crimson gold rivers of blood moved across the austere space as they surged towards Noah's body, just like the rivers of blood from the previous legions of the three primordial bloodlines, all of them going towards elevating Noah higher as he would refine their bloodlines to accomplish the Arcadian physique. It was a devastating and beautiful sight to watch as top-tier beings in the firmaments of ascendancy perished in the blink of an eye. Their identity not mattering, as commanders and soldiers perished all the same. Thereafter, the unnamed Kainos Emperor watched the prompts of loot rain over his eyes as, just like before, he waited. His eyes contained many emotions as he reflected on the fragility of life and the cause and effects of his own actions, his bloodline tyrannically holding him steady as it caused his eyes to only gaze towards the future where boundless glory was waiting. He waited for resources to come to him and aid him in completing one more physique, and he waited for even more glorious loot to build his foundation upon. But as he waited, those that were making their way towards him now were much more terrifying than the legions that contained hundreds or thousands, with the fastest one being a single being that was listening to the song of destiny and trusting its intuition. His destiny had yet to alert him, as when it did, the unfolding reality would be a wonder to see. The river of time flowed as events unfolded across the vast realities. For Noah, he was making advancements in many different directions, as after achieving the primogenial strata of the soul, many things became easier. One of these was his journey across dimensions. Shirring, silver sand whipped around him as recently, the allure of golden sand that pulsed with light also began to rise up in his surroundings, as Noah's true sanguine clone in the dream dimension had been crossing across its veiled surroundings filled with potent dream essence nearly 10 times faster than before. His elevated soul seemed to see through the endless sands of dreams at a much faster rate as he progressed through them. And his destiny could finally feel something opening up ahead as he began to see denser swirling golden sand different from the endless silver waves he had faced. The swirling golden sand spun with ferocity as it seemingly formed into a barrier, Noah's body wrapped up in dream essence while he utilized Sandman. As he placed his hand on this wall of golden sand, his soul and essence bursting onto it with full force. Boom! The sound of something shattering could be heard as Noah broke a certain barrier and flowed through its thick sand smoothly, appearing on the other side as the scene was enough to make one's eyes water from astonishment and wonder. Before him, no more storms of swirling sand could be seen, as stretches of golden sand mountains could be seen all around, all of them situated around a single centered structure that took all light in this wide enclosed space. This structure was larger than 100 cosmos put together, as it looked like an ancient golden fountain that had been through countless eons. The top of this fountain constantly and peacefully spurting out crystallized golden sand that caused Noah's heart to race. This was one shocking thing, as the other was the fact that around this enormous golden fountain, marbled sand domes, castles, and skyscrapers could be seen, as within them boundless life forces could be felt, even from afar. Noah could already begin to see some of them as their bodily composition seemed to match the freely moving golden sand that made up everything, with the most shocking thing being the strongest aura and life force he could feel even from where he stood with clarity. It couldn't be sensed before he broke the barrier, but he could feel it now clearly as out in the open the aura reminiscent of a legend could be felt. In the dream dimension, there were nightmares and there were also living dreams. At this moment, Noah had come across his first domain that held wondrous living dreams, and the most powerful one presiding here was an existence he could not even dream of matching at this moment in time. Author's note: very cool illustrations made by Midjourney AI are up on the Discord. We'll add some examples here. Concept of cosmic form, concept of living dreams, other conceptual designs, Chapter 1717 Living Dreams. A domain that held innumerable living dreams. Noah not being able to affirm the count as his will was rebuffed peacefully if he tried to cover the expansive golden fountain and the marbled sand domes, castles, and skyscrapers that all seemed to be made of golden sand. The texture between the structures and the living dreams moving within them was distinct, as even though everything seemed to be made from golden sand and there was even the boundless crystallized golden sand leaking out from the top of the enormous fountain, Noah could still see the differences clearly. As for the crystallized golden sand spurting out endlessly from the fountain, Noah knew it very likely to be the golden sand he was looking for, as Sandman was pointing right towards it. Let's see, his destiny didn't show any dangers even though he felt the aura of a legend in this domain, so he began walking towards this dreamy kingdom that was situated amidst sand mountains and dunes. As he observed everything closely, particles of sand danced together on the soft ground as he moved. The auras of many beings coming closer, as one could very quickly hear the busting noise and fervor from the small corner where one entered this vast domain. Noah's steps were wide as he arrived at the edges of this dreamy kingdom in a few steps, seeing its inhabitants even closer as existences made of pure golden sand could be seen moving about. None of them granted him any special attention as each one seemed to be going about their business. But everything was eerie and shocking to see, as just in the nearby surroundings, Noah could see a stout living dream in the form of a strong middle-aged man, and yet he was unranked and not even in the firmaments of ascendancy. Yet at the same time, he could see a small child chasing a ball of sand as from the body of this living dream. Astounding power at the ninth firmament could be felt. The ball of sand that the small child was chasing came to knock on Noah's feet as this creature arrived soon after, Noah using his essence to levitate the ball of sand into his hands as he gave it to the ninth firmament living dream in the form of a small child. This being gazed towards Noah with a smile as he grabbed what he was chasing and asked, "Mister, I haven't seen you around before. Are you a visitor?" The voice was that of a genuine child, even though Noah could see the physiology of this being was entirely made of sand. He nodded with a smile as he replied, walking deeper into this domain at the same time, "Yes. Just someone looking for something." The dreamy streets he walked on had begun to be populated with living dreams, as after the small child, there were old men and women, animals, and any sort of variations of creatures one could find freely moving about. As if anyone tried to spread their awareness and will too far out, they would find themselves to be restricted. Well, that's pretty vague. An old woman released waves of power at the eighth firmament of ascendancy, carried a sparkling bundle of fruits as she spoke, as if she had overheard the conversation between Noah and the small child. "A visitor coming to a place like this is rare, especially one as young as you." "Oh?" Noah turned in another direction where a middle-aged man was standing in front of a stall had spoken, but eerily, this living dream didn't continue to speak, as once more, the first small child replied to Noah, "Yes, to have found the fountain of the golden dream is rare, even for those who have achieved reality." Before Noah even replied, the living dreams in the surroundings gazed over with interest as a few of them began to focus on this area. But the eerie thing was that when Noah heard a voice again, it wasn't coming out from just a single being as it came from multiple. Now the question is, what dreams could have brought you here? BZZZT. The words came from the mouths of three living dreams, and yet they were in complete synchrony as Noah came to a full stop. Thereafter, the small child, old man, and woman, not any nearby living dreams, looked at Noah with curiosity as they all spoke the same words simultaneously. "So why exactly are you here, little emperor?" Waves of destiny flowed serenely. The busting activity over the vast stretches of the dreamy kingdom came to a halt as the countless living dreams within it simultaneously spoke and focused on Noah's figure alone. Essence bloomed gloriously as Noah gazed at the figures of beings he couldn't identify since walking into this unique location, yet none of them seemed different at this time as their eyes shone with a singular golden cross that nearly blinded Noah just from gazing at it. BZZT, his primogenial soul woke up with a buzz as he wasn't affected, but if it was anyone in the firmaments of ascendancy who had faced the golden cross in the eyes of these countless living dreams, they would have perished. Noah gazed at the countless living dreams staring at him as after withstanding their gazes, he actually saw a trace of appreciation within their eyes as he replied calmly, "You are, yes." Who was the existence that Noah had felt since before even stepping into this dreamy domain? Who am I? A booming voice erupted from all the beings in this vast fantastical landscape as it came from all sides of the marbled castles and dunes, from all living dreams currently living here. I am but a mere dream of the age of misery. The dream of the fractured wills. A vestige that has been enjoying the sprouting fortune and destiny of this new age as it seems outside this dimension. Many things have changed, rumble. The voice was filled with age and wonder as it caused Noah's heart to shudder, but his soul held on strong as he gazed around him with luminous eyes. The dream of fractured wills, an existence from the age of misery, not the age of destiny that was the last age in the olden era, but another age past this, as such a being should be entirely terrifying that Noah would not be able to stand before them, but its words of being a vestige allowed Noah to infer that it didn't have the power it used to have before. Where it might be an existence that had long fallen from its height of power one way or another, you do not need to think too much when it comes to me. I have seen too much death and misery that I am only enjoying dreams in these vast lands, with my curiosity piqued at times when new things come my way. So while I am still interested, what is a little emperor like you seeking here? The many living dreams continued to speak to Noah in unison as his head rose high with the light of destiny, confident in himself as he replied out, I come for the golden sand leaking out of the grand fountain at the center of this domain. I come to the land of dreams to seek for the means of forging a never-ending physique refinement technique. WAA, Chapter 1718 Living Dreams. I come to the land of dreams to seek for the means of forging a never-ending physique refinement technique. Noah's words were utterly dominant as the living dreams looked towards him eerily, their eyes releasing brilliant grandeur. He was looking for the pathway to forge a ceaselessly refining physique for his third system construct, where the active essence of reality alone wasn't enough to enact such an epitaph for his system as it needed something else. His destiny told him the answer was within the dream dimension, where dreams and reality were indispensable, and he wanted to find whatever piece was needed to make the dream of his physique into a reality. Many things were already falling into place as this was one of the last things that had to occur before Noah entered an area where many important personages and geniuses of this current era from the side of primordials could be found. The vast realities were full of possibilities as many beings carried unique power, where it might not be an impossibility to meet existences that had entered an aspect of the primogenial strata. Or those that would achieve all three aspects and become legends. Noah had to find ways to stand out against such beings. His clone acting as Alexander was in the domain of Empress Genevieve as his authority was washing over Beatrix unbeknownst to her, while the true sanguine clone acting as the Blacklister should have more legions coming towards it as it would help attain all the concepts required for him to enact his unlocked ascendancy halos. And another clone was moving in the mirror dimension seeking other pathways of destiny. In the cosmic Holy Land his main body was woken from its slumber as it watched realities fuse together while forging vitality ecritures and branding them into his blood, waiting expectantly for the olden will of the forgotten reality and what knowledge he would attain from it, while also observing the slow progression of a taboo concept. And in the dream dimension, he faced the will of an ancient decaying legend from another age entirely as from here. Interesting, the many voices spoke as the aura Noah felt from all the living dreams intensified, a never-ending physique. You aren't the first being to wish for such a reality-breaking concept. Its voice increased in age as it seemed to be recalling something in the ages past. There was a chosen emperor that had forged a physique that constantly refined his body, but his soul and origin couldn't keep up as he ultimately imploded and shattered his destiny. WAA. There was another that simply couldn't withstand the cost of having such a concept, their origin and soul becoming drained of all essence while their body turned into a crystalline husk that even legends above the primogenial strata could not destroy. Terrifying words of history echoed out as Noah listened to them closely, his eyes firm as he spoke out while gazing at the innumerable wills around him. It is still something I wish to try. What in the dream dimension can help me achieve it? Dauntless, Noah knew what he wanted as he would have it by any means possible, his primogenial soul buzzing at it sensed the interest from the dream of fractured wills increasing. In the land of dreams, anything can be made into reality. So long as one pays the sufficient price for it. All others that I know of that have sought your path had used the dream inversion bauble to begin their aspirations of making a dream into a reality. Dream inversion bauble. Noah repeated this word in his mind many times over as his destiny and fortune swarmed around it. speaking carefully as he gazed at the dreamy kingdom overflowing with golden sand. Would you not happen to have this dream inversion bauble, a legend of a past age? Surely, no. But I do know where one is located. A place where unrelenting dreams wishing to change themselves have been at a stalemate for the last millennium. Each one wishing to obtain this tool to aid them on their path. Noah's luminous eyes maintained their brightness even at such an answer as his thoughts moved rapidly. The dream of fractured wills mentioned it knew of a location, but it didn't state it, as the many living dreams it spoke through continued to look at Noah with a sly smile. It was the smile of someone who wanted something, and Noah's gaze was unshaken as he replied to this being soon after. What does Sir wish for the location of this dream inversion bauble and a portion of the endless golden sand before me? Oh. The golden sand in this dreamy kingdom surged as the light within the eyes of the many living dreams brightened. You catch on quickly, BZZZT. The eyes of the living wills dimmed as a raging storm of golden sand began to converge in the skies, a shocking aura that exceeded the firmaments of ascendancy blaring out madly as the ancient voice only became denser. I am the dream of fractured wills. What I seek most are dreams of others. Dreams that I have yet to experience. My price is always something that others cannot give at that time. I can give you what you wish. But the price is 25 million years of your dreams. WAA, if I can experience 25 million years of your dreams, the golden sand overflowing from the fountain of fractured sands shall be yours. As well as the location of the dream inversion bauble that living dreams and nightmare legends are seeking at this very moment. The thing that Noah sought that was guaranteed to help him achieve a physique that endlessly refined his body. Legends were also seeking and fighting for it in the dream dimension. How was he to get past the eyes and might of legends with his current strength? Did his physique truly have to be delayed until he became a legend? No. WAA, his will shone with boundless confidence as with destiny ringing in his ears? He knew there had to be a way. As for how to pay the price that the dream of fractured wills was asking for, a essence flashed as his hands rose, 25 shimmering pearls appearing as they were some of the reserved dreamstones that his intuition and destiny had told him to leave behind. With his mind made up even though legends were ahead, Noah spoke out powerfully, I will show you millions of years of my dreams. Chapter 17:19 The Emperor of the Golden Ears. Millions of years of dreams. This was the price that the dream of fractured wills asked for, as Noah uniquely had in his hands the tools to achieve it. BZZZT, essence converged from all directions of this dreamy sand kingdom as it all went to form a single existence in the skies. Noah's eyes focusing on this figure of a legend as it gradually bore the form of a dazzling slender fox, a fox with shimmering golden sand wings erupting from its back and 9 dazzling tails that each shine with a different color. Its face was that of exceeding animalistic beauty as its pair of eyes held a prominent golden cross within them, a shocking smile of power present on its lips as it seemed like a creature that could fit in Noah's palm, and yet its aura was wild as this was an existence that had achieved the primogenial strata of the soul, origin, and body as it should be at these stages or even higher from what its peak of power used to be eons ago, for you to pull out items I haven't seen since the last age. Truly interesting, loot that a legend hadn't seen since a different age. This was what the loot Noah had obtained from resplendent treasure caches at this moment, crushed the dreamstones in his hands as he didn't even go through them one by one. I will show you millions of years of my dreams. WAA, the crushed essence of the dreamstones surged towards him as his primogenial soul held expert control at this moment in time. The immense strength of the dreamstones that would have pulled his soul into unconsciousness being reigned in the moment it wrapped around Noah's soul. He contained it as before the dreams began. A wave of essence shot out to reflect onto the skies of the dreamy kingdom. A wave of essence that formed into a screen of light that showed of the wondrous dreams about to bloom from the soul of the unnamed Kainos Emperor. And since the dreamstones were used in the dream dimension, surging waves of dream essence began to surround Noah as his dreams would be even more potent and longer due to his unique location. The dream of fractured wills watching the illusory screen lighting up in the skies with interest as it showed a young infinite willow tree sprouting. Noah's knowledge had rapidly expanded as so would his dreams, with the first of his dreams being an infinite willow tree that came to be in a barren reality filled with death as it struggled for survival. He would be in this dream for over 1,000,000 years, as when he went through all the effects of the dreamstones, minutes would be the only thing that passed in the outside reality as the dream of fractured wills used its overly strong soul to observe such a phenomenon that seemed to utterly conflict and disrespect the spacetime continuum. In the dream dimension, a clone began to dream for millions of years in the face of a neutral legend intent on locating the coordinates of a dream inversion bauble that he was still making plans on just how to succeed in obtaining it under the gaze of more than likely multiple legends, away from the dream dimension, in the cosmic Holy Land, the bountiful essence around Noah's main body was ridiculously dense as it transformed into pure swirling liquid. His hands still weaving his brows of stellar sweat could actually be seen on his cosmic form. His hands were weaving together the mixture of concepts and the natural laws of reality from the surroundings that caused everything to move slower, the process of bringing together a taboo concept actually being something that caused him to sweat for the first time in over a year. He had infinite mana as any task he did wouldn't require exertion, but the task of taboo formation came with its own ordeals, as it would be Noah's toughest task yet. But even amidst all this, he never took his eyes off the merging of realities into his infinite reality, as at this time the 1000 reality had begun to experience apocalypse and be fused into the infinite reality. It was darker and more ancient than any other fused realities, but it was pulled in all the same after Noah had collected all the remnant relics within it and obtained yet another wondrous boon, body parts of ancient bloodlines that still held a trace of their wills. Broken down relics of unknown grades. Treasures from unknown sources. In essence, there were plentiful boons from the forgotten reality, as at this moment, this very starry river itself was sacrificed into Noah's infinite reality as the moment its boundaries were fully fused and the aged domains within it melded into Noah's reality, HUUM. Resplendence glowed out all around as many areas could now be seen with fully formed multicolored seas of essence. But this wasn't all, as the second infinite dream has ended. As with it, over 1000 realities have been fused into the infinite reality. Prompts began to bloom over Noah's eyes as the light of resplendence had meaning. Through the collective weight of the infinite reality, the outlotl of reality now adds an additional 100 true reality damage values to all attacks and abilities cast through it. The olden will of the forgotten reality has been isolated and contained silently, as 50 dazzling true stars of conquest formed with a milky light due to the fusion of the forgotten reality. The damage of the spear of reality was quantified, as this was one of the few features that experienced elevation in effectiveness at this time. And this was only the beginning, as when Noah achieved the fusion of another 4000 realities, a grand elevation would occur, as this would meet the upgrade requirements to move on to the next stage of the infinite reality. As Noah had these powerful thoughts, what is this? The booming voice of the olden will of the forgotten reality reverberated out as it seemed to have grasped the last fusion of the forgotten reality and the truth of the infinite reality, astounding surprise present in its voice as it continued, this. Do you know exactly what it is that you're doing? WAA, Chapter 1720. The Emperor of the Golden Ears. Do you know exactly what it is that you're doing? The shock and surprise within the olden will were evident as its will waved over the last stretches of space that contained countless cosmos. Noah accepted the milky true stars of conquest coming onto his body as he became in tune with the infinite reality, observing its constant changes as he reflected on all that he had done. And exactly what the infinite reality stood for, I know. There are countless realities out there after the main reality was shattered all those years ago, and I have merely started to collect and fuse them onto my own reality. WAA. The atmosphere trembled as his domineering will surged out. The olden will was stuck in a stupor as it couldn't find its voice. And it instead passed its aged will over the vibrant areas of the infinite reality to truly confirm what it was seeing. Ridiculous. Its thoughts were still being gathered as they turned coherent soon after. You're not just fusing realities together. You are directly going against the will of Oppenheimer. The ordeal that Commander Fong managed to unveil and learn about was too huge, as its results were even more drastic, with the true emperor who caused it imposing his will over this action as anyone that goes against is going against his will. It is utterly fantastical, and I cannot stop thinking about what destiny has in store for you who is currently doing this. But I can let you know that in the coming future, as you collect and fuse a significant number of realities, the will that you are opposing might just become aware of your actions. Seas of destiny seethed. The swirls of essence around Noah trembled before he quickly had them back to stability, his eyes pulsing with light as he gazed out of the cosmic Holy Land and onto the stretches of cosmos and existences in this infinite reality. Any other time, he would have replied to the olden will that it was merely the will of a past emperor, and that he would have no problems fusing more realities, as he would never be noticed until it was too late. But the will he was going against was of an existence that stood out even among true emperors, where even though Noah didn't know the history of the previous ones of past ages and what they did, history known by all at this moment only had a single name occupying everyone's minds. Oppenheimer, the existence that had forever altered the way of life. It wasn't a being to take lightly, as this time was one of the few that Noah absorbed the words said by others and didn't retort back domineeringly, taking them in and beginning to plan and calculate just how he would move forward in the future. This is just. How did you even begin doing this? Did a relic from the past age allow you to fuse realities? Or a unique inheritance of your soul? From the memories of the beings that have perished in the past forgotten reality, it is common sense that nobody can nor do they dare fuse together realities. That is why even the natural formation of grotto sanctum are enormous domains of space brought together by the collection and stacking of many rivers of realities in unique ways. But what you're doing, how was it possible for Noah to do what he could? The Olden will thought it was from a unique treasure from a different age entirely or something even more anomalous, but the answer was even simpler as all of this. It was made possible from a small floating spiritual land. Noah had a smile on his face as he recalled the floating landmasses of the beast world. A mere construct from such a small world was now coming to achieve shocking results and could have a part to play in the constantly unfolding future. Nobody would have thought it possible, and nor could anybody else apart from Noah actually do it. Because he wasn't the only one that had owned a spiritual land from the beast world. But he was the one who had utterly changed and advanced to the stage it was at now. Such thoughts crossed Noah's mind as he continued paying attention to the slow mixture of essence that would lead to a taboo authority, beginning to talk with the Olden will as he wished to pry open its memories of the Age of Destiny while figuring out the solution to the possibility that he might catch the attention of someone nobody wanted to have as their enemy across the vast realities if he continued on his path. In a region of space that was stabilizing from spatial storms, the pristine figure of Noah's true sanguine clone that had been farming loot this whole time could be seen floating in the same position in space where one wouldn't think he had just casually wiped out an adjudicator legion not too long ago. He was waiting calmly before, but he now held a golden book in his hands as the essence of the dictum emperor in commandment swirled around it, premium reader, being activated among other skills with proficiency in destiny as Noah bid his time while reading for what was to come. On the golden pages, clear white words were constantly appearing. The three adjudicator legions moved with care as they came from different directions. The news that a most wanted blacklister that had killed all previously sent forces, making them act with care as they reined in their pride and arrogance. After all, nobody wanted to be too prideful to their deaths as they met the same fate as those before them. Noah adopted a devilish smile as he read about 3 more legions of loot coming his way, enjoying the fact that he could read freely with premium reader and author's jurisdiction. Once more, after his reserves of fortune and destiny exploded by many times and his soul reached the primogenial strata. It was hard to read about the movements of ninth firmament existences and those that had achieved the stage of a legend's visage prior to this, but they were now treated the same as those below Noah. As the expenditure of essence of reality was light, Noah continued reading freely, as legions came on all sides to nourish the unnamed Kainos Emperor. The immense reserves of destiny he had raised had begun to buzz with activity as a symphony of danger and opportunity began to resound. A glorious and perilous symphony as at that moment, the far-reaching will of the Emperor of the Golden Eye that had left its grotto sanctum neared the visage of the unnamed Kainos Emperor. Boom! Noah's body rose as destiny exploded around him madly, his eyes reading over the script before him another time as his destiny also began to buzz with activity. Chapter 1721: A Glorious Symphony of Peril and Opportunity. A legend was making its way towards his destination. This alarming reality set in as Noah's body rose, his exceedingly strong soul computing and calculating millions of things in less than a microsecond. For a legend to join the fray. This was a possibility with the actions that Noah was currently taking, as after defeating so many primordial legions and with him even beginning to take out adjudicator legions, he wouldn't be allowed to continue reducing the power of primordial bloodlines as he would be stopped by any means necessary. The only point was that Noah expected this to be the last resort for the involved primordial bloodlines. Not for it to happen even before he ended a few adjudicator legions, but seeing the name Golden Eye got him to understand that it was due to the dimensional archaic devil bird and the other 2 wool-bearers he had killed that allowed the strings of destiny to pull this legend here. Everything had a cause and effect. Things didn't just happen randomly as across the vast realities. The weaving of destiny wrapped around every single creature. If one couldn't have a level of control over this destiny, they would find themselves nearly following along and falling to the whims of those who could steer their own destiny and the destiny of others. So the problem was known as now. There was how Noah would react to it. After facing the dream of the fractured wills in the dream dimension, and even from what his own destiny was telling him about the legend coming, he couldn't withstand such a level of beings currently. Even with all he had achieved, it wasn't currently possible. The primogenial strata of the soul alone was nothing compared to what an existence that had forged a reality had achieved. As against a legend, Noah could at most match their primogenial soul to survive an attack. Or at most 2, but only his soul would be able to survive, his body and origin that were still unranked. The problem was a difficult one, as Noah continued to think as not even a microsecond had passed yet. The simplest thing to do was to run before the Emperor of the Golden Eye even arrived, Noah's destiny granting him such a chance. But his soul could feel the strings and weaving of destiny, as this option was one of the safest but least favorable ones, as it wouldn't grant anything but safety. Other pathways, bzzzt. Noah could feel the beginning of a glorious symphony when he thought about other pathways, as they would be dangerous, but they would grant shocking rewards and opportunities that would aid Noah towards his own formation of a reality. The answer is: while the undeniable aura of a legend neared, Noah remained right where he was as the golden book in his hands fluttered. His eyes released boundless beams of golden light as he sought a path until finally, a smile appeared on his lips. Alright. Let's make sure not to lose a clone with this. A plan gradually formed, a path to victory was laid out as a moment later, Noah began to follow it. All of Noah's clones had their missions, but some had finished theirs faster, as the true sanguine clone that had gone into the forgotten reality was now free, and since he was, the plan that Noah was beginning to implement with the Emperor of the Golden Eye actually began with it, this figure disappearing from the cosmic Holy Land and appearing in faraway stretches of space, across the boundaries between realities. Some billions of light years away from the clone that had been massacring primordials, three adjudicator legions of ferocious and regal royal cosmic wolves could be seen as they had yet to separate into three and come towards Noah in different directions. They weren't on any vessels as they warped around space and moved fast. The glorious visages of ninth firmament royal cosmic wolves who could break apart the natural laws of reality, being in the lead, adjudicator commanders that had reached a legend's visage. There were three of the core legions under the cardinal royal cosmic wolf bloodline is on this mission. They had to wipe the stain that had managed to reap the lives of their fellow brethren so easily. Yet as they were warping across space, the path they were taking buzzed with spatial essence as a powerful aura bloomed out. Bzzzt. The bodies of the existences within three adjudicator legions tensed and exploded with power. It's such a scene as three adjudicator commander exploded out with their auras and power. An enormous cosmic wolf with a scar running over its left eye going forward and voicing out threateningly, halt, from the fingers of the true sanguine clone that had appeared. An Ekricher was writing with the authority of commandment as this word blared out with mad power. The thousands of primordials within the three adjudicator legions feeling immense weight and pressure as every single one became held down and could not move a single inch. Three primordial adjudicator legions, unlike the high-tier legions of the five pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodlines that contained a mixture of powerful primordials, these three legions were strictly made up of royal cosmic wolves, as they were all of the same quality. At this moment, they were all brought to a halt from a single word that the unnamed Kainos Emperor had written. Only the legends visaged here beings struggling as they were about to break free. They didn't understand who this being that had appeared before them was, as wondrously, Noah had gone after them before they even arrived towards the position of his clone, these three legions needing to be cleared quickly before the arrival of the Emperor of the Golden Eye. This was because they represented boundless droves of loot, but most importantly, the many ninth and eighth firmament wolves meant hundreds of quasi-taboo nomological edicts, on top of what Noah already held. The remaining concepts he would get from them would allow him to achieve the first phase of what was required for him to participate in the symphony of destiny currently playing out. Noah gazed at the struggling figure of the three royal cosmic wolf adjudicator legions with a sharp light, as these beings didn't know what was coming and could not ride along the weaving of destiny. Due to this, ascendant iridescent soul flames, their fates were sealed as their destiny came to a close. Chapter 1722: A Glorious Symphony of Peril and Opportunity. Ascendant iridescent soul flames, space pulsed and cried out fearfully as the primogenial soul of the unnamed Kainos Emperor commanded for sharp blue flames to bloom over every single existence before his eyes. Excessively hot flames that burnt the soul more than anything else bloomed as Noah paid over 250,000 units of the essence of reality to cast it over the wide distance and over thousands of beings, but the results of it, only cries could be made before the thousands of inviolable true reality soul damage values utterly decimated their souls and made their bodies into empty husks with no controllers. After their minds faded, the normal true reality damage values from the cast skill appeared as they shredded apart their bodies into bloody paste that began to surge towards Noah, the limit-breaking Arcadian physique going towards completion as thousands of eighth firmament existences perished along dozens of ninth firmament royal cosmic wolves, and along with this, 856,559,200 cosmic filament cores obtained. Ding! The effects of loot multiplier are applied, 856 seeds of reality are obtained, When Noah eradicated the initial legions of royal cosmic wolves, empyrean elves, and spirits, he had attained shards of a seed of reality that would have allowed one to achieve 100 billion cosmos 100 times over. At this time, he received genuine seeds of reality where each one allowed the full formation of the 100 billion cosmos requirement, and there were 856 of them, as one could match the requirements to form a reality over 800 times. When quintupled, the prompts about the existential pearls, evolutionary runic lines of ascendancy, and others rained down, along with the addition of 9,374 reality resource points for Noah to forge more costly keystone ascendant skill trees, but none of these were what Noah was truly looking for, as in no time, hundreds of quasi-taboo nomological edicts flowed in as silently 3 adjudicator legions were wiped out with the combination casts of 2 skills. It was utterly dreadful, but it was the actions of an existence playing the glorious symphony of destiny. As the unnamed Kainos Emperor enjoyed the surging edicts flowing into him, the life medallions of 3 adjudicator legions simultaneously shattered in the domains of the royal cosmic wolves as alarm, shock, and rage reverberated throughout such an unfolding reality, being relayed to the bloodline master soon after. Still in the pristine glacial hall of royalty and utter majesty, the enormous figure of the cerulean-furred bloodline master was cold as his voice echoed out while filled with boundless wrath and coldness. Send all of this information to our network and apply to move the name of Noah Osmond to the golden primordial blacklist. Boom! The rage of a ruler could be felt as he understood what the loss of 3 of their strongest legions signified, their position in the bloodline of primordials being pulled down greatly, as he wouldn't send any more of his forces to perish, and let ancestral Beowulf know of all this. Move fast, strings of destiny silently moved as the actions of one being influenced the actions of another. The golden primordial blacklist, a list where heinous criminals that couldn't be easily located and eradicated by even primordial adjudicators was formed. It was also the list where the enemies of primordials that had reached the stage of a legend could be found. It was also one of the tickets that allowed primordial legends to make a move against those that had not reached the realm of reality. Move fast. The rage of the bloodline master of the cardinal royal cosmic wolves was potent as he jumped atop the symphony of destiny as well, BZZZT, in the cosmic Holy Land. Noah's main body that was communicating with the olden will of the forgotten reality surged with maddening power as he took the hundreds of quasi-taboo nomological edicts he already had and the hundreds more that were coming from the death of 3 adjudicator legions as soon after. The authority of the sanguine emperor was employed. 10 brilliant obsidian ascendancy halos could be seen as they were littered with ancient runic ecritures and eyes of ascendancy. The additional 10 halos Noah could have due to the authority of Lethe not being employed, as even without them, an 11th black halo bloomed to life an instant later as 60 corrupted flames of quasi-taboo nomological edicts were seamlessly fused together. The olden will of the forgotten reality that was in the middle of a conversation was shaken once more as it watched this scene, a scene of pure wonder where densely black ascendancy halos began to form around Noah's body as the bloodlines of hundreds of nomological edicts began to be put together to form the remaining 20 ascendancy halos Noah had gained access to. This was only one of the things Noah had to do in order to guarantee his survival and the events to unfold. As his main body surged with boundless power, his calculating eyes shone with vicissitude that didn't match his age as he thought about the other side that would be required to put his plans to action. The millions of years of dreams should be coming to an end. His eyes seemed to peel across the layers of dimensions and see extremely far away, moving the focus onto the true sanguine clone standing on the sands of a dreamy kingdom, a multicolored light shooting from his head that relayed millions of years of dreams that were being watched by the dream of fractured wills, an existence in the form of a golden fox made of glittering crystallized golden sand, multicolored 9 tails shining behind it as pure golden wings of sandy light surged with power on his back. Its eyes released boundless light with their cross-shaped iris, this legend actually licking its lips as it saw over 25 millions of years of dreams. After 1 million years, a new dream always started as it saw the unique dreams that the unnamed Kainos Emperor would have. BZZZT, the light shooting out from Noah began to fizzle out as the dreams came to an end, his eyes fluttering open as they showed aged vicissitude of an existence that had gone through too much. But this was merely the after effects of having his will and soul strengthened by going through millions of years of experiences in a matter of minutes. The dream of fractured wills looked at him with sharp eyes as a devilish smile formed across its animalistic face. Truly an interesting creature. Very well, BZZZT, the golden sand from the fountain of fractured sands and the location of the dream inversion bauble that living dreams and nightmare legends are seeking at this very moment. Shall be yours. The golden sand Noah required to form many taboo relics and items. The location of a domain in the dream dimension that had legends fighting for an item that allowed one to turn their dreams into reality. Everything had its part to play. On the unfolding symphony of destiny, Noah began to put many things together as for him to steer the chaotic weaving of destiny. The path of his clones would have to converge as the outcome. Was yet to be known. Chapter 1723, A Glorious Symphony of Peril and Opportunity. LLL, in the dreamy kingdom where the dream of fractured wills reigned, the fountain of fractured sands at the center of this kingdom released bursts of brilliant luster after its words, glimmering crystallized golden sand burning out from it in waves as it formed into a circular ball of blinding light. After a significant amount was collected from the fountain, it floated towards Noah's figure standing opposite the dream of fractured wills. 100,000 units of golden sand should be more than enough for a little emperor below the stage of a legend to play with. BZZZT, the glimmering ball of golden sand floated towards Noah as he swiped his hands to put it away quickly. A requirement of a goal having been achieved, as even the Kainos orb of transmogrification was all that closer to being forged among other taboo items, he gave a nod of appreciation to the nine-tailed living legend before him as the cross-shaped eyes of this creature flashed, a beam of golden essence shooting out. The location of the dream inversion bauble is here, and it depends on your own talent if you can actually locate and reach it. But again, there are living legends and nightmares conflicting over it. A puny little thing like you might perish just from the residual essence of their attacks. The beam of golden light carried with it information of coordinates that were unlike any others. And this was because they pointed to somewhere abstruse in the dream dimension. Domains of space were constantly changing in such a location as in a matter of minutes. They could be at an entirely different place, but the coordinates Noah received had an anchor that he could grasp onto even if things changed, and he could guarantee finding his way to this location as at this moment the authority of the gazer and the watcher erupted out. He had the location and idea in mind. And these two authorities would lock onto it and find it no matter what. As his eyes flashed with light and he ascertained the location, he gazed at the mesmerizing legend before him that caused one to feel a shocking sense of suffocation. You don't want to fight for the dream inversion bauble yourself? A new era is blooming as destiny can be grasped by anyone who seeks it. He was probing the intent of this living dream before him as its exceedingly beautiful animalistic face smiled, its eyes releasing luminous luster as its body actually exploded back into golden sand. I have lived for too long and experienced too much. I only wish to dream at this moment as the struggle for supreme power. I have already experienced it once before falling down as I do not wish for it again. WAA. The ideology of this legend was unique. But this was a disposition of a living dream legend that had its own history. Noah nodded at its words as his body began to rise, watching as the exploded body of the living dream legend returned back into the dreamy kingdom, the countless living dreams within it becoming active again as men, women, and children started moving about like normal. The golden fountain holding an overabundance of golden sand continued to flow as Noah gave a nod of respect to this location and the living dreams within it. Thank you. If it is destined, we shall meet again. SHA. After his words ended, he shot out like a flash of light as he was truly in a hurry, the events around him happening too fast. In the vast stretches of the dream kingdom he was flying away from, the countless living dreams within it all turned to gaze towards him silently. The singular will of a legend imposing over all of them, having a terrifying thought as he gazed at Noah's retreating figure. I have met many chosen emperors across the ages, and only a few gave me the same feeling as him. To struggle for power in this age, the thoughts of the living legend seemed to carry despondency and defeat as they continued on. It is insurmountably harder than any of the previous ages. The actions of that personage have made it so. The chosen emperors trying to achieve anything in this era. You all will be the most pitiable creatures out there, the beings with an overabundance of destiny. Being the most pitiable creatures in the unfolding era? It was a thought that anyone hearing would say it didn't make sense. This week in living legend seemed to know many things, his thoughts leaving behind shocking secrets and implications as the being it had just met continued on his way without knowing any of this. BZZT, like a golden flash of light, Noah tore across the wisps of swirling sand as he warped across space in the dream dimension. This was extremely dangerous as a single warp could land him in a vastly different location due to the unique nature of the dream dimension, but he had a set destination in mind as he had the authorities of the gazer and watcher leading him there along with Sandman. He followed the strings of destiny and dreams as for the dream inversion bauble that would help him turn a dream into a reality. He had to get his hands on it no matter what. The problem was that living dream legends and nightmares were circling this object as the only path Noah saw that left behind wisps of possibility. Was the path that the current symphony of destiny that seemed to be buzzing in his ears constantly. It would involve many intricate parts as the risk of his clones perishing was high. But Noah still took this risk as the possible rewards were ones that he had to acquire no matter what. Faster. BZZZT. Ascendancy halos erupted around the Noah in the dream dimension as they currently towered over 21, and these were without even the utilization of lethe as Noah continued to fuse together the bloodlines of the quasi-taboo edicts he had gained to achieve the most optimal state. Chapter 1724, A Glorious Symphony of Peril and Opportunity. LV, all the preparations were going smoothly as Noah was calculating for any and all possibilities, in the space where he had remained all this time to eradicate primordial legions. The surroundings of this location were bright with essence at this moment as another true sanguine clone was sent to wipe out the remaining forces sent out by primordial bloodlines, this other clone retaining its position here as it waited for a particularly terrifying personage. The body of this clone was buzzing with ascendancy halos as another halo would be added after a few seconds, where in the next minute. 30 brilliantly flashing obsidian halos came to undulate over his body seamlessly. The number of halos that only those at the ninth firmament of ascendancy should hold pulsed around him with unbound majesty, and this wasn't enough as soon after, the authority of a taboo relic flashed as an additional 10 halos were added, 40 brilliantly halos filled with swirling runic ecritures and pulsing eyes of ascendancy could be seen as they reflected Noah's hardened expression. Since what was to come was about to be extremely perilous, Noah acted because he knew there would still be a path to victory if everything went according to plan, that is, and now, he moved to call out one of the cards that made him bold enough to try this fuse, RUUUMBLE. The 40 ascendancy halos blared out like horns signaling the end as even before the enemy arrived. Noah fused with a number of halos that even ninth firmament existences could not attain. 10 halos held 600 concepts within them as it was an entirely ridiculous notion, bringing the total of quasi-taboo nomological edicts that Noah contained within 40 to be 2,400. This was the result of farming and utilizing a majority of the olden orbs of transmogrification. A shocking truth that a single existence who had yet to become a legend held such a number of concepts even before breaking his shackles. His ascendancy value alone should exceed any common ninth firmament existence, but no reality passages could be seen around him as he fused with 40 ascendancy halos. Then came one of the trump cards for today's ordeal. The true form that he would take. Under the fusion of your ascendancy halos, you can attain your true form that traces all the way back to your roots. Due to the remodeling of your body and soul when awakening your unnamed Kainos Emperor bloodline, your true nature is what you choose. Possible true forms for you to select from are human, unnamed Kainos Tyrant, Arcadian Tyrant, Samsara Universal Origin, Samsara Cosmic Origin, Pure-Blooded Cardinal Royal Human, Pure-Blooded Cardinal Royal Infinite Willow Tree, Destiny Goblin Emperor, Cardinal Royal Cosmic Wolf, Cardinal Royal Spirit, Cardinal Royal Empyrean Elf. A prompt that told him to choose his own true form appeared, and his thoughts moved with surety. Cardinal Royal Spirit, HONG, fantastical splendor shot out with ridiculous power that was accompanied by a blinding cerulean light, not the pure-blooded Cardinal Royal Human, or even Infinite Willow Tree. Or even his Samsara Cosmic Tao origin form. He instead chose the spirit race that he had just attained from wiping out their legion that was led by Commander Cox. Why was this? You have taken the form of the Cardinal Royal Spirit while fused with your 40 black tier ascendancy halos. You have lost your physical body and attained an incorporeal form, the base of your existence being supported mainly by your soul and origin, Houm, in the Cardinal Royal Spirit true form. The strength of your primogenial soul is elevated 3 times. Due to the form being brought out with the authority of 40 black tier ascendancy halos, the full elevation of primogenial soul strength becomes 10 times. Noah's body exploded out with incandescent light as it turned into a mass of pure essence, blooming into an incorporeal cerulean form of a spirit that seemed to constantly be a blob of interchanging forms. All attacks and abilities are now cast with a single authority while in this form, allowing your base values and skills to obtain a multiplier of 2,500 to your true reality damage values and true reality defense values, as a Cardinal Royal Spirit in your true form. All true reality damage and defense values are converted to true reality soul damage and defense values as you attain 90% immunity to true reality physical damage values. WAA, yes, this was the first weapon Noah had that granted him a level of confidence to survive even if it was ever so briefly, against a legend. Since he had attained the primogenial strata of the soul, why shouldn't he use this as his strongest point? Since his soul was strongest, he let go of his physical form as he only had his soul and origin to depend on. This was a factor that made the Cardinal Royal Spirit race powerful, that they were pure spirits in form as they were mainly immune to physical damage. But just like all existences, they still held their origins, and this was another case that would be Noah's weakness. Even though he let go of his physical body, his origin was still that of a cosmic filament that only held 10 billion cosmos, but his fused form with 40 black tear ascendancy halos granted a 2500 multiplier. This was dreadful by itself, as when he fused with 10, it was a 500 multiplier. And depending on the form he took, he was granted an additional 250 multiplier either to true reality damage or defense values. The form of a cardinal royal spirit didn't grant extra damage or defense values, with its perk being converting normal true reality damage and defense values to true reality soul damage and defense values, as when Noah took on the forms of infinite willow tree or samsara cosmic Tao origin. His multiplier would probably be raised far above 2500. A 2500 multiplier should be more than enough. His voice had turned ancient and regal as he spoke mesmerizingly in his new form, his figure being that of a mass of ever-changing cerulean mass that had 10 pairs of multicolored wings sprouting behind it. The runic ecritures of mana, pure, rule, and life surged around him in a magisterial fashion, as even pulses of vitality could be seen every now and then hidden deep within him, a resounding symphony resonating with them in a shocking crescendo. The first card to play in just being able to survive and withstand a coming legend was played and ready. There was still another that Noah had to play to ensure that things went according to plan from here on out. Chapter 1725, The Undeniable Might of a Legend. Unseen waves of destiny surged around Noah as he planned to face off against a terrifying force where even before the battle began, he knew that victory was off the table. This wasn't him not believing in himself and his own power. But it was purely from inferences and calculations drawn of the stage of reality, as beings at this stage were simply monstrous to face off against if you weren't in the same stage of power. Yet even while knowing all of this, Noah did stay as he pulled in the coming legend, many plans and schemes blooming in his mind. His first card had been played as he took the true form of a cardinal royal spirit, all of his defensive skills beginning to be cast as his main body was consuming ascendant flasks of life and death whenever it was required. Auras, resource shields, runic ecritures of defense. Every single defense type ability apart from the Shield of Oblivion was cast as, from rough estimation, with all of his true reality defense values boosts. The number before the authority of his fused form was enacted should be around a 600 average for his abilities, multiplied by 500. That was a base of 1,500,000 true reality soul defense values. That 1.5 million. Was for every cast ability of defense, every resource shield, every aura, every runic ecriture of defense. It was utterly wild, as when the multiple layers of skills were accounted for, true reality soul damage upwards of over 10 million had to be dealt in order to bypass all the thick layers of defense Noah had surrounded himself in. And this was before he further utilized the Keystone Ascendant Soul Emperor skill tree abilities and the Shield of Oblivion, the heavy drainage of the essence of reality for these abilities, requiring them to be utilized in the most dangerous times. But over 10 million barriers of defense values should be enough to withstand at least 2 strikes of a legend. Right? His eyes flashed with calculations as he sought knowledge from destiny, giving himself more of a cushion of protection as he nodded and looked at the second trump card he had to play. Around his glimmering figure of an incandescent spirit surrounded by multicolored barriers and auras, one could see the appearance of the appendage of the Ruin Emperor and a few other remnant relics that were collected from the forgotten reality, relics that at this moment in time would allow for the unfolding of a glorious reality. Apart from the finger shining with cosmos, there was half a skull of a nymph that could release a range of 1,000 to 5,000 true reality damage values depending on the caster. There was also an enormous obsidian tongue that pulsed with arcs of light, this being termed as it could release a sea of poisonous essence once that dealt a base true reality damage value of 2,500. In total, 8 of such remnant relics floated around Noah, as it represented over 8 attacks at the stage of a legend that Noah could release, and it was considered over 8 because there were some, like the appendage of the Ruin Emperor, that could be utilized twice before their will faded, even with all the cards he had collected around him. Noah in no way believed he could win a match against a legend, as his destiny affirmed this over and over again every time he checked. The purpose of all these was to buy time for him to achieve his goal and snatch a vibrant opportunity that he would have no chance to obtain otherwise. Time trickled down. 2 of his cards were revealed, as there was actually a third one being set in place right now that would come to be known in time. This card Noah setting up for any confounding variables that could rise with the passage of time. The horror-inducing might of a legend neared, a being that could entirely outclass those of the lower stages, as even Noah, attaining the primogenial strata of the soul, allowed him to thrash most existences in the firmaments of ascendancy. In the next 3 seconds, the barreling aura of a legend would arrive, as at this time, Huh, Noah breathed out as he straightened himself, and then he made his move. Boom, crack. The space behind him split apart and shattered as Noah's primogenial strata of the soul that was granted the authority to see the veils of and cross dimensions utilized its authority. He pulled upon the essence of a dimension he had now gained some ability to, as was called upon, his surroundings becoming filled with wondrous clouds of gold light and surging golden sands as a gateway to the dream dimension was open. Yes, the battle wouldn't even be taking place within the boundaries of the vast realities. Hung, with purpose, Noah's body sank into the gateway of the dream dimension as the appendage of the ruined emperor and the other 7 remnant relics were anchored around his body as they followed him tightly. He pulled into the gateway as, even before waiting for the full arrival of the Emperor of the Golden Eye, he began to shoot across the barriers of the dream dimension and make way towards a certain location that he had obtained after allowing a unique legend to experience millions of years of his dreams. The moment he left, the surroundings of the space trembled and oozed out essence as a massive existence appeared. A massive existence as its size was vaster than tens of thousands of cosmos. Being capable of exceeding the size of a river of reality as fantastically, it was an enormous figure of a single-winged golden eye. The pairs of wings behind it were painted with an ancient visage of gold and white, its eye itself having a constantly changing iris that seemed to reflect innumerable cosmos. Space shuddered at its mere presence as, with the stature of a genuine reality, the Emperor of the Golden Eye appeared. Chapter 1726 The Undeniable Might of a Legend. The moment that the Emperor of the Golden Eye appeared, it saw the closing gateway into the dream dimension as its brow shot up with power. You sensed my coming? It was surprised that a lower existence had actually been able to sense that it was making its way here, this existence even having enough time to evade, as this was a rare occurrence. Those who weren't legends could not fathom the movements of legends. For this Noah Osmond to sense him and barely just leave to try and run, your destiny seems to be exceptional. Then let us see if it will hold. The Emperor of the Golden Eye blared out with authority as the small gateway into the dream dimension that was closing suddenly ruptured and broke into a humongous rift. Dream essence shooting out everywhere in a terrific manner as the body of this legend turned into a streak of light that tunneled into the gateway. It took off in the same spatial direction as Noah, as it seemed to be capable of seeing a trail of essence, heading right towards its target, as it thought this being had exceptional essence to be able to run just seconds before it appeared. What this legend didn't know was that Noah had found out about its coming minutes ago, and could have long left and erased all traces if he wished. Spatial storms formed and crackled as they tried to reject the vibrant dream essence spreading out and close the widened rift, the natural laws of reality weaving to restore things to order as it all seemed to be calming down. The widened gateway into the dream dimension slowly closed, but right before it snapped entirely shut, the reflection of an astounding visage could be seen on the dream essence as it showed a scene of the boundary between realities where Noah had massacred many primordial legions, from a different direction than the Emperor of the Golden Eye had arrived in, but holding an even more vibrant stature, the visage of a massive wolf that seemed capable of devouring reality's whole. Appeared. A harrowing howl boomed out as the almost healed dimensional gateway was ruptured maddeningly yet again, a glorious visage of another existence tearing through it and following the trail of essence. The weaving of destiny reached an astounding crescendo as, even with many plans, things could always and most of the time always do go differently than one expects. In the dream dimension, the Noah that had left the dream of fractured wills had been making way across the confounding clouds and sands of gold light of this unique dimension, his heart knowing that he was barely in the periphery of this vast and endless dimension as he warped across it. He had been traversing for quite some time as the eyes of the gazer and watcher brought him ever closer to the location that should hold the dream inversion bauble, and he slowed down at this moment while a golden book fluttered within his hands. He neared this terrifying location that the dream of fractured wills had told him held multiple living dream legends and nightmares, making his aura silent and abstruse with the authority of Lethe as he slowly read the pages of the golden book. Wrapped in a veil of taboo, a scheming figure neared a unique spatial domain in the periphery of the dream dimension that was one of the many unstable locations within this dimension that could give birth to natural treasures, a dream hellscape. When one broke apart the veils of golden sand and entered this region that was as vast as a reality, they come face to face with billowing typhoons and swirling tornadoes of unstable dream essence that more often than not gave birth to nightmares. The entire domain seeming like a hellish nightmare as surges of dreadful arcs of energy coiled into storms that constantly formed and reformed across the dream hellscape. Yet currently, there was a level of calmness to this hellscape as the vibrant aura of 6 existences were spread out to stabilize things, with these auras also causing a sense of instability as they were clashing against each other, with neither side making a move. This was a stalemate between these 6 beings that had been held for a few years now. with all of them having fought more than 20 times in this period of time, as there was no victor even after all these battles, so they bid their time and waited for the tides of changing destiny, as it was 3 living dream legends and 3 nightmare legends whose auras swept out and were all focused on a single floating object at the center of this dream hellscape. The object born from this spatial domain that was widely known as one of the supreme taboo dream treasures one could find if they scoured across the dream dimension, the dream inversion bauble, an object that could allow one to turn their dream into reality. It shone with an incandescent light as its form couldn't be clearly seen, and it pulsed with a dim light of dreams as it was unaffected even while surrounded by the hungry eyes of legends on all sides. Noah's heart pulsed with calmness and an erratic feeling that wasn't fear, but a slow sense of excitement and carefulness as he knew he was walking on a tight rope that could snap at any moment. 6 living dream and nightmare legends. These were the existences he had to somehow bypass if he wanted to get his hands on the object that would allow his dreams to turn into a reality, a task that would have been impossible for Noah at this stage, as his concept of an infinite physique that constantly refined his body would never be able to be formed. And he wanted to achieve it before becoming a legend. But the resource itself was guarded by legends, as it was an insurmountable mountain to cross, insurmountable. Unless one could effectively pull upon the weaving of destiny and play to the tune of a dangerous symphony, unless one took a risk. The rewards would never come, so Noah took the risk. His soul in the dream dimension found the location of the dream inversion bauble as thereafter. He remained still and continued doing the job that was even more important than any of those relegated to other clones at this moment, collecting more information and reading The Weaving of Destiny, Chapter 1727, The Undeniable Might of a Legend. Noah continued to read the pages of the golden book in his hands as his form remained hidden from any prying eyes. Noah's cardinal royal spirit form tore across the eaves of the dream dimension as 8 palpating rampant relics followed him closely, his visage only leaving behind after images as he should be nearing the speed of weak legends, as he entirely exceeded the boundaries of the firmaments of ascendancy. He was making his way towards none other than the location that his soul that had been moving in the dream dimension had found, the dream hellscape that held 6 living dream and nightmare legends, as that was where the symphony of destiny and opportunity would unfold. It was never about the impossible task of battling and winning against a legend, it was all to somehow create an opportunity to obtain a treasure that even legends sought with all their being. Noah's true sanguine clone turned its will behind it to notice a shocking visage of a golden eye tearing apart the veils of dream essence event faster than him, the barreling might of a legend booming out as it even caused his incorporeal form to feel a stifling sensation. But that was it. He could withstand it. He did not falter against the oppressive pressure, as his primogenial soul and all the protective abilities around him did not make him kneel the moment a legend appeared. He tore across space as the visage of the Emperor of the Golden Eye became larger and larger, mana and the essence of reality burning within his origin as many abilities began to be cast to delay the path of the coming enemy. Unbeknownst to him, though, it wasn't only the visage of a single legend nearing us from afar. The ancestral Beowulf had taken the words of the bloodline master of the royal cosmic wolves to heart as he also joined the fray. Destiny shook unstably around Noah as he read such a script and felt his scalp tingle, his eyes releasing beams of resplendent light as unexpected and confounding possibilities that could arise actually rose up. The weaving of destiny became more chaotic and uncontrollable. It might have overwhelmed any other being, but Noah could feel the beat of his heart actually become calmer as his eyes shone with increasing intensity. The last card he had up his sleeves to give him a level of cushion against the terrors he was about to face would now have to come into play much earlier than expected. Behind the true spirit form, the boundless visage of the Emperor of the Golden Eye bloomed out as with little time. This terrifying creature could visually see Noah with its maddening gaze. It observed his form and all the things around him as it boomed out, "Little thing, where is the disaster remnant? And why have you been massacring primordials? The voice was filled with age as one could feel boundless coldness within it. It contained a feeling of this being overseeing everything from above, a feeling of apathy as if everything was in the palm of its hands. Now that the Emperor of the Golden Eye had located Noah Osmont, he didn't even seem in a hurry as he first sought answers. Noah's gaze was serene as he continued forward with utter focus and purpose, every part of his soul actively dancing and buzzing either energy, as even though this being had asked a question, he didn't even wait for an answer as his body had already begun to buzz with power. "Stop for me." BZZZT, the winged golden eye flashed as from it. A single ability was cast, Nymph's Entrapment. A single ability. And yet it showed one of the fundamental differences between those who were legends and those who were not, as something horrific unfolded soon after. behind Noah. The surroundings actually shifted and changed as the mere casting of a skill from a legend altered the very reality itself. A glimmering archaic forest blooming is at its center. The incorporeal form of a creature from an ancient bloodline materialized. Verdant leaves painted the body of the nymph as its curvaceous humanoid form shone with ancient waves of essence and danger, its pairs of eyes showing a blank green light as they contained no signs of life within them. Yet the hands of this incorporeal form of a nymph moved as resplendent tree trunks shining with the allure of cosmos stretched out en masse towards Noah. The cosmos contained in the verdant gold trunks seemed to spin and turn with purpose. Shocking power contained within them as uniquely, they only caused the space they passed through to warp. They covered everything as they seemed ready to surround and capture him in an instant. This being unlike any skill Noah had seen or cast before, as the mere casting allowed for the embodiment of the skill to form. This was something unique that only legends were capable of doing, something that was termed reification. Reification. The act of making something abstract more real and concrete, a type of power that only those that had formed a reality could utilize, where the casting of their skills caused a manifestation and a personification of their abilities to form. Their cast abilities underwent a change as if an existence in the firmaments of ascendancy had cast. It would have shot out verdant green chains like thick branches of light towards their enemies. But the casting of this ability from a legend caused a manifestation to occur as if the skill itself gained sentience. The cast ability undergoing reification from the unique resonance of origin, body, and soul that had all undergone a fundamental change when one entered the stage of reality, hung. Countless thick verdant chains shot out towards Noah as it didn't even feel like his enemy was the Emperor of the Golden Eye, and it was instead this massive blank-faced nymph from ancient times. His soul only buzzed briefly from being exposed to this for the first time as a command left his will. A remnant relic being activated beside him to overcome this great ordeal. The appendage of the ruined emperor flashed as tens of thousands of the essence of reality surged into it, the remnant will within it waking as it roared out with fervor. A range of 1,000 to 5,000 true reality damage values could be enacted from this remnant relic, as Noah had exceeded all boundaries of the firmaments of ascendancy with his soul, and his current form that was purely made of his soul pulled upon everything. This remnant relic had to offer as the maximum 5,000 damage values were achieved, 5,000 that then received Noah's own 700-something base boosts to damage values from his physiques and items, and it was then multiplied by his 500 multiplier from fusing with 40 black tier ascendancy halos. The ancient finger that traced its origins back from the age of destiny trembled as a blinding and domineering light shot out from it, sundering nearby space to utter white as it erupted out. Chapter 1728. The undeniable might of a legend. LV. What was the base damage value of a legend? With over 10 million true reality soul defense values surrounding him from barriers and shields, Noah had pondered on whether he could at least withstand 2 strikes from a genuine legend. From this, one could infer that the base damage value of existences that had undergone the fundamental change of the origin, body, and soul to step into the realm of reality was approximately 5 million damage values. And this was a base value, as it could greatly fluctuate based on the legend casting anything. One also couldn't just look at it purely as a number, since from the arsenal of legends, they could also allow their abilities to under reification, as there were even a class of abilities and skills that traced back to the previous era, pure reification skills that could only be cast by legends. Their abilities gained personification and materialized into something fantastical, as they could even react to the actions of the enemies before they disappeared. It was a wonder only legends could enjoy, as when Noah faced it, he could only start off with the appendage of the ruined emperor, as with its activation, pure unadulterated soul damage values bloomed out due to Noah's unique true form. A remnant will roaring out as a thick and bloody raging crimson sea barreled out to cover everything. It bloomed to be just as vast as the thick forest accompanying the reified nymph, as even though the one who cast it could not cause the will of the ruined emperor to undergo reification, the primogenial strata of the soul of the caster still caused a wondrous phenomenon to bloom, as the damage values of this ability caused it to blare out with astounding majesty, over 12 million damage values, not just true reality damage values but strictly of the soul, as they were even more potent than anything else. This was because all beings had the soul as the weak aspect of their being, so having a purely soul-based damage value was rather frightful, as the bloody sea blooming from the ancient appendage near Noah roared out with maddening fury that went on to drown the archaic forest, and the nymph within it hung and space quaked and tumbled as the blank eyes of the reified nymph weaved to try and move its endless golden verdant trunks, but the thick viscous bloody sea stuck onto everything as it caused them to decay instantaneously. The remnant will of this appendage roaring out as, after drowning the ancient forest, it went out to blanket the Emperor of the Golden Eye behind it, BOM. Dream essence unfurled and coiled as the visage of this great legend actually came to a halt. Its aged voice could be heard as the viscous bloody sea cast out slowly dissipated, the archaic forest and the nymph nowhere to be seen as one could only observe ravaging arcs of bloody light surging over the pristine figure of the winged golden eye that was this legend. A true reality soul damage value greater than 2 times the base attack of a legend. It was enough to erase a reified ability and even have its aftereffects stop a legend momentarily, the Emperor of the Golden Eye actually facing an attack that caused its defenses to light up as it had to now take this seriously. Even though its body, origin, and soul were unique as they held the shocking mystery and secrets of a legend, pure soul damage above 10 million still affected this being somewhat as it was even forced to come to a stop on its chase, such a level of pure soul damage not being something that common legends could dish out freely. Such damage still affected the Emperor of the Golden Eye. This was because against an existence in the firmaments of ascendancy. A portion of the soul damage actually reached a legend. It wasn't ground down to negligible damage due to the difference in strata. As for it to halt the Emperor of the Golden Eye, its caster had to be a limit breaker that has achieved a primogenial strata in the aspect of the soul, ruumble. The will of the Emperor of the Golden Eye churned with majesty and grandeur as it quickly ascertained the enemy that didn't stop for even a second, using the time bought to halt it to pull away even further as his trail could barely be discerned. Bzzzt, the golden winged eye shook off the residual wrath of the appendage of the ruined Emperor as it got back on the chase, but not before its aged voice made preparations. Nymph's Bastion of Yggdrasil, another reification ability was cast as uniquely. The techniques this legend had seemed to be linked closely to this single ancient bloodline, its massive figure getting back on the trail of Osmont while closely protected as behind it. A wholly verdant white form of a nymph formed as its hands drizzled an astounding barrier of light that cascaded to protect this legend on all sides. It was an astounding scene as just when the chase continued, the brow of the Golden Eye rose to spread some of its will behind it as it felt a familiar aura shooting towards the same direction. The blaring horn of an apocalypse could be heard as a cerulean light approached, this light carrying a familiarity that caused the Emperor of the Golden Eye to not make any moves as this legend actually allowed this aura to come in close and move across space beside it. The cerulean light faded to soon reveal a massive figure of an incandescent wolf. The Emperor of the Golden Eye, having long ascertained the identity of this being as all primordial legends could very easily distinguish themselves through certain means, Beowulf, Bzzzt, the aged voice of the Golden Eye raged out as it locked onto the ferocious figure of an enormous cerulean furred wolf that could devour reality's whole. Glacial storms surrounded its very fur as its eyes carried intense coldness and apathy, nodding towards the legend beside it as it got right to the point. Golden Eye. For you to not instantly capture him, is he a legend that has been preying on my bloodline? Space quaked as glacial storms formed from the mere coldness alone that this being displayed as the will of the Golden Eye refuted. No. It is just an existence at the primogenial strata of the soul, and he holds relics that can call upon wills capable of releasing somewhat serious true reality soul damage. Information was freely shared between the primordial legends as they got back on the trail of the unnamed Kainos Emperor, their bodies releasing intense coldness and power as Noah's ordeal became all that much heavier. Chapter 1729 The Undeniable Might of a Legend. A limit breaker of the primogenial strata, an archaic voice echoed out as the dream essence in the surroundings seethed, the massive figure of a cerulean wolf whose very fur crackled with the boundless essence of cosmos shooting across this space with an equally massive golden eye beside him. Both of them had glimmering crowns above their heads to show their authority and visage as wondrously these two primordial legends were chasing after a single existence that was still in the firmaments of ascendancy. He's involved in more than just the destruction of a few legions. He has connections to a particularly dangerous disaster remnant that I cannot ascertain the source of. The voice of the Emperor of the Golden Eye resounded out as behind this legend's body, one could see an incandescent figure of a nymph that seemed to be made of vibrant green cosmos, her hands washing down a barrier of resplendent light onto this golden winged eye as this was merely a passive defensive reification skill cast by this being. The eyes of the ancestral Beowulf released a sharp light at these words as it shot out like a blue arrow of light, its voice seething with coldness as it pulled forward. If he is truly a limit breaker, then that is an achievement enough to grant a solidified candidacy. An easy meal for us to enjoy as I had been chasing down the hiding vestiges of the Chelan ancient bloodline for not this whole time. A devilish smile that shows white teeth burning with blue flames formed on the face of this terrifying being as he was much faster than even the Emperor of the Golden Eye. I'll pull ahead first and contain him, Golden Eye, SHA. With such words and horrific speed, the ancestral Beowulf pulled forward as he picked up on the aura and figure of Noah soon. Enough. If nothing was done within a few microseconds, this legend was bound to catch up as his cold blue eyes already locked onto the 8 remnant relics surrounding the barely discernible figure up ahead. Preparations were made for the Emperor of the Golden Eye as there was one last card that Noah had saved for any rising emergencies. A second legend joining the fray was even more dreadful than an emergency, as at this moment the last card was played. The lustrous fur of the ancestral Beowulf fluttered with immense glory as it found blinding pillars of dreadful laser-focused light shooting towards it from different directions. The pillars of light seemed like glimmering sharp rivers of reality, each one pulsing unstably with power as they seemed to be halfway towards the attack of a beginner legend. One of these unstable rivers of light shot out from the rushing figure holding the form of a cardinal royal spirit up ahead as it contained pulsing waves of soul damage, but the other three seemed to have come out of the folds of space as they thundered forth with pulsing instability of true reality damage values. These were all ascendant reality severs carrying shocking amounts of damage that very few existences in the 9th firmament of ascendancy should be able to dish out. One came from Noah's escaping spirit form up ahead as the other three were from an entirely different dimension, as this was the third card Noah would play. His clones joining the fray from entirely faraway dimensions as their job was singular in nature, spam. Their job was to do nothing but spam the Keystone Ascendant skill that didn't cost any resources, dishing out damage halfway to the value of a legend every microsecond, as their purpose was to swarm an enemy until they could barely move, to make sure they couldn't be traced back. Noah didn't have them shoot off their abilities in the infinite reality as he tore open the veils of dimensions to send them in the mirror dimension, with the 3 arriving severs coming from the clone that was traversing with ruination in this dimension, as well as 2 others that Noah had sent in to entirely different locations in the periphery of the mirror dimension. And at this moment, Noah was ridiculously utilizing the homing feature of the abilities under the Keystone Ascendant Firmament Cataclysm skill tree to actually cast a skill in the mirror dimension and have it cross the veils of space into an entirely different area, the dream dimension. These unstable waves of power arrived while carrying over 2.5 million in true reality damage values, as the clones in the mirror dimension had taken the infinite willow tree true forms, but their boosts were much different compared to the spirit form, as instead of turning all damage into soul damage, an extra 1000 multiplier was added to the base 2500. This brought a total of a 3500 multiplier from infinite willow trees that Noah spread out across the mirror dimension, all using homing quality of sever to release attacks from an entirely different dimension, as with over 700 base damage values, with Noah even activating Oblivion along with the boosts from his physiques. A single strike of sever could dish out over 2,500,000 true reality damage values, half of the damage that a legend could release in a single attack. And Noah wasn't even past the 7th firmament of ascendancy, nor had he broken his shackles to form his reality passages, BZZZT, the Ascendant. Reality severs arrived as their target was the ancestral Beowulf, closing in, smashing onto the visage of this existence as the lasers of illuminating unstable realities released their reality novas and ascendant reality fireballs as well. WAA, the figure of Beowulf was hated briefly as over 10 million collective true damage values had thundered down onto his visage. His lustrous fur seemed to release their own innate barrier as not even a hair worth of it was touched. Showing the disastrous might of this existence, as even such an attack didn't seem to get through to it. But this massive reality-devouring wolf was still stopped briefly as the Emperor of the Golden Eye even managed to catch up at this time. He seems to hold many cards at play. We might have to get serious and not treat him like a mere existence at the firmament of ascendancy. Chapter 1730. Fight. We might have to get serious and not treat him like a mere existence at the firmament of ascendancy. As the Golden Eye spoke and Beowulf gazed forward, their eyes reflected the illuminating light of the 4 reality severs coming back to chain for a second time. Their bodies were once more streaks of resplendent light as they shot forward, facing the coming severs head-on, as a dark smile actually rose on the ferocious figure of Beowulf as he looked at the blaring unstable lights closely. He's even managed to forge a dominating ability. The eyes of legend were supremely perceptive. As they noticed the intricacies of ascendant reality sever, classifying it into a class of abilities known as that released tremendous power consecutively and got stronger over time, but against my grandeur. The bestial eyes of the reality-devouring wolf flashed as in the next moment, a fantastical scene bloomed as space split apart and 21 glimmering reality passages emerged. BZZZT, they released such tremendous pressure and majesty as seas of a myriad of essences along with the multicolored essence of reality washed down onto the incandescent figure of Beowulf. This creature actually pulling upon another authority that only legends could draw upon as he channeled the wild waves of essence. From his reality passages towards the oncoming unstable strikes of ascendant reality severs that should have been on their way to the second chain, crack, an immense authority was pulled upon as the surging and uncontrollable waves of essence pumping from the reality passages of a legend actually burst open the rays of sever. An undeniable authority actually coursing through this skill as Noah was shocked to find it cancelled. The second chain of ascendant reality severs never arrived as his true sanguine clones in the mirror dimension felt the chaining effect of this ability actually fail for the first time ever, this being from an astounding authority that only legends could employ. Hung. The ancestral Beowulf showed off a devilish smile as with seriousness, he tore across the veils of the dream dimension, his jaws outstretched as they seemed ready to devour their target whole. The Emperor of the Golden Eye didn't sit still as glimmering reality passages erupted from it as well, booming out like a nuclear warhead as these two legends utilized their authority to quickly capture the being before them. Thump! Noah could feel the golden blood coursing through every part of him as the beat of his heart kept him calm. Even with two monsters exploding out with power behind him, he still kept his cool as all the actions he was doing resumed their order. The three true sanguine clones in the mirror dimension utilizing the infinite willow tree forms resumed their casting of sever even though their chaining was cancelled with the shocking authority of a legend, an eruption of authority that seemed to come from the utilization of one's reality passages at the realm of reality. As if one had sufficient or more power than another, they should theoretically be capable of overcoming the authority. So Noah expected his chaining skills to never be affected if he obtained this authority himself. So long as his authority was higher than the other being. But this was a thought for the future. He now had to deal with the present where it seemed that two legends were right on his tail. The distance to the location of the dream inversion bauble, he saw that the distance wasn't too far away, so he simply had to survive this burst of power these creatures showed as he could then allow them to join the fray against 6 living dreams and nightmare legends. There was no fear in his eyes even as 2 legends that could tear him apart neared, his true blood actually boiling at the fact that he was running as the will of the unnamed Kainos Emperor was roaring out unwillingly. To get past this juncture and lure them to the dream inversion bauble, Noah would do all that was required. Fight, bzzzt, his will surged as while monstrous beasts the size of realities neared him from behind, for of the remnant relics lit up with a terrifying light. Fight, WAA, an ascendant illuminating soul star bloomed as it wasn't a chained ability that could be cancelled, the enemies receiving its effects every time they gazed at it, and so long as Noah kept it active. Fight. His will raged out as the rays of unstable lights that represented severs cast from a different dimension also tore towards his enemies, the remnant relics fully lighting up as the wills of fallen beings from the Age of Destiny arose to lend a hand to the unnamed Kainos Emperor. The surroundings of this area of the dream dimension seethed and quaked as splendor gushed out in full all around it. The appendage of the ruined emperor released an all-devouring crimson sea that surged with tens of billions of glimmering spinning cosmos. The tongue of the eldritch king shone with a virulent light as a storm of poisonous essence flooded out en masse, the skulls and other remnant relics releasing their own splendors as these residual wills of past emperors exploded out fully. Against genuine legends of this age, Noah was taking in all of the damage values being thrown out as he studies this battle to the best of his abilities, watching the seamless connection of the reality passages of legends and how they utilized them as he even focused on the glimmering river of reality distinctly flashing over the bodies of these massive creatures. This was a wondrous opportunity to expand his knowledge and better comprehend the power of legends, and he was shown a speck of it as even though Beowulf and the Emperor of the Golden Eye were moving with seriousness since they released their reality passages, they still weren't truly utilizing their full power as their vibrant halos weren't out, nor had they called upon their taboo authorities yet. This inherently remained as the pride of legends as since they knew Noah was at a lower level. They understood the cards he could play would dry out eventually in the next microseconds as he would fall in their hands. They also didn't want to eradicate him right away as the Emperor of the Golden Eye sought answers about the remnant disaster. So these legends weren't moving for the kill. What they didn't know was that the situation was truly time-sensitive, as if they had stopped Noah earlier with all of their power. Crack. The grandeur of 4 remnant relics exploded as the appendage of the ruined emperor trembled with utter brilliance before finally it began to peel and turn into dust. 2 other remnant relics did the same as they forever faded from reality. But their jobs were done as ever so briefly. The visages of the 2 legends were held back before they broke through the astounding abilities with dazzling authorities as they deflected and defended against all the damage. But it is enough. Noah's thoughts were illustrious as he could feel his other soul nearby in the location where 6 living dreams and nightmare legends were lying in wait ahead of them. In the cosmic Holy Land, his main body downed even more ascendant flasks of life and death as he pulled upon the authority of his only taboo relic so far to begin shielding the true sanguine clone, leading two legends into a shocking trap, a glorious act about to unfold as the symphony of destiny reached a resounding crescendo. Chapter 1731. Fight. 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 The soul that was already shrouded with the authority of Lethe stayed out of bounds from the nearby dream hellscape that seemed eerily calm, where one wouldn't even think that six legends were currently on a silent standoff after many battles. Rivers of unseen destiny surrounded it as it counted down to when the true sanguine clone would arrive and pull in two unknowing prey to disrupt the beautiful stillness. This portion of Noah's soul didn't even bother spreading its aura out to explore the dream hellscape that had the dream inversion bauble at its very center, knowing that he would alert the constantly gazing wills of the living dream and nightmare legends the moment he did so. He counted down as after the true spirit form unleashed the might of 4 remnant relics and his own spamming of abilities, the two lured legends were pushed back enough that when they neared this clone next, it would be when they broke into the domain of space that was the dream hellscape. One could see billowing typhoons and swirling tornadoes of unstable dream essence, this entire domain seeming like a hellish nightmare as the microseconds counted down slowly. A sense of apprehension and excitement bubbled up as ever so perceptibly, one could start to feel and hear a droning sound that came from afar. It was akin to countless nuclear explosions going off within a tenth of every microsecond, as it foretold of a mass that was moving much too quickly, breaking across any barriers of the dream dimension as soon enough. The calm auras of living dreams and nightmare legends rose up to attention. Before they could even probe or prod, boom, a sound akin to the sky-shattering bellowed out as from one corner of the dream hellscape. Clouds and storms of dream essence exploded out in a shocking manner. Along with it, a hellish cloud of a bloodline storm that was called upon by the utilization of another remnant relic surged, this being something Noah did purposefully to grant himself just a microsecond of shielding amidst the ancient will of an existence from the age of destiny. In this small shielding, even more of the authority of Lethe was pulled upon as the veil of Lethe burned brightly. This was also a minor card to play, as if one recalls, the veil of Lethe didn't just have a taboo authority to hide the wearer, but it also held effects of causing enemies to act carelessly and with heedlessness towards you, such actions of forgetfulness eventually leading them to their oblivion. It wasn't something that only affected Noah, but even the surrounding existences near it, as it held some effect as to why, apart from their own pride and reasoning, the two legends chasing him had not erupted with all their power to capture him even now. Now, Noah had to try and expertly control this authority to hide him as he moved within this dream hellscape, his path to victory lying in the actions that would unfold with the intrusion of the Emperor of the Golden Eye and the ancestral Beowulf. AWO, a glorious howl bellowed out as it seamlessly burst apart the noxious essence of the remnant relic, the eyes of this legend and the enormous winged eye behind it feeling that their target was not running away once more as he actually nearly escaped their eyes into the folds of space, but as their will spread out and they ascertained their surroundings. The grandeur of the chaotic dream hellscape presented before them as when the unstable dream essence was ousted away by their wills, they were able to ascertain the auras of 6 existences of their stature as well as an incandescent glowing allure of light that those in the firmaments of ascendancy might not be able to discern floated mesmerizingly. A legend's sight could instantly see what it was as with an instant, the ferocious eyes of the ancestral Beowulf and the Emperor of the Golden Eye having similar thoughts as they recognized the supreme taboo dream treasure right away. A dream inversion bauble is such a remote peripheral region, WAA. This was the exact thought that crossed the minds of the two legends, as they were much more knowledgeable than others, and they had even spent many years exploring the dream dimension among other dimensions that they could step their feet in. There were a few unwritten rules that legends followed when they did explore different dimensions. The periphery of a dimension was somewhat safer as unique creatures in the firmaments of ascendancy and weak legend natives could be found. But this safety was traded for less opportunity. If you ever dared to delve deeper into a dimension, that you would come across more abundant opportunities, but you might also come across the terrifying core natives of these dimensions that had lived for eons and could rip apart weak legends with ease. So only the most confident primordial legends delved deep into dimensions as similar to the vast realities. There were mysterious and shocking changes that had occurred all those years back when Oppenheimer utterly changed many things, his actions spreading out to unpredictably cover entirely too many aspects and too many things, for the more powerful pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodlines. They even had specific domains in some dimension under their banner, as their power didn't just extend to realities and grotto sanctums, the power they wielded being something unimaginable. Those following the banner of the last emperor were truly dreadful existences, as their reach and aims were hard to discern even for the inner circles of these same bloodlines. boundless mysteries were waiting to be unfolded as back to this moment in time. Ancestral Beowulf and the Emperor of the Golden Eye knew how rare it was to actually find something as unique as a dream inversion bauble in the periphery of the dream dimension and not in the depths where existences of much higher strata could be claiming it. A supreme taboo dream treasure like this could be traded for many grotto acres that could make those ascending any strata jealous, its singular use being too reality bending as any legend that saw it would fight for such a thing with their very life. Chapter 1732 Boundless Waves of Taboo. Living dreams and nightmares saw treasures like dream inversion baubles with fervor, but those outside of this dimension sought them with madness, as after one considered its high value it simply couldn't be left alone. Even legends more powerful than the ancestral Beowulf and the Emperor of the Golden Eye would maddeningly fight for one if it was before their eyes. This was why, BZZZT. As they sensed the barreling wills of 3 living dreams and 3 nightmare legends stare back towards them with shock and fury, these 2 primordial legends decisively and with utter conviction shot out towards the mesmerizing supreme taboo dream treasure ahead of them. The eyes of the ancestral Beowulf glinted with glorious light as he threw even the idea of Noah Osmond in the back of his mind, while the shifty eye of the Emperor of the Golden Eye was the only thing still sternly looking around as it couldn't locate the being they were changing all this time after their momentary lapse of attention. But the allure of the treasure before them was too grand as even this careful legend proficient in destiny pulled towards it. Bold, bellows, and screeches rang out as the nightmares and living dreams legends erupted out with utmost fury, their forms gradually becoming clear as they left their still positions in space to fend off enemies that had come to steal something they were fighting for years. From the side of the living dreams, one could see swirling storms of golden sand as the glorious forms of a vast deep-sea beast similar to an ancient stingray made of sand rose up. There was also an incandescent form of a gigantic archaic bull with vibrant golden horns, and the last living dream legend actually had the crystallized golden sand form of an imperial phoenix as its eyes gazed down with shocking coldness and regal wrath. Then there were the nightmares, with massive bodies similar to the Beowulf and the winged golden eye. These creatures were similar variations of each other as they were humanoid in form, their skin dry and gray as it seemed to induce age and vicissitude, with their heads being the most unique thing as from their necks up. Their skin seemed to change into a mass of golden gems as their heads eventually formed into weirdly shaped golden crowns. They didn't hold any eyes as their heads themselves were in the form of molten crowns. The variations between the 3 of them minute as they and the living dreams exploded out with tens of reality passages that shook the surrounding space and made it seem like too many rivers of realities had formed and were gushing down endless resources all around. To top it all off, golden ascendancy halos erupted from them as between the living dream and nightmare legends, each one actually held 4 or 5 black tier ascendancy halos, hung. The pure might and pressure they released were utterly dreadful as ancestral Beowulf and the Emperor of the Golden Eye replied in kind, their bodies erupting with ascendancy halos that shone of gold and black, the 2 of them actually having 8 and 9 black tier ascendancy halos respectively, but the total count of ascendancy halos that these legends displayed were not the 30 that ninth firmament existences could forge, but 60 total ascendancy halos that undulated over their massive bodies in such rapid succession and fashion that it seemed like each legend was surrounded by a golden pillar of light that gradually turned black at the very top. It was utterly dreadful and maddening to see as the eruption of their auras alone could shake and pulverize the souls of existences in weaker stratas. The pure aura of taboo permeated out and began to weave with utmost terror, reified abilities beginning to form as this whole dream hellscape was about to turn into an utterly hellish battlefield. The living dream and nightmare legends burst out with immense ferocity as they had been lying in wait for many years while fighting for the supreme taboo dream treasure of this dream hellscape, and yet new entrants came out of nowhere to try and snatch what should be theirs. BZZZT, horrific forms of reified abilities erupted as the personification of wondrous skills bloomed and clashed. Chaos weaving around as the arcs of taboo burst open the very surroundings atmosphere. Uniquely enough, the surrounding space of the dream dimension was split apart similar to when others fought in the vast realities, but the shattered spaces healed and reformed at a shockingly faster rate as it didn't even give time for spatial storms to form. The very structure of the dimension seemed to be sturdier and more robust as chaotic golden sand weaved everything together. The clash from the Titanus beings leaving behind arcs of taboo that looked down over everything with coldness and ruthlessness. Amidst all this, no being in the firmaments of ascendancy could survive even these residual arcs of taboo. Right, time seemed to barely be moving as near the clash of pristine beings in rank stratas, there was a hidden existence wrapped tightly in a veil of a taboo authority made purposefully to evade the eyes of other taboo authorities. the shield of oblivion and other resplendent auras and shields surrounded him as they were bursting open every microsecond just from the residual waves of taboo, but he continued to recast them and remain hidden as best he could while pulling further and further away from the center of the battle. His essence was only silently reforming the defensive shield around him as he even allowed the residual waves of the attacks of the legends to propel him forward, trying his best to make sure that he would not be noticed. This was because the moment that the eyes of 8 legends focused on him and realized what he was trying to do, his clone would face utter eradication as he could barely withstand the might of 2 legends before much less 8. The attacks of the legends were enough to cause his purely soul form to shudder as he ever so slowly neared the glimmering ball of resplendent light in the distance. The hardest task out of this whole ordeal about to come as he had to somehow place a supreme taboo dream treasure in his expansive space and warp or teleport away from the eyes of 8 existences in the stage of reality. The success and failure of this task would be entirely reliant on fate and destiny. And then Noah's own efforts and abilities, as even his own destiny could not give him a clear answer at this moment. But as he edged forward and different residual waves of taboo concepts and authorities washed over him, thump, his soul began to pulse as an inexplainable itch arose from nowhere. Chapter 1733 Boundless Waves of Taboo. Noah edged forward as different residual waves of taboo concepts and authorities washed over him when all of a sudden, thump, his liquefied soul began to pulse as an unexplainable itch arose from nowhere. This feeling was shared with all of his bodies even though a single true sanguine clone was exposed to the taboo authorities of 8 different legends. His soul receiving maelstrom of attacks that caused imperceptible thin cracks to spread out ever so slowly across the liquefied lake of blue wonder. This was because even with the primogenial strata, the pressure of just the residual attacks of taboo concepts was utterly apocalyptic as Noah only managed to withstand them due to his abnormal number of 2,400 quasi-taboo nomological edicts. The damage of taboo concepts and authorities weaved and bypassed the true reality defense value shields and barriers Noah had as they blocked the oncoming damage somewhat. But the conceptual damage of taboo had to be withstood by taboo. So after the damage was dispelled by Lethe and then withstood further by Noah's quasi-taboo concepts, a minuscule amount still passed through and ravaged Noah's soul to cause the cracks that were currently spreading out. After all, this was the collective residual authority of 8 legends, but the unique thing out of all this was that these injuries to his soul that were building up actually caused Noah to feel an itch. His task this time was purely the dream inversion bauble, but this itch arose as it resonated with the concepts and authorities of taboo that were surging all around him, and itch as his injured soul that was gaining cracks was exposed to the taboo authorities from multiple sources, Noah finding out with shock that the exposure to all this actually caused a reaction to the very taboo concept his main body was trying to forge in the cosmic Holy Land. Hung, a silent droning sound bellowed out as his soul cried out fervently. The more that it withstood and was washed over by the boundless taboo authorities, the faster that Noah's main body experienced the natural laws of reality flowing into his bundle of concepts, weaving together his first taboo nomological edict, opportunity. It was a boundless opportunity in a time of great danger, as even though there was this unexpected benefit, the cracks on the soul of the true sanguine clone were spreading ever faster as the damage Noah's soul was receiving was still too much for his current stage, even if it was residual bursts of taboo that wasn't even focused on him. He had to quickly strive to reach the dream inversion bauble before his clone's primogenial soul was shattered. Even though there seemed to be fantastical boons to being exposed to the taboo authorities of legends that were killing him at the same time, the will of the unnamed Kainos Emperor was unwilling as it gazed at this reality, Noah's eyes in the cosmic Holy Land releasing boundless light as they sought for a solution, and after a microsecond, a burst of golden light shone as Noah felt his own soul pull upon an essence it had utilized to get where it was right now, the will of the unnamed Kainos Emperor seemed to see the path forward as it pulled upon the authority of Arcadian tyranny, Noah's main body becoming situated atop the throne of Arcadian tyranny as corrupted edicts began to surge from him and into this throne to be grounded down to pure transcendent soul flames that surged towards his injured primogenial soul. The presence from the 3 cardinal royal wolves adjudicator legions Noah had wiped out before the Emperor of the Golden Eye came had not ended it just granting him hundreds of quasi-taboo concepts. These beings had lived for a great deal of years and were even more powerful than the legions Noah had killed prior to them, filled with 7th and 8th firmament existences that had granted him 1 million concepts ranging from minor to insuperable. Even though the adjudicator legions had few beings in number, their quality was top-notch as the number of low-tier edicts exceeded the 1 million mark, as this number was even inflated past 2 million just from these 3 adjudicator legions. These 2 Million concepts ranging from minor to insuperable that Noah could withstand hundreds of thousands at the same time were slowly cycled to be corrupted and burned with the authority of Arcadian tyranny to become wisps of golden soul flames that surged into the cracks of his injured soul. When they did so, Noah fled an inexplicable euphoric feeling as the rising itch was gradually getting scratched, the sensation being astounding as his injured soul healed its cracks as thereafter it shone with an even more brilliant blue luster. The liquefied soul the size of a lake healed its cracks as it actually began to expand just a little further while swallowing all incoming soul flames from the burned edicts, the authority of taboo from 8 legends arriving again soon after as cracks spread once more. And like a cycle, they began to heal just as fast. The soul flames gained from burned edicts didn't just have the factor of strengthening. They could also heal one's soul under certain conditions. A cycle of destruction and reformation, an astounding opportunity that no other being could experience. As Noah peered through destiny and first schemed of this current reality playing out, he had felt boundless peril paired up with boundless opportunity. He had thought the dream inversion bauble was a big enough opportunity as he was wrong, with there still being more boons as he could undergo refinement of his soul right here and now, which existence in the firmaments of ascendancy could have the chance to face the residual attacks of 8 legends that didn't instantly destroy them? Which one would then also have a unique essence that could heal and strengthen a soul that they could utilize simultaneously? It was an opportunity only Noah could grab as his liquefied primogenial soul expanded even further under this pressure, strengthening itself while actually using the pressure of legends as a millstone to become even sharper and deadlier. At the same time, he allowed the residual waves of attacks to float him closer and closer to the blinding light of the supreme taboo dream treasure, intent on obtaining all of the opportunities. Chapter 1734 Utter stupor. A massive wolf the size of a reality was ravaging across the dream hellscape as this legend had a look of cruelty and excitement present on its devilish bestial face, its eyes releasing waves of utter brutality as it bellowed out. Mere vestiges of dream essence that have gained sentience over eons. Do you think your little coagulation of essence can withstand true taboo? Boom, mere impudence. Maybe if you had fallen under the banner of a straighted dream emperor, you could be bold enough to oppose us. But as mere vagrants. The very atmosphere quaked and tumbled as taboo authority was mixed into a reified ability as behind Beowulf, the enormous visage of a humanoid wolf with over a dozen pairs of arms formed. His eyes were a blank of whiteness as his body had half glimmering fur and half skin, boasting the head of a wolf as in his many hands pulsing glacial continents the size of thousands of cosmos could be seen. This reified ability actually beginning to throw such massive structures filled with taboo authority all around. Boom, the ancestral Beowulf was going wild as he pushed deeper into the dream hellscape to obtain the dream inversion bauble. And then there was the Emperor of the Golden Eye. Even amidst this chaos, the actions of this legend were calculated as a massive archaic nymph moved soulless behind him, cosmic forests and vegetation blooming out under its command while the shifty eye of this winged golden eye gazed around closely. The gaze of this legend was on the battle as its released pressure also pushed further in, but it seemed to be looking for something amidst this chaos as the raging taboo authorities made it hard to do so. The power of these 2 primordial legends was wilder and more robust than the dream legends, these 6 existences facing a sense of oppression as they were pushed back further and further. Their bodies lit up one after another as typhoons and hellish sandstorms bloomed, these existences beginning to fuse with their ascendancy halos as their bodies fully delved into the battle. They did this as they further left behind an unguarded glittering mass of golden light, a hidden visage of a terrifying existence that was hiding on the coattails of all this moved ever closer. His will nearly in reach as the hardest part of all this was about to come, but as always things don't purely fall in line as one expects. At the center of the battle, the visage of the Emperor of the Golden Eye that had been gazing around the battle carefully while pushing and had a small thought, did he perish from the attacks? He seemed to disappear the moment we came across. The luminous eye of the Golden Emperor flashed, came across? No, we didn't come across it. The astounding destiny of this legend surged as he recalled the movements of Osmond as they traversed the periphery of the dream dimension. He never turned or steered away as he always forged ahead towards a single direction. As if he knew exactly where he was going and had a predestined location in mind, boom, destiny surged as after not being blinded entirely by the treasured light of a supreme taboo dream treasure. The Emperor of the Golden Eye picked up on some clues as his destiny showed the way forward. The robust body of this legend then exploded out with wild power as an ancient voice bellowed out, "It's a trap! Allow for the lockdown of space." A reified ability shot forth from him as a visage of yet another nymph rose to lay down spatial chains all around them. But two nightmare legends snorted as obsidian chains of cosmic light flew from them to rebuff this ability and not allow space to be locked down by a single being. These legends had been fighting for the control of space this whole time, as its locking by a single authority would grant that being all the more power as they could freely move around. So the actions of the Emperor of the Golden Eye were rebuffed before they could yield any results. What happened next was a culmination of many things, but the singular largest cause was the conflict between legends themselves. The power of a legend was robust as they could move faster and with more power than anyone in the firmaments could imagine. By when they were directly opposing each other, foolish. A mere firmament existence is playing S4- hung. The words of the Emperor of the Golden Eye had turned wrathful as even ancestral Beowulf woke up from his rampage, his luminous revolving eyes gazing towards a blinding golden clump of light in the far-off distance. A dazzling light of a supreme taboo dream treasure. At this moment in time, an aura could barely be discernible near it as this wondrous clump of treasure in the next instant began to vibrate and release an even more magisterial splendor. Rumble, a shining soul could be seen near the glorious bundle of light as it burst out with authority, finally being sensed by the fighting beings as each of them gazes and had their wills burst out instantly. This was actually the deciding factor for what was to occur. The raging wills and authorities of 8 legends that reached out all fought against each other for supremacy, as the end result was a slight delay that allowed for a shocking result to bloom. A flash of light, a resounding note of destiny, and then the utter disappearance of a supreme taboo dream treasure. Ridiculous. Boom. The Emperor of the Golden Eye that had figured out all this and seen it happen in real time exploded out with a shocking attack towards the now empty expanse of space. By the small soul trying to warp away once more tugged upon their remaining remnant relics as dream essence seethed in the surroundings were further drowned into a chaotic mass of storms. Tens of millions of true reality soul damage reverberated out as dense essence of taboo permeated the atmosphere of the dream dimension, working fast as always to dissipate damage unto itself as the rising storms were quickly contained as the area came to calm down. The surroundings becoming crystal clear, all the powerful existences here couldn't help but look forth in a stupor, the treasure they were all fighting for at this time not being seen before their eyes, as even the one who had taken it was nowhere to be seen. A bellow of immense rage and humiliation resounded out soon after as reality-shattering glacial cosmic storms began to manifest out. Chapter 1735. Utter humiliation, an inexplicable situation. The visage of legends gazed at the disappeared cluster of golden light in disbelief as the ancestral Beowulf was the first one to release a thundering howl, the other legends reacting after this as the eyes of the living dream and nightmare legends turned utterly cold and malicious. The massive figures of the grey humanoid nightmares with golden gems and a crown for their heads actually fully fusing with their halos as their bodies gained splendorous auroras of wings, glittering runic ecratures also beginning to rotate rapidly around them as their reality passages pumped more and more essence akin to volcanic eruptions going off. Tricks. Return the supreme treasure. Boom. A malevolent nightmare bloomed as horror-inducing phantoms gained personification and moved, going towards to attack the ancestral Beowulf and the Emperor of the Golden Eye as they released their anger and humiliation from losing Slight and letting a tremendous treasure slip right before their eyes. They had waited here and clashed many times over the past years without a victor for this. They did not call any reinforcements and wanted to keep the chance to obtain this all to themselves, as they didn't even report it to the more powerful legends of higher strata. Now, their malevolent gazes turned to the ancestral Beowulf and the Emperor of the Golden Eye as these two beings felt even more stifled than them, with the Golden Eye burning with rage as he had discovered the plot before he carried it out, and he could have easily succeeded in foiling it had these living dreams and nightmares legends not fought against him in the crucial moment, fools that have only experienced the allure of dreams. Boom! The vibrant reverberations of taboo authority permeated across the dream hellscape once more, even though there was nothing to fight for. The rage that the primordial legends were feeling being directed to the living dreams and nightmare legends as a light of brutality erupted, calling for death as someone had to pay the price for this ridiculous ordeal. Hung, as the wrath of legends unfolded unto themselves, a small soul slowly approached from outside of the dream hellscape while tightly wrapped around a veiled taboo authority. Other beings might call it a day after pulling off something so unbelievable as snatching a supreme taboo dream treasure right under the noses of 8 legends. With their bellies being full as they left with contentment, these were other beings. Then there was Noah. His heart still felt the exhilaration coursing through his soul as his main body prepared to unfold the wondrous boon he had obtained, with his true sanguine clone and the true spirit form managing to escape after he utilized 4 more remnant relics and teleported out an instant after. Noah not even canceling this clone, as that would mean the soul within it would directly return to him. This was dangerous as he didn't want any direct trace linking back to his main body, and he now moved carefully as the portion of his soul that had entered the dream dimension and talked with the dream of fractured wills moved. The soul had waited outside of the dream hellscape this whole time as it actually returned to bathe in the terrifying wills of taboo authorities, wanting to strengthen and reinforce itself even more as the effects of having the soul flames from Edict heal while he was undergoing destruction greatly boosted the power of his primogenial soul, destruction, and reformation. Noah wanted to experience this over and over again as after dancing between the level of danger and opportunity with his destiny, he proceeded again as he slowly entered the boundary of the dream hellscape where the waves of taboo authorities were raging. It was a ridiculous notion as if anyone happened to hear about his actions they would only look at him in an utter stupor as they shook their heads in disbelief at his boldness. But Noah calculated the level of dangers present as for the sake of the faster progression of his taboo concept and strengthening his soul, his veiled portion of soul stayed a far away distance to bathe in the taboo authorities of legends while observing battles at the level of these beings. A battle where a single one of their attacks carried ranges of 10 to 20 million true reality damage, not even the base 5 million that was a given for all beginner legends. This showed the dreadful power of these beings as Noah stayed far enough away and continued tightly holding on to the strings of destiny to make sure he was ready to react at any time. These easy teeth cracks would spread onto his soul. SHA, and resplendent soul flames from burnt corrupted edicts would go to heal his soul and make it even stronger, and the slow induction of the natural laws of reality into his taboo design would occur just a little bit faster. A cycle of destruction and reformation thus unfolded as the boons of this opportunity didn't end, Noah wishing they would continue to fight for as long as they could as he could see the enormous reified abilities of cosmic wolves and nymphs begin to actually tear apart the living dream and nightmare legends. Even though they had more in number, golden blood had begun to form lakes and rivers in the dream hellscape as Noah wished he could freely drink and take the true blood of legends to attain their shocking bloodlines, especially the dream and nightmare legends, as he could move across the dream dimension with even more ease. But his destiny rang out warning bells when this thought even appeared, as right now, apart from the boons of destruction and reformation and his taboo concept proceeding even faster, he also wanted to see where he could snipe any legend that would fall in this dream hellscape. It was a long shot. But Noah still wanted to try. Boom. Fractures and cracks spread out as apocalyptic abilities unfolded, Noah seeing the jaws of Beowulf ripping out the glimmering crown of a nightmare legend as his eyes watched on closely. Even with the destruction of the head, this legend still moved and was filled with an abundance of life that had only now begun to weaken. Chapter 1736 Dream Version Bauble. It was a far-off dream. Snipe the soul of a legend right before its death and obtain an unknown quality of loot and taboo nomological edicts. It was throwing bait into the sea of destiny and seeing if anything would come out of it, but even Noah's illustrious destiny didn't actually show too high of a chance for this. Instead, danger bells had actually begun to ring as Noah silently pulled upon the essence of the mirror reality where he sent all clones so far ready to warp away from this dimension and into an entirely new one at an instant as he continued to bathe in waves of taboo and watch the unfolding brutal battle, with the targets being right before his eyes. Noah's clones could release multiple ascendant reality severs at a moment's notice as he would still try to the best of his abilities. Roar, the injured nightmare legend became weaker and weaker as the ancestral Beowulf ravaged it even more, its abundant life force weakening as it seemed to almost be on its last legs. At such a juncture, Noah's clones situated in an entirely different dimension got ready to release their deadliest attacks, but Noah felt the dream essence in the surroundings seethe as an instant later, the singular golden eye of a terrifyingly perceptive legend that had nearly foiled his plans earlier actually gazed towards his direction, the rage in its eyes palpable. Noah didn't even wait to see the eruption of this legend as after attaining so many benefits and pushing the completion of his taboo concept ever closer, he followed the weaving of destiny and disappeared from the dream dimension entirely. There didn't seem to be any more opportunities linked to the dream hellscape and primordial legends he had lured there anymore, as Noah had already drained them of many things, and he now closed off this event as until he became more powerful to withstand a genuine legend. He had to be careful of those he had offended and knew him, and this was especially so for the Emperor of the Golden Eye, who was proficient in destiny, as Noah's soul entirely faded. The eruption of wrath from pure anger and disbelief at the fact that even after he stole the dream inversion bauble, he had actually stayed behind to watch the legends battle. Such a reality filled the Golden Eye with utmost rage as his bellow could be heard even as Noah faded into an entirely different dimension. Osmund, Houm, a bellow of boundless rage from a legend as Noah had made a powerful enemy. But all of it was fine as the prize from all this was too wondrous. In the cosmic Holy Land, Noah's main body remained on the throne of Arcadian tyranny as a surge of many mystical types of essences still swirled around him like a storm, the natural laws of reality going back to their snail pace while surging into the mixture as with the ordeal Noah just went through. The formation of this first taboo concept was brought up by many days as only a few remained before it could finish, but this wasn't the center of Noah's focus as he pulled upon his authority to call out the glimmering incandescent ball of light that was at the center of the dream hellscape that he had obtained, beside the empty golden throne of the cosmic Holy Land and the many golden steps that led down endlessly. This cluster of light appeared in the middle as the throne of Arcadian tyranny that Noah currently sat on was opposite to it. It was in the middle of two magisterial thrones, and yet the grandeur it gave off seemed to surpass everything around here as Noah was expectant to how the dream inversion bauble looked and what he could do with it. Turning a dream to reality. This encompassed many things as the possibilities were endless. Noah's eyes shot out resplendent flames of golden light as after becoming the owner of this wondrous treasure, his will reached into the blinding golden light to now claim it. The golden mass was unique as Noah's will only sensed this cluster of light the further in his will went, going forward until it reached the very center of this mass of golden light as there, bzzzt, Noah felt his will being sucked in as the golden cluster of light trembled, beginning to be sucked in towards the very center along with wisps of his own authority. What is? His eyes marveled even as he lost a portion of his will. Their luminous gaze coming to land on the object that had revealed itself after the cluster of golden light faded. How could it be described? It seemed like many hexagonal multicolored gems of light that released a rainbow-colored radiance, all of these gems tied to an indestructible golden string as if anything. This looked more like a glorious lavalier, a necklace shining with utmost splendor. This is a dream inversion bauble. Noah's mind was buzzing as even with his will barreling forth to identify this item, he came back with no information whatsoever. He was staring at it closely as the essence of the dictum emperor barreled out when, how long do you plan on staring? A sonorous smooth voice that seemed like the ringing of bells buzzed out, causing Noah's body to instantly erupt with 40 ascendancy halos as his arm raced to call upon a radiant otlotl of reality, over 10 remnant relics also appearing around him as they pulsed dangerously. A foreign voice had erupted out as its source was the hexagonal prism gems of the necklace before him that should have been a supreme taboo dream treasure. By even as Noah rated unconsciously and erupted with terrifying tools he could utilize to defend himself, he found that his destiny was still as bright as ever and had not even warned him of any danger. And it actually began to seethe and churn excitedly after this object revealed itself before Noah. My first words and you become this skittish? And here I was just feeling relieved that those abysmally destined primogenial strata children didn't get their hands on me. Shocking words one after another echoed out from the glimmering object before Noah, his gaze tightening as after ascertaining with his destiny over and over again, his halos and remnant relics faded as he even put the otlotl of reality away. His voice was steady as he spoke out. You are a dream inversion bauble? No. Hold on for any answers, let me first ascertain why my destiny favored you over even those two others. A shocking situation was unfolding as things were turning entirely in a different direction. Noah thinking about the words of this object before him closely. It had first mentioned abysmally destined primogenial strata children. This could refer to the living dream and nightmare legends as those two others this object had mentioned later could be the ancestral Beowulf and the Emperor of the Golden Eye. Oh? That's big. How did you get such a destiny at your stage? Bzzzt. Noah's gaze changed once more as this being seemed to have seen some things that it shouldn't be able to, but ridiculously. His destiny seemed to roil with excitement the more that this object's voice came out. This thing had to be good, right? The vibrant rainbow-colored necklace began to release pulses of light as Noah didn't feel any waves of authority. But it seemed to be discerning shocking things as it continued. Whoa! What is this? You've seamlessly fused so many realities into this single construct? What thing is this? The wondrous voice was actually filled with slight surprise at this moment as it continued on. Yeah, you were actually bold enough to call it the infinite reality? You're even connected to it in such an intricate manner. Stop Noah's eyes flashed as this object, whatever this thing was, was discerning too many things and too easily at that. As the most ridiculous thing was his seas of destiny actually jumping with excitement, the thing he obtained this time around being unlike anything he expected as he had to first understand what it was. What are you? If not a dream inversion bauble that the dream of fractured wills and all other legends were seeing. What are you? Silence reigned as the rainbow-colored lavalier actually floated forward and came right before Noah's throne of Arcadian tyranny. I am many things. I am not a dream inversion bauble. I am the dream inversion bauble, rumble. I am not a mere dead treasure that changes dream into reality once or twice and fades away. I am something you cannot imagine out of your wildest dreams. And we have now been bound the moment your will sank into me. Chapter 1737. Something from an unknown age. A sonorous and sweet voice carrying age and authority boomed around Noah as his destiny began to rage with maddened fervor. But his luminous eyes were steady even as this unknown treasure told him that it was now bound to him. How can you be bound to me when I still know nothing of you and cannot even glimpse a flash of information? His eyes were still staring probingly and inquisitively to find out anything about this incandescent rainbow-colored lavalier that floated before his eyes, and he still came back with nothing. Don't get it twisted. We are bound together by fate, fortune, destiny, and karma, WAA. If you are looking at me like something that you can have ownership over, I will tell you now to give up on such a dream right now. Whether it is now or the future. There is less than a millionth % chance for my being to ever be bound under any existence in these purportless lands. The words seemed like a declaration that was as close to the truth as it could get. With the words of this being coming out as mere facts, Noah gazed at such a treasure silently as it continued. My relationship with you is that of give and take. For having successfully bound yourself to me and allowed me to now move freely through your authority, you are allowed 2 uses of my absolute dream authority. If you want to gain more uses in the future, you need to grant me boons and treasures to replenish and add more uses, as if I get nothing, I will not be able to reciprocate any karma. Shocking words echoed out as they caused Noah's eyes to release beams of resplendent light, catching the fact that the single use of a dream inversion bauble was to utilize its absolute dream authority to grant one the ability to turn a dream into a reality. This unknown treasure before his eyes could do this infinitely so long as it consumed treasures. It was utterly stunning to get your hands on such a thing, as too many mysteries still surrounded it. Noah focusing on it as he asked lightly, just what is the origin of something like you? Even 100 uses are not enough for you to learn of my origins, ho? These words raised Noah's attention even more as he probed further. Even information about yourself is considered in these uses. Information about myself is a path you shouldn't even bother exploring, as you will gain nothing from it. Information about secrets and knowledge across the past ages, information about the very nature of life. I deal in all these things and more, so long as you provide me with enough materials to swallow. Boundless glorious possibilities rose in Noah's mind after listening to these words, understanding now why his destiny had begun to seethe with excitement, knowledge, and secrets of the past ages. The moment that Noah thought of this, a certain image popped in his mind. You have knowledge of important beings in history? Someone like Commander Fong of the Age of Destiny? A foreboding sense of silence ensued for the first time since this treasure began talking, Noah waiting patiently as after a few seconds. Yes, a single use for a specific knowledge about him. WAF. The tone was somber, as if this will expected Noah's next question. Knowledge of Oppenheimer. A silence that lasted even longer than before ensued, as the reply thereafter would leave anyone shocked. I do not wish for that being to gaze my way, so no. No uses that you offer me will be worth it. Try your best not to even mention or think too much of him. He is not someone a little thing like you can even begin to have designs about. WAA. The somber tone was evident in the sonorous smooth voice, as Noah even sensed a stern warning within it, but he was still shocked as from the manner this will spoke. It seemed he had really obtained something ridiculous. For something to know the secrets hidden across ages, and even more. The origin and nature of this treasure were too shocking to even fathom, as even Noah had to pause. Though with this infinite reality of yours, maybe you might just inadvertently has a wisp of his will gaze towards you, but I doubt it. The words were veiled in mystery as this voice purposefully chose to withhold crucial information. Noah's mind surged with millions of thoughts as he computed everything, his boon this time seeming greater than anything he had gotten his hands on before, as he had to move carefully. Seeing that confused expression on your face, I will utilize one use to explain just how you and I came to be bound. What? Noah's eyes rose as golden flames of annoyance nearly erupted from his eyes. With there being many plans in his mind for the absolute dream authority this treasure could provide 2 of, as one of them was reserved for a stupendous physique. But the next words caused his eyes to nearly turn black as a burst of laughter from the ancient languid voice echoed out. Look at you finally changing expressions. Alright, as a thanks for allowing the weaving of destiny to pull me where I am now, I will speak just a little without taking any payment. Noah's will calmed as it seemed he had to quickly learn how to deal with this vibrant new will. You see, when one shines too bright, they always get shot down the quickest, as that is what occurred countless cycles ago. I defied fading away into oblivion and paid a heavy price for it, but you don't need to know about all that, just understand that because of my nature and importance. Fate, karma, fortune, destiny. These inconceivable forces tuck me away in the veils of dimensions for too many cycles, as even when I manage to come out, I was in the periphery of the dream dimension where no strong beings would be passing, making my path all that much harder. Just when I was lamenting abysmally destined nightmares that might never even leave the primogenial strata came and found me, almost getting their hands on me if I hadn't altered the weaving of karma and destiny to call out to nearby creatures and pulled in living dream children. The battle that had stalled between 3 living dreams and nightmare legends were actually the machinations of this treasure, as it didn't want to be obtained by them. Another living dream child was also pulled in through fortune and fate, but they didn't bother to fight, as they were actually the ones to eventually lead you to the dream hellscape. But you came with 2 other children who had just a little bit better destinies, but still not up to my standards. You know how much authority you caused me to use up in order to dull the senses of those legends and make sure you floated close enough to take me? You don't know how much you lost by being so weak and causing me to make those moves myself before I latched onto an authority. Chapter 1738. Something from an unknown age. You don't know how much you lost by being so weak and causing me to make those moves myself before I latched onto an authority. Noah had no words at this, as his luminous eyes stared thoughtfully and with great restraint at this wondrous treasure still glimmering brightly before his eyes. So Noah tapped his throne with a thoughtful expression while continuing with a steady voice, "You are heavily restricted, and doing anything on your own will require a heavy cost." The shining gems of this treasure before his eyes seemed to be gazing at him calmly before they replied, "I am bound by karma and destiny in ways you cannot fathom, and to break these shackles, I can only rely on the aid of another. The person that is bound to me is extremely crucial, as a weak creature that will never amount to anything would mean that I will eventually fade to obscurity. But someone with a somewhat decent destiny like you should work. Decent destiny?" Noah's voice was sharp as he raised his head. He knew his worth more than anyone else, as he very well understood his actions and the goals he had for the future. He had set the beings who boasted immense authority and power over the vast realities as his enemies, with his path bound to be something bright, as he wouldn't just be another minor character that would be forgotten in the endless river of time. With the restrictions this treasure had as the very fundamental weaving of destiny that Noah was proficient in, and other concepts like karma, fate, and destiny working against them. Wasn't Noah the best possible existence they could bind themselves to? You seem to be a very egotistical guy, so don't get lost in your thoughts. Yes, your destiny is unique. But don't think you are a better option than the existences that legends of ancient bloodlines, dimensional bloodlines, or even the primordial bloodlines answer to. It is just the weaving of destiny that has brought us here. Noah's eyes released luminous rays of light as a smile couldn't help but form on his face. Out of all the things this treasure said, the main takeaway was the fact that the comparators Noah was placed next to were the beings that legends answered to, so he chose not to bicker with this treasure, as he only smiled and allowed it to continue as it got to the crux of the weaving of destiny that brought them here. I need an inordinate amount of resources to get back to even a semblance of what I was, with me being bound and not able to move freely unless under someone else's authority. It shall be a game of give and take with me and you. Where we shall incur karma between us as you grant me treasures, or in your own terms. Let's say loot. Loot? Noah's eyes raised at this as he thought about the mountains of glittering loot in his expansive space, his will going into it to make sure his vast collections were still there, as he had also placed this terrifying treasure within this space. Why is your will so agitated? Did you think I would lose my mind over the few things you have in your storage? They can barely grant a use or two as it is. And yes, all loot I can devour it in exchange for uses. It shall be an interplay of karma, fate, destiny, and fortune. As the more you gain, the more I shall receive. And the more you shall receive from me. The words of the terrifying treasure seemed to resonate with Noah's soul, as he had a foreboding sensation, his heart aching slightly when he thought about all his loot that seemed to be in great danger of disappearing soon. But you must give to receive. His will lamented at the talk of balance and karma as the voice of the unnatural. Treasure continued, your destiny is far vaster compared to those beings, as even though the loot you can provide me now is abysmal in quality, it will be much better when you start elevating yourself further. You even have interesting things like this infinite reality and what's this about your mana? Don't. Noah's thoughts receded as everything about himself was contained, but this ancient treasure was too terrifying, as it seemed to be capable of finding out everything. Wow, now that's interesting. Okay, I can definitely work with this. Well, Noah Osmont, the oh-so-great tyrannical emperor, the unnamed Kainos emperor. The voice seemed to carry hints of amusement and playfulness as it continued listing Noah's titles freely. The ninth infernal lord, are you ready to play with the bounds of karma and destiny with me? Even though the voice carried hints of amusement, everything became utterly serious as Noah breathed out while his will pulsed with luster. Destiny had long since begun to swirl around this location as it seemed an event of paramount significance was taking place, wisps of liquid light flowing between man and a glimmering lavalier that shone with rainbow-colored light. Noah gazed at this treasure as he voiced out slowly. "What shall I call you?" The unknown treasure before his eyes. It called itself the Dream Inversion Bauble and then stipulated that it was much more, and as the bindings between them were about to be solidified, Noah asked, how about Master? Or Great Master? Or going by the titles you have? How about something like the tyrannical Great Absolute Dream Master? The mesmerizing voice was not serious at all as Noah only gazed at it with his eyes raised, with the glimmering treasure releasing pulses of light as it seemed to be laughing before it continued. "Your thoughts seem to have already been referring to me a certain way. Lavalier, was it? It has a direct meaning to my form now, so you can refer to me as such. Lavalier, the seas of liquefied destiny seethed as this glimmering necklace that was already before Noah's eyes floated even closer to him, unceasing itself naturally as it actually went on to calmly wrap itself around Noah's neck. Noah's soul pulled with light as even though he could see this treasure in all of its movements. His body didn't even feel like something was around his neck as soon after. The hexagonal prism gems of lavalier seamlessly sank into his skin as around his neck. An incandescent vibrant cerulean tattoo that looked to match the many runic kainos mana lines of ascendancy appeared. A tremendous treasure. And also a terrifying object as it seemed to very easily be capable of peering into someone's thoughts. "You won't have to worry about me. My aims are far above these barren lands we are in as I also need your success to get where I need. So bring me lots of loot and let's dance around the bounds of karma and destiny." Noah Osmont, WAA, Chapter 1739 Absolute Dream Authority. Lavalier. Well, it's as good a name as any. Such a thought crossed through the mind of the one that had termed herself to be called Lavalier this existence, looking at the chosen emperor before her with immense focus. But to have stumbled upon an existence whose lifeline is undefined. I guess the chains around me must have really loosened after all these cycles. Shocking thoughts were crossing through her mind as she spoke of concepts that even common legends did not know of nor could they see. Lifelines, something every existence held as it was a coagulation of who they were, their concepts, destiny, karma, fate, soul. Their very being could all be defined and seen by those who were truly powerful. Over the eons, there arose some existences that, unlike the masses, their lifelines were, or simply were not observable or quantifiable. Unlike all others, these beings more often than not were the ones that were able to do something significant that defined the age of that era. Among the many beings blessed with astounding destiny and became chosen emperors over the ages, few among them held undefined lifelines. And Lavalier was lucky enough for the being she was bound to by karma and destiny among many other things was actually such an existence as the extent of his importance was something she didn't need to relay to him, lest his already astounding ego rise even higher. Hasn't even broken his first shackles or connected with nature to form his passages and he already attained a primogenial soul. And with me coming into the picture, he should exceed any normal chosen emperors as he might come to even reach the heights of those beings who rose to trounce these barren lands. WAA, it's a perfect choice, as if I was bound by those who could actually glean of my identity, they would have gone crazy and devoured me. And if it was in the hands of creatures with abysmal destiny, I would never be able to recover anything until they die and I become bound to another. The weaving of destiny and karma was unique as their shackles had caused Lavalier to struggle for too many cycles. And yet this single event that also had the influence of these two factors was enough to erase the misery of all those cycles as the possibilities were endless from here on out. Well, I still can't utilize my authority freely as it has to be through him. I can't even steer him too much unless it is through uses. Let's take it slow. His success will be my success, so let's start by recovering little by little as these chains that hold me. BZZZT, Hurwell gazed up as it looked at a scene that even some of the strongest legends wouldn't be able to fathom. It was a scene that showed countless bloody golden chains stemming from the small hexagonal prism gems that had sunk into Noah's body. These chains stretching out infinitely as they became as large as cosmos and eventually as large as realities. Continuing to stretch outwards endlessly, the bloody golden chains sparkled with brutal stellar light as every second, they released pulsing arcs of terrifying soul power onto Lavalier. These arcs being things that used to torment her with immense pain for too many cycles as at this point in time, she had learned to completely nullify the pain and even use this force to refine herself. the chain surged with countless baleful waves of destiny, karma, fate, and fortune, as they were unlike any of the calm seas of these essences that others would come across. The history behind all this being too terrifying, as nobody else could even shoulder it. But being bound to someone like this, it should be possible to loosen some of these chains over the years. Well, as I learned more about him, maybe even shorter, Hurl was terrifying and unfathomable as it swept across the infinite reality to learn even more about this existence with an undefined lifeline that she actually couldn't see through in some aspects. Her thoughts continued seamlessly as the time that seemed to be paused flowed smoothly once more. So bring me lots of loot and let's dance around the bounds of karma and destiny. Noah Osmond, the words of Lavalier were undeniable. As Noah let out a smile and nodded while fearing for his current loot and all future loot. He had many thoughts about this remarkable new treasure, as the biggest problem was currently the fact that seemed to so easily be capable of figuring out his secrets, and what was even more frustrating was that his destiny still didn't show any problems or risks on this issue. If he had utter and concrete control of Lavalier, he wouldn't have any worries. But even though this treasure was wrapped around his neck, he couldn't even sense it or learn anything more about it, as he felt extremely passive in this situation. The only reason he was still calm was his trust in his destiny, as always. It had never failed him before, as listening to it got him where he was now. So if it continued to see Lavalier as a boundless opportunity without any dangers, Noah could be as before as he listened to his destiny. But he now realized he needed other cards apart from this: karma, fortune, and fate. Let's see if I can understand your weaving as proficiently as destiny. His will set off new directives as he spoke to the new treasure he was bound to with purpose. Alright, Lavalier. The first order of business is the first use of your absolute dream authority. Wow, going straight to it with no foreplay? Okay, what does someone like you want when you are already on a path of building a foundation that only chosen emperors and those with mythical natural-born physiques can manage to attain? The sonorous voice of Lavalier made Noah pause slightly at the mention of chosen emperor and mythical natural-born physiques as he continued. I want to design a technique for a physique that will refine my body infinitely and allow for the endless formation of reality passages. And a runic écriture of modus operandi to complement it, as it will allow me to forge as many reality passages as my physique can handle. Baleful waves of destiny roared out as even Lavalier was briefly silent, with her voice coming to a second later. A dream inversion bauble would have granted you a half-defective technique to refine your physique endlessly, but you would have perished due to the imbalance with your origin, as your body and soul would have just collapsed. A use and a half from will grant you a genuine technique from your dreams to reality that won't allow you to perish just from cultivating it. With the runic écriture of modus operandi you seek costing another use and a half. Chapter 1740 Absolute Dream Authority. Noah currently had 2 uses of the Absolute Dream Authority under Lavalier, and he could achieve the physique he had in mind with 1.5 uses. To achieve another goal of a ridiculous runic écriture of modus operandi that he didn't think observing his infinite reality alone would grant, another 1.5 uses was required, as this would more than likely mean he had to already begin sending his loot towards Lavalier. I am bound by karma. When I tell you that utilizing the Absolute Dream Authority costs a certain number of uses, it isn't a number I think up randomly but the set exchange I can perform. If I exceed this or go below it, there will be a huge backlash with even more restrictions placed on me. The sonorous voice came down again as if they could read Noah's expression, his gaze flickering as he gazed into his expansive space while speaking out coldly. Start with the technique to infinitely refine my physique, everything else will come after. The first goal he had for even finding the dream inversion bauble as the dream dimension was this type of technique, and he would achieve this first and elevate his foundation to the extremes before the clone of Alexander left the pure-blooded domains to explore an unexplored grotto sanctum with shocking personages and more than likely legends. Very well. Your main body seems busy keeping your unfinished taboo concept intact. You want to bring one of your clones to experience the dream we shall make into a reality. The words of Lavalier were direct as one of the true sanguine clones that had been traversing the mirror dimension to erase all traces appeared beside Noah's throne of Arcadian tyranny in a flash, floating to go sit on the golden throne of the cosmic Holy Land. As the moment he did so, the cerulean runic tattoos around Noah's neck that were all that was left behind to prove the existence of Lavalier flashed. This clone's eyes beginning to close as he fell into a deep slumber, into a dream where Noah could come up with an astounding and unbelievable technique that would not be easy to ever conjure up realistically. But through the Absolute Dream Authority that treasured objects like dream inversion baubles had, this dream could be turned into a reality. Pristine essence began to weave around the clone as Noah watched on calmly, his soul still stretched out to many things as he still expertly controlled the mixture of essence to form his first taboo nomological edict. As for his slumbering soul and the true sanguine clone that had begun to dream out, a fantastical scene was playing out before its eyes. From the viewpoint of the true sanguine clone, Noah opened his eyes to gaze upon an incandescent field of golden green grass. The sky was the brightest blue as colorful, distinct, multicolored birds could be seen flying across it. With the golden green earth around him serene and full of glittering essence that seemed to stretch out endlessly, this location seemed like a paradisiacal landmass one could meditate in for millions of years. Noah waking up in such an area as he realized that around his body wisps of multicolored sand flowed around him. This multicolored sand was extremely unique as it seemed to hold astonishing authority far exceeding any other type of essence that Noah had come across. This is a manifestation of the absolute dream authority. Go ahead and materialize your dream, and after you wake up, a use and a half shall be enacted to make it into a reality. The serene voice of Lavalier rang out even in this paradisiacal land as Noah breathed out while focusing on his soul. He was here to make the third construct of his system. The infinite dream and infinite resources constructs could be achieved with immense usage of the essence of reality, as their primordial epitaphs were relatively easier to build, but a construct at the level of an endlessly refining physique could never be achieved purely with the abysmal reserves of essence of reality Noah held. As to make such a thing possible, something else was required. There were actually many methods, as the dream of fractured wills had mentioned. Noah wasn't the first it had come across to try this, with the dream inversion bauble being one of the methods of achieving something as reality breaking as an endless physique refining technique. What Noah couldn't do in reality, he could do in his dream, as it would then be actualized into reality with the absolute dream authority that Lavalier commanded. BZZZT, with his goals clear, Noah moved forward as within a dream. Everything was infinitely easier as there were no restrictions or ordeals to overcome, with him simply needing to dream as the manifestation of the absolute dream authority surged. A model of his soul rose as one could see two seamless constructs mixed in the lemniscate infinity symbol, with Noah simply dreaming of a third epitaph appearing within this larger primordial epitaph, as he termed this, the infinite dream physique, HUUM, infinite dream. Infinite resources, an infinite dream physique. Noah decided the third name of constructs simply as this physique wouldn't just be termed this because it stemmed from the authority of dreams, but also because it stood for Noah's own dream and aspirations to reach a stage of foundation no other beings could reach, to excel so much before he broke his shackles and eventually became a legend, as the moment he did, other legends would be left in the dust by his mere aura alone. OOM, dreams were much simpler than anything, as they didn't require any effort. The third construct appearing and inscribing itself on Noah's soul as the infinity epitaph released a glorious wave of cerulean light. Thereafter, Noah sent his thoughts on the specifications of this technique and what it would grant. Another vibrant blue light shining as the lemniscate infinity symbol sank back into his liquefied soul, a prompt rising before his eyes that caused his will to surge powerfully. The third construct of the infinite system, the infinite dream physique, has been successfully designed. That easy, no usage of essence of reality, no need for even an ounce of mana. This was because this was merely a dream. And now, alright, let's make the things here reflect themselves onto the current reality. BZZZT, the voice of Lavalier echoed out serenely as the true sanguine clone that had gone to slumber had its eyes begin to open ever so slowly at this moment. At the exact time, bountiful multicolored sand erupted around Noah's main body on the throne of Arcadian tyranny, this absolute dream authority surging into his soul and reflecting what his clone had dreamed into reality. Chapter 1741, The Finite Dream Physique. From dream to reality, this was something very few beings in the firmaments of ascendancy could manage to achieve, with exceedingly powerful beings in the dream dimension being capable of this at high costs or with the usage of supreme taboo dream treasures. At this moment, Noah was achieving this effect from a terrifying treasure, as after dreaming of a technique that could endlessly refine his physique in the form of a subconstruct of his system, it was now being turned into reality. A resounding bellow of resplendent light surged as the runic tattoo of hexagonal prism gems on Noah's neck released a bright luster, multicolored golden sand beginning to surge around him as it sank into his soul to reflect what he had dreamed. Under the absolute dream authority that would have exceeded the might of even a full dream inversion bauble, Noah felt the third construct of his system begin to come to life seamlessly. What you've done prior is actually very interesting. Reality-altering constructs for resources and ways to expand your soul intricately with dreams. Something that ultimately led you to me. Lavalier seemed to have been locked away for too long as she continued to speak frequently, the act of making a dream into reality actually seeming like nothing for her as she utilized absolute dream authority while being so laid back. Noah focused on the grand changes of his primordial epitaph as before his eyes. The details of the infinite dream physique were slowly starting to be filled out. Have you calculated just how many more of these constructs you can actually layer on your soul before you overburden it? If you hadn't obtained your primogenial soul, tacking on so many quasi-taboo concepts along with all these constructs would have just caused your soul to implode. Noah tried to enjoy the birth of the new construct as he couldn't help but reply with confidence to Lavalier's words, "It is merely strengthening my soul. I'm sure that I'll ascend the next strata not too long after becoming a legend. Adding more constructs won't be a problem then." His eyes shone with a tyrannical light as atop the throne of Arcadian. The incandescent light of the formation of a taboo concept was overshadowed by the raging absolute dream authority that shone with multicolored radiance. This multicolored sand fully sinking into Noah's soul as beams of multicolored splendor emerged from his body soon after. The cosmic Holy Land was briefly painted with an array of colors before everything settled. Noah feeling another heavy weight added to his blue liquefied primogenial soul. Done, the simple words from Lavalier came out as the ridiculous action of dream to reality was completed in a matter of seconds. Noah's eyes flashed as he peered at the completed details of this construct, infinite dream physique, a reality-altering construct designed with the purpose of achieving a physique that can undergo endless refinements. It was born from absolute dream authority as the technique born from it allows the seamless and continuous forging of one's physique through refining with dream essence, the essence of reality, the essence of destiny and fortune, and pure mana. The refinement process is counted in terms of cycles, with the completion of every cycle granting 200 to true reality damage values and true reality defense values, as well as increasing the number of reality passages you can forge by 30. Achieving 10 cycles will allow for the infinite dream physique to become a type of high-tier mythical natural-born dream physique with increased boosts, with future cycles only increasing its purity. The other physiques within the body of the user are also granted a unique authority to evolve and exceed their limitations every 10 cycles. A natural safety mechanism is built in this physique refinement to guarantee the safety of its user, with its usage being inactivated if a heavy imbalance would be caused with the origin and soul of the user. As one progresses through the cycles of the infinite dream physique, the cost of refinement with dream essence, the essence of reality, the essence of destiny and fortune, and pure mana will increase. I tweaked one thing from your original specifications with some leftover authority from the 1.5 uses. Doesn't the possibility of a mythical natural-born dream physique after 10 cycles sound fun? Then you can at least be considered a blessed junior of a power of some of the past ages. Lavalier spoke freely as Noah let out a smile, getting ready to see the expenditure of this infinite dream physique as the units were not quantified in its details, only listing the types of essences required. But before this, he had to fix two problems. One was dream essence, and the other was the cast that even though he didn't get a defective technique for endlessly refining his body that would cause his implosion from imbalance, there was still the fact that his origin was already constrained enough. His soul was currently the strongest at the primogenial strata, with his body coming second as he had forged many physiques to make it top tier. Meanwhile, his origin still only remained at 10 billion cosmos as it had so far not been a problem since these 10 billion were royal cosmos, surpassing the quality and power of normal cosmos. But in the mean future, this would not be enough as his soul continued getting stronger and now, his body would start to follow. If his origin was too weak and he had yet to break past the seventh firmament of ascendancy, complications would arise. The solution for this, Noah's will surged as his thoughts traversed across dimensions to flow into the mind of ruination that was traversing with one of his true sanguine clones in the periphery of the mirror dimension. Utilize Ruin to fix her to design an affix of reality that can tilt the imbalance between my body, origin, and soul. Yes, master. The voice of ruination seemed to hesitate a little before affirming Noah's command. With Noah feeling the authority of this quasi-taboo relic actually focus on Lavalier briefly before answering, he smiled as he learned to better understand his treasures, placing his focus on the second matter for now before he could begin the first cycle of the infinite dream physique, Dream Essence. Chapter 1742, The Finite Dream Physique. Noah had many types of essences, with the vast majority of them being infinite due to the infinite resources of his system. Only destiny, fortune, and a few other unique types of resources couldn't be made infinite, as a mere construct of a system made through the essence of reality wasn't enough for this, maybe similar to the infinite dream physique construct. Something that would grant true infinite resources would have to be made with Lavalier through the absolute dream authority. The uses required for that isn't something that even a future you some years from now can pay, but the idea was shot down just as it arose as Noah was unfettered, simply affirming that it was a possibility, but the resources that could be made infinite were those Noah had attained through his concepts, with the essence of the sanguine emperor and all his other edicts simply being transformed from mana and also being infinite as they could freely be generated within Noah's body. But he couldn't generate the essence of a dimension, yes, even though he could pull upon it a little with infinite dream and Sandman. Similar to how he gained other types of essences, he had to do something else to be capable of generating the essence of a dimension. The simplest method in what Noah would be doing was to form an edict geared towards this essence, granting Noah flames that could bloom with this essence and he could generate it within his body. Another way to obtain a bloodline of a powerful existence in the dream dimension, and there were a myriad of other ways even Noah wasn't privy to, but even though he couldn't generate it within his body currently, he could still control it as to access it. He had sent back a clone into the dream dimension. Swirling golden sand surrounded it as Noah made sure to discern with destiny that he was exceedingly far away from the dream hellscape that the ancestral Beowulf and the Emperor of the Golden Eye might still be in. This clone gaining the task of pulling in nearby dream essence and transferring it to the main body for the purposes of refining the infinite dream physique. This would be many times slower in comparison to him generating and using it himself, but he could do what he could now until the design of a concept that could generate this dimensional essence was made. He had a feeling that it would at most have to be quasi-taboo if not taboo, since it was a dimensional essence, and his main body was making sure to complete the current mixture of essences to form a taboo concept. As for the essences of destiny and fortune, the essence of reality and mana, these were what Noah could provide himself as he was about to begin the moment things fell into place. And this was when the words of ruination reached his mind. Master, I can edit a viable affix of reality termed the unanimity of the parsimonious emperor, that allows a level of harmony between the three aspects of existence, but it will require the authority of three uses of the affixes of reality to bring such an affix to light. Ruination posed a unique possibility as Noah didn't hesitate to give the go-ahead, do it, bzzzt, after the affix of reality that granted Noah a percentage of passively daily generation of the essence of reality. This newly designed affix contained within it the authority of three total affixes as it would act to alleviate the imbalance Noah had with his body. Origin and soul. Noah sensed the changes in his soul closely as when the new reality-altering affix was laid down, his soul, origin, and body began to be suffused with a glow of an authoritative light. The affix of reality, the unanimity of the parsimonious emperor, has been obtained. Bzzzt, the unanimity of the parsimonious emperor, the three aspects of existence are by themselves, and they eventually lean towards harmony as one elevates themselves to higher stages. The unanimity of the parsimonious emperor is a construct that alters the reality of your aspects of existence to make it so that the strongest aspects will propel the weakest ones forward and not leave them behind, with the weakest aspect receiving reinforcement and passive strengthening from the strongest aspect. This affix is only capable of correcting major imbalances between the three aspects of existence as its effect wanes after a slight correction to the discrepancy between them, with it not being capable of achieving complete harmony. The wondrous affix of reality would be many things for Noah, but he currently needed it to alleviate any extreme discrepancy within his body as the moment it was applied, his origin began to feel a tremendous sense of pressure as it bubbled with pulses of power. Apart from a level of harmony, the unanimity of the parsimonious emperor would actually serve as a weapon for Noah to utilize to break his limits of another aspect of existence, where the number of 10 billion cosmos might eventually be exceeded soon enough as his origin received passive strengthening due to how much more ridiculous his soul and body were. But at this moment, the already vibrant royal cosmos were suffused with an incandescent glow as they seemed to be getting refined, getting larger and larger as the stellar bodies within them seemed to increase in abundance. If a single royal cosmos stood for two normal cosmos before, they would soon be standing for more than that as Noah's body and soul pulled his origin slowly forward. What a unique little treasure that ruination is to be capable of instituting small-level reality-altering constructs just from its authority. It seems to fall in line with those types of relics from the Age of Light. You should raise that one past taboo soon if you want to have an even easier time. Lavalier spoke out freely at this time as Noah felt ruination's body freeze in the mirror dimension, the words of Lavalier having actually been passed through for her to hear as a sharp light crossed her crimson eyes. She seemed to have been praised and also insulted as the terrific light illuminated the mirror like space for miles. Noah's will and soul controlled everything occurring expertly as he asked, "What type of relic from the Age of Light does ruination fall under?" Such knowledge is bound by karma and will require the remaining half a use to learn. You want it? No. Everything will naturally fall into place with time. Noah replied lightly as he observed these small interactions, and as everything was in place with his current goals. His visage began to release a wondrous authority as he called out lightly, "Infinite dream physique refinement, HUUUM." The golden blue skies of the cosmic Holy Land trembled as the endless golden steps bounced off pearls of immense light and authority. From the dream dimension, a true sanguine clone slowly began to pull in the surrounding dream essence with the little authority he currently held over it, with Noah already beginning to work on a concept in tune with the dream dimension in essence so that his future refinements would be even easier. Then, the cost of the essence of reality, destiny, and fortune surged next as thousands of units of essence of reality began to burn every second, the units of destiny, fortune, and matter being so abundant that their current usage was inconsequential. BZZZT. After all the conditions were met, incandescent white sand surged around Noah as it swirled mystically around him like a storm. A terrifying storm that caused his body to withstand a great pressure, this being the process of refinement. As his physique would be tempered by what seemed like unique sands from the dream dimension, with this first stage required white sand. Eventually, the raging storm around Noah that he would have to withstand would go to blue, purple, gold, and so forth as he rose through the cycles of the infinite dream physique. His main body stood within the eye of the raging storm of incandescent white sand while seated on a throne that was currently burning edicts and elevating his soul even higher, his body now joining the fray as while the raging storm surged and refined the physique. White dewdrops shining with radiant light formed as they went to sink into his body. The refinement of the infinite physique began. At this moment, as not even the first cycle was completed, and nobody knew just how many cycles Noah would go through on his path of power. Chapter 1743, Destiny, Karma, Fate, and Fortune. In the cosmic Holy Land. An emperor sat on a throne of Arcadian tyranny as he refined his body and soul through entirely different means, his origin being the only thing that was slowly pulled forward by the latter aspects of existence as an affix of reality strove to maintain a semblance of balance. So even though it wasn't being directly refined, his origin was pulsing and expanding as the royal cosmos within it became more illustrious and throbbed with the light of expansion. They seemed to naturally want to break the 10 billion cosmos limitation, but there was a thick barrier stopping it that stemmed from the shackles all existences in the firmaments had before they forged their reality passages and went into the 8th firmament of ascendancy. But Noah knew that it was only a matter of time before this barrier would be eradicated. He expected to surpass 10 billion cosmos even before breaking his shackles and forming his passages with the addition of the unanimity of the parsimonious emperor, with this barrier not being able to deny him any longer as his body and soul became exceedingly more powerful. And after the 10 billion barrier, the next boundary would be the 50 billion barrier of the 8th firmament that was inconsequential and easy to cross as even some of his vassals had done it, and then the toughest 100 billion cosmos barrier that all existences had as the final number before they forged their reality. If he was able to break this before making his reality, he would have exceeded yet another limit, as even he didn't know what would happen then. Would his origin enter the primogenial strata even though it hadn't formed a reality? Or would it be considered a unique type of primogenial strata as it was still at the cosmic filament realm? The answers had yet to arrive as, "Hey, you seem to be thinking a lot. I can provide you with all the answers so long as you have enough uses. You just need to start feeding me an overabundance of loot." Lavalier spoke freely as Noah refined everything about himself, his focus coming to land on this treasure while he measured how much time one cycle of the infinite dream physique would take to complete. Nothing stops you from just dropping hints and freely speaking without the need of uses. He spoke calmly in the middle of the raging incandescent white sandstorm as his fingers continued to pull upon the natural laws of reality to complete his first taboo edict. This is because you don't grasp karma even at the beginner level like you do destiny. I'm especially more affected by karma as things that can affect the larger fates, destinies, and fortunes carry a heavy karma that must be repaid in the form of uses. Karma, destiny, fate, and fortune. These were 4 concepts that Noah had to bring to the same level and understand them even more deeply, as the 4 of them were interconnected and always influenced one another in some way. Destiny showed the possible fates or paths to come in the future, as it could also warn a being of a soon-to-come negative future path or notify them of an opportune future path depending on the actions they take in the present. Then there was fortune, which influenced just how many paths and possible futures opened up, as the more fortune one had, the chances of the more opportune paths and futures occurring rose up. More fortune increased possible opportunities and reduces possible negative fates playing out, as this leads the focus to now come on the concept of fate itself. Fate. A set path with the highest likelihood of occurring, with existences proficient in fate being capable of altering it ever so slightly, as fate itself can be more easily changed depending on the interplay with destiny and fortune as mentioned previously. The three concepts worked with each other, as if you have more destiny and fortune and abundant control of them, you can more easily alter a set fate and even open up many more vibrant fates for yourself. Then past all this, there is karma. 1. Noah's majestic voice echoed out in the eye of the storm as he continued his refinement. Karma. For every action in existence took, they incurred karma. Those with astound fates, destiny, and fortune could more easily shoulder the effects of karma, as someone like Noah destroying the royal serpent dragon's prince incurred great karma with their bloodline, with the matriarch even seeking to destroy Noah, as this led to him being out on the primordial blacklist. Noah's actions had such an adverse effect, as if it was anyone else, they would have perished after being added to the blacklist. But instead, Noah thrived as he overcame this karma and even used the fact that his name was on the blacklist to further strengthen himself, as he even exceeded his limits to achieve a primogenial soul through it. There were many other areas where one could look at the cause and effect of many events around Noah, with karma coming into play for each of them, just like destiny, fortune, and fate were always there. Noah could already reach the position he was at because of his proficient control in destiny that Lavalier called beginner level, so how much further could he reach if he had grander control of fate, fortune, and karma? With this in mind, Noah made the required moves as he voiced out to delegate this task to his infinite reality, designed the nomological edicts of the Opulent Emperor, Pathfinder, and the Causal Nexus Emperor, OOM. His command echoed out to be followed by the infinite reality, as Pathfinder would be an edict relating to fate, Opulent Emperor for fortune, and Causal Nexus Emperor for karma. But this wasn't all, also begin on the nomological edict of the Dream Emperor. WAA, the concept to also allow for the dream essence of a dimension to be generated from his body, began its design. Noah doing all of this while refining his body and soul. And also getting familiar with the new treasure Lavalier, as this being seemed to very much enjoy talking after being locked for who knew how many years, but one would never hear the truly crucial information from her. Everything Noah's main body was doing now would take time, as his taboo edict was still going towards completion, the multiple new edicts still in design, and his infinite dream physique just began its first cycle of refinement, as it should take some time before the first cycle was completed. While all of this unfolded, the true sanguine clones that remained and were still undertaking their tasks were making headway in the vast realities. Along with Noah's very own progeny and people. Chapter 1744 Destiny, Karma, Fate, and Fortune. Outside of the splendorous infinite reality, atop the serendipity of cataclysmic reality, the enormous stellar warship that Noah had granted to his son and vassals for use. One could see little Henry standing at the helm of the ship, as his small figure seemed to be anchored on it as the vessel traversed across the boundary between realities. Atop his head was an excitedly bopping blue slime that shone with intelligence and power. Behind little Henry were many figures, but a single one was looking at him with intense eyes of exceeding pride and honor, as one could see a shadowy curvaceous figure wrapped up in a dark cloak and releasing vibrant waves of power at the ninth firmament of ascendancy. Just like many others on this vessel, this was the Royal Shadow Guard, Knight, who currently couldn't stop gazing at the splendorous path that the son of her queen was following. The day he was born was a holy affair for Knight, as she had filled up many pages in her diary when little Henry was revealed, and her eyes now carried extreme care when she gazed at the boy. It has only been a few days since your birth, yet you now seem 8 or 9 years old, as your face begins to resemble the Emperor more and more, and you are already traveling across realities just days after your birth. How illustrious the path of the prince was. The Shadow Guard Knight wanted to observe the ascension of the son of her frozen queen that stemmed from the lowly frozen kingdom of the beast world, as he extended his father's rule across different realities. At this moment, their vessel was slowing down as it neared a site where wreckage could be seen, along with the bodies of beings from many races were the prominent figures of huge primordial beasts. Enormous verdant blight dragon serpents and dwarven bodies could be seen. They were nearing the site of a wreckage of a going battle, as one could still hear the vibrant sounds further away. The Shadow Guard Knight mustering up her courage and coming near the stout figure of little Henry as she spoke. Little prince, what are we planning on doing here? Her words were filled with the love of a proud auntie as she asked, gazing at the rows of existences behind her like Natalia, who was calmer. After the primal titans were saved from the enslavement of primordials, little Henry had his black and blue hair flowing serenely, as the childish features were still present on his face, but his eyes showed traces of the essence of destiny and karma as he replied, Auntie Knight, I pulled upon traces of karma from father and the blight dragon serpents he ran into in the past, where the culprit Belladonna, who caused some trouble before, should be embroiled in conflict on two sides here. WAA. His small white fingers rose as he spoke, pulling upon unseen green verdant strings as little Henry had found himself particularly drawn to karma after he learned its law, and he was led here after saving the primal titans as he began to understand many things. This matriarch is fighting a few legions of the golden dwarf race alongside her allied primordial beasts, but their plan should have gone awry when the visage of someone you guys might know joined in a particularly vibrant draconic elephantine beast. Our mission here is to sever the karma left between Father and the blight serpent dragon matriarch as we put her to rest. And discern Father's old ally, the child a few years of age, was already beginning to pull upon the strings of destiny and karma as the Shadowguard Knight couldn't help but look at him with immense pride. Yes, little prince, she pulled back as they neared the sounds of war, her body beginning to blaze with silent and deadly power as behind her, the figures of Natalia, Tiamat, Kazuhiko, Emperor Penguin, and many others did the same. A row of destiny goblins granted by the Emperor could also be seen as their bodies released glints of gold light, the Shadowguard Knight observing all of this to write in her diary as at this moment in time. The enemies of the Emperor had fallen so far beneath him that his son of a few days old would be taking care of them, the visage of the little prince beginning to shine brighter as Knight wanted to see just how illustrious it could go. The lady also needs to hurry and have a few more princes and princesses. I'm seeing Lady Barbados getting too impatient recently as she might beat her to it next. The Shadowguard had such laid-back thoughts as they went into battle, the weaving of destiny and karma resonating out from this location as the allure of destiny reality passages was about to bloom from many vassals to shock the beings they were about to meet, in the pure-blooded domains of the royal humans. Within the abode of the Empress, at the very center of the crystalline castle-like skyscrapers surrounded by multiple multicolored reality trees, there was a spatial domain where a golden spring that was normally enjoyed by the Empress was currently being occupied by someone else. Noah's figure in the form of Alexander could be seen as his sculpted body was half submerged in the paradisiacal golden springs near a grand golden waterfall that turned into a river that flowed for miles in this domain, a vibrant gold portal shining not too far behind him that would lead back to the golden halls of the abode of the Empress. He wasn't alone as the visage of Beatrix that should be heavily wary of him was drying her hair not too far away as she spoke of shocking matters. At that time, Master had taken many losses as she lost her solidified authority like all others after the true emperor rose, and she was further pushed down and hunted as she carried a blood connection to the ancient bloodlines that primordials were hunting at the time. Beatrix spoke freely of hidden matters of the past age of destiny as at this moment, she had already fallen under the authority of Lethe as she considered Noah a close confidant that had been serving the Empress all those years ago as well. But he had fallen earlier and had only preserved his soul in this new form of Alexander as he was catching up with anything he had missed at this moment. Beatrix was freely revealing information about Empress Genevieve as Noah learned more about his enemy's history and power and the identity she carried. As a pure sacred beast with a trace of the ancient bloodlines within her, we faced constant threats as Master's power was brought down greatly until the legends of the pure-blooded cardinal royal humans came into the picture to deal the last blow. Hold on. Noah's eyes rose as he stopped Beatrix from speaking further, destiny ringing beside his ears as he continued, the Empress is coming, remember. We mustn't surprise her with my return yet, you're the only one I've confided in now. Yes, I'll treat you as the Alexander before you revealed your identity to me. Beatrix had a bright smile that she quickly wiped away as she spoke, Lethe's authority being truly frightening as she seamlessly followed along Noah's words and became cold and careful while staring at him outside the golden flowing spring. SHA, the visage of Empress Genevieve teleported in soon after from the golden portal as she came to focus on the figure of Noah calmly dipped into the golden spring after she passed her eyes over Beatrix who came to stand beside her while showing relief that she had returned. How great of you to join us, Empress. Have you finished with your matters? Noah spoke freely as he made sure that the authority of Lethe pulled back entirely from Beatrix, the shocking effects of memory alteration still remaining as this Empress walked forward unknowing of what Noah had done. She gazed at him with coldness and the eyes of a predator looking at their prey as she replied, yes, you will undergo the pure-blooded baptism tomorrow as in a few days. We shall set off for the unexplored grotto sanctum where you shall act as one of my guards. WAA, Chapter 1745 True Geniuses. Yes, you will undergo the pure-blooded baptism tomorrow as in a few days, we shall set off for the unexplored grotto sanctum where you shall act as one of my guards. WA. Empress Genevieve spoke with utter coldness as she walked towards her golden spring that Noah was so brazenly enjoying, running her fingers over this bubbling liquid as she gazed at Noah's sculpted body. The body of a chosen emperor with unlimited potential as it hid astounding secrets, Genevieve had very few. opportunities to target such existences, with all those known being protected by their bloodlines heavily, or they were simply monstrous existences that she knew she couldn't handle yet. One of such existences was the adjudicator Caitlin. That Genevieve had forged a fairly decent relationship with a monstrous chosen emperor that held an astounding destiny at birth. She was among those that couldn't be targeted at this moment as beings like the one before her eyes who didn't have a backing and were overly sure of their power. Well, you'll make a fine guard, but you have to at least be up to par with some of the beings that will be joining this venture. Her voice echoed out as she raised her hand from the spring Noah was still freely half submerged in while not letting her true thoughts be known. Noah paid no heed to this as he acted in a domineering manner even with this enemy here. Raising his fair legs from the bubbling golden spring and staring at them like they were the most interesting thing here as he asked, "And who do I need to be mindful of? The entrance of the unexplored grotto sanctum that would normally be reserved for legends. Just who could one expect when you had existences like Adjudicator Caitlin, Nefertiti, and Ezekiel joining in? Existences that had established their foundations for many years as they were ready to unshackle themselves and become legends at any point in time, with their destiny and fortune being vast as they simply waited for the most opportune time." Empress Genevieve's eyes flashed as she began to speak. "It will not just be those from the 5 pure-blooded domains. Even the Obsidian Adjudicator commanders fostered within the pure reality will be joining in the exploration this time around, the way that one behaves around them and many others being even more important. WAA, the pure reality." Noah's eyes flashed at these words as Empress Genevieve nodded while rising up and beginning to go towards the golden portal. "Yes. Beatrix can explain about the etiquette and behavior you need to observe, and those you shouldn't even raise your eyes to lest you wish to perish under their gazes." Her eyes held a provocative glint as she spoke, her words actually intent on riling the emperor's will deep within her enemy, as she knew those with solidified candidacy were especially more observing of their authority. Him being told he would have to lower his gaze when he came across others? Genevieve knew he would do the opposite and stare straight ahead at any beings he was told to be wary of, and if he could just embroil himself in 1 or 2 conflicts to heavily reduce his power in the unexplored grotto sanctum. Genevieve's work would be all that easier as she intended to use others to grind down the hard stone that was Alexander King. "Be ready tomorrow when you're summoned for the baptism." She spoke lightly as she also shot a look to Beatrix as she sent over a mental message, disappearing back into the golden portal and leaving the two of them as they were. But Noah still had only a few words on the tip of his lips. The pure reality, it was sometimes referred to as the true reality or main reality. It was the reality that the infinite realities fractured from during the time when an entire era was ended along with an age. It was the location that all beings felt a calling to when they first stepped into the boundary between realities, as this place was also at the very core of the hegemony of primordials. The center of all the pure-blooded domains, the area that held bountiful true and false grotto sanctums near it filled with primordial legends, the area that held boundless realities around it, all under the banner of primordials, as it was the most protected and heavily defended domain in all of realities. In such a place, the very skies and earth were different, as this domain held a trace of the old reality, with those living within blessed with multiple times greater fortune, fate, karma, and destiny compared to those outside of it. One's mere entrance into the main reality was heavily scrutinized by primordials, as only the bloodline masters and their progeny of cardinal royal bloodlines and pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodlines could frequently visit, with the primordials inside the true reality being considered the true royalty out of all royalty. The Obsidian Adjudicator commanders and legions raised within the main reality that was under the control of primordials. They were the chosen sons and daughters that were granted respect everywhere they went. There were bloodline masters in charge of the many different primordial bloodlines who were commonly unfettered at the 9th firmament of ascendancy and changed frequently within millions or billions of years. Then there were bloodline emperors that held the stage of legends and resided in the pure reality. The 5 bloodline emperors of the pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodlines took the reins in the main reality, as normal primordial royal bloodlines were even second class here, being stemming from such a location would be what Noah would be going up against in the near future. Among them, there are those with mythical natural-born physiques like Sis Caitlin, who have moved unhindered since they were born, true geniuses who easily traversed the firmaments of ascendancy, as even the shackles were split apart as if they didn't exist for them. The voice of Beatrix rang out after Genevieve had left as she began to expand on the information about the core forces of primordials, giving out much more than that Genevieve herself would have told Noah, as she spoke grandly about important personages who would shape the next generation of legends and fight for the seat of the true emperor of this age. Chapter 1746, True Geniuses. LL, some weren't blessed with something like the mythical natural-born physique, but they hold shocking destinies or talents, or they underwent terrific challenges that granted them authorities unheard of in the vast realities. Beatrix's voice rang out clearly as she continued, coming to sit beside Noah as her gaze held a hint of restrained caution when she spoke about these beings. The realities are vast and hold many shocking and unknown things, and others found and claimed them. Over time, as there are even monsters who have grasped taboo while in the firmaments of ascendancy, they don't have something unique as Master, who was considered a disaster remnant awakening her old concepts. But they are actually existences who managed to comprehend taboo before they forged their realities. These are the Obsidian Adjudicator Commanders, Obsidian. It correlated with the color of the taboo authority as being similar to Genevieve would be appearing, with Beatrix speaking about them in reverence. But when Noah heard the words, so many more sources of taboo loot. Such was the thought in his mind as his eyes released dazzling rays of light. He knew he had to plan very well for the future, as existences who could release the might of a legend before they even became one might be standing against him, and some of them will even be breaking into the stage of a legend within this unexplored grotto sanctum, as they would be more powerful than any beginner legends. It meant that before, or just as he was entering this unexplored grotto sanctum, his preparations of building his foundations had to be done, as he had to break the shackles of the measly seventh firmament and begin forging his reality passages. His power would increase explosively with this, as he wanted to have at least a few cycles of the infinite dream physique completed, with progress actually being made by his main body in the few hours that passed. Sensing the constant changes, Noah focused on the task here as he voiced out, "What are some prominent Obsidian Adjudicator Commanders?" He took more information about the fateful event to come as the night passed, his formal baptism into the pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodline occurring as the reality trees around the incandescent crystalline castle lit up and morning came onto the abode of Empress Genevieve. With the passage of a mere few hours, great progress was made with Noah's main body, as wondrously the slow process of bringing together a taboo concept was nearing completion after it was brought up from him bathing in so many taboo authorities. He should have been in a great mood at this, as he waited to reap the benefits of an astounding achievement. But his luminous eyes were currently dim and filled with a light of pain and coldness as he stared at the concept that was coming together. Wow, must you feel this down? It was just some crystals with pure essence to forge one's origin, some more crystals to refine the purity of blood, and just some lines that etch pathways in the body. Lavalier's voice echoed out as she was respectively talking about Noah's shards of seed of reality, existential pearls, runic kainos manolines, and many more forms of loot in Noah's expansive space that she had swallowed under his own agreement recently. It's just loot, and you didn't even give out all of it, but you received 1.5 uses. Why don't you just get started on obtaining more, huh? Your name is on the golden primordial blacklist, right? Why don't you just butcher some legends and obtain the boons of their primogenial foundation? Her words carried a hint of teasing as always as she spoke of impossible things, Noah's cold eyes rising from the soon-to-be-completed concept as they gazed at the golden skies of the cosmic Holy Land. If I could seamlessly kill legends, we wouldn't be having this conversation right now. Why don't you use the forces at your fingertips? Let's see, you've already granted a runic écriture of modus operandi to your people that's fairly decent enough, as it easily brought them to the ninth firmament. Is their foundation so lacking for you to not force them to become legends? A boundless unseen authority from Lavalier was sweeping out as she moved past Noah to obtain information on even his vassals, Noah replying to her before she could even piece everything together. Their foundations contain absolutely nothing for the physiques to refine their body, with their souls even weaker, as the area they have to improve on the most is. Wow! Many of them have barely begun to forge their own edicts, as most of what they have just came from your soul library? These guys are paper tigers right now unless they can complete at least one or two physiques and greatly strengthen their souls. Otherwise, there will be no synchrony between their body, origin, and soul, even if they were lucky enough to obtain a decent modus operandi that gave them more than 10 reality passages. Yes. Noah's vassals like Natalia and others had reached the ninth firmament of ascendancy easily due to the number of their reality passages, but the stage of a legend was respected, as they were still missing too many things. Unlike Noah, who had his throne of Arcadian tyranny to burn edicts and greatly strengthen his soul along with all the soul crystals he had been obtaining as loot, his vassals had nothing of this sort, as their foundations were weak. Most of them couldn't even form their own quasi-taboo or insuperable nomological edicts, as not everyone had a destiny as astounding as Noah, nor did they have any of his cheats. The only exceptions to this were Noah's bloodline, as little Henry was only a few days old and had already forged quasi-taboo edicts, and the other people who were slowly adapting to this were Amelia Osmond and Adelaide, as they were the closest to borrowing Noah's might. But the rest of his vassals, who didn't have ridiculous cheats or systems, their foundation was currently too weak. Just the fact that they went from nothing and entered the ninth firmament in a matter of weeks was already enough to shock the vast realities. But they couldn't so easily become legends in that short period of time, as they had to somewhat work to strengthen their aspects of existence. Well, I guess you could spare your remaining soul crystals and attention to one or two and see if you could raise their foundation to a basic enough level in a few days to allow resonance to occur between their aspects of existence. They'll be at least better than average legends due to their reality passages. Lavalier's sonorous voice rang out as Noah already thought about the possible candidates, about to continue pulling out any more information that he could from this terrifying existence when, an exceedingly illustrious light began to gloriously bloom around Noah as the merging concepts around him calmed and stopped all movements. Thereafter, a shocking incandescent black light began to weave and erupt around him as fantastically it was the light of a taboo concept, chapter 1747, merely forging taboo. A power that superseded insuperable as it held within it wisps of the very abstruse natural laws of reality that made up the very veil existence and authority that could momentarily alter reality to the whims of its controller. It was an astounding power to hold, as more often than not, only existences that at least synchronized their body, soul, and origin and stepped on the path of a ranked strata could pull upon the essence of the natural laws of reality. Yet, there existed those that broke these limits, as even within the firmaments of ascendancy they still somehow managed to pull upon the natural laws of reality and attain such a level of concept. Horrendous geniuses took thousands of years, average geniuses took hundreds of thousands, and normal legends took millions of years to gather the natural laws of reality and form their first taboo nomological edict. Of course, after the first one, those to follow could be relatively faster, but still, there was a being that had achieved his first forging of a taboo concept in mere days, and this was something he had referred to as an extremely slow process for him, because he normally forged the tier of edicts he unlocked within seconds or minutes. The anomaly that was Noah Osmont existed is after starting this process in a matter of days. He was truly finished at this moment as he watched a blinding flash of black emanate throughout and bathe his very soul. Untold majesty and splendor arose as shockingly, space trembled and released booming sounds as if bells were blaring and ringing. The authority Noah was bringing together this whole time becoming coagulation before his eyes as it formed into a pristine obsidian seed. BZZZT, a seed of taboo has been born. WAA, in the midst of a splendorous seed releasing incandescent black rays of light forming, golden prompts began to rain down as Noah felt his cerulean liquefied soul surging madly, boundless information delving into it, an astounding achievement. You have managed to forge an authority that roughly incorporates the very natural laws of reality without achieving a synchronized ranked strata. Your affinity to the natural laws of reality has greatly increased. The golden skies of the cosmic Holy Land split apart as pure multicolored essence leaked out, Noah's eyes opening up luminously to see the depths of where this essence came from, but his eyes were obstructed from seeing anything at this time. Even Lavalier was entirely quiet as multicolored rivers of light surged into Noah's body, specifically a certain space within him that contained his reserves of a stupendous essence. Your maximum reserves of the essence of reality have increased by 200,000. Your fortune and destiny have begun to be refined to a higher level. Your mana has begun to be refined to a higher level. The shackles binding him further loosened as his reserves exploded out, the essence of reality surging around him madly, along with something unique occurring to his mana, fortune, and destiny. As this wasn't all, your authority as an emperor of this age has risen slightly. There was also his gloriously spinning solidified crown that had the letter E rotating on it this whole time, the space next to this letter flashing with vibrant light as soon after the letter T appeared. It wasn't M that would mean this word would read emperor, but a different letter entirely is above him. The letters ET swirled over his crown and seemingly paid homage to him as when seated on his throne. He seemed like an ancient king from a past age. The grandeur of lights died down as Noah's maximum reserves of the essence of reality became 500,000, and he gained even more increased authority as an emperor of this age. It also meant that all other Obsidian Adjudicator commanders who had touched upon taboo before becoming legends were also granted solidified candidacy or further increased in their authority with similar boosts given. The only thing Noah had against these beings was an exceedingly ridiculous foundation that would revolve around never-ending refining of his body and a soul that was even stronger at another strata entirely. But among the geniuses out there, will I be the only limit breaker of an aspect of existence? Noah's thoughts were wild as he thought and planned for many things, his fingers beckoning towards the pulsing black seed before his eyes as it came to land on his palms. Seed of taboo, The birth of a taboo nomological edict will be accompanied by a seed of taboo, a construct that allows you to birth a new taboo concept or to place an already forged quasi-taboo nomological edict into it that will bloom to become taboo. Noah stared at the glimmering black seed before his eyes as many thoughts bloomed in his mind. When the authority of many concepts and the essence of natural laws of reality came together, it actually first formed a transition stage of a seed that could bloom into the intended taboo concept. Or a different concept could be placed into the seed to elevate an already existing edict. Such a reality changed many things as Noah began to ponder. But this was when the melodious voice of Lavalier rang out. What use is there to hesitate? Do you really need more concepts or simply need your focus to be placed on already strong ones? It is merely a seed of taboo. You will forge many of them so long as you repeat what you did here. Her words were aligned with a majority of Noah's thoughts as he nodded lightly. He already had a great foundation and astoundingly powerful concepts. All he had to do was to elevate what already made him strong and granted him most of the power he had currently. If there was a distinction to be made between which edict aided Noah the most to help him get where he was, a particular destiny-based edict would be one, as the other had directly influenced everything since before he entered the firmaments of ascendancy. It also had to be an edict to grant him explosive power for the ordeal to come and even allow his foundation to be more solidified. The strongest flames of his destiny-based edict even agreed with him as wondrously. They didn't choose the concept they stemmed from to achieve taboo, with the most opportune path actually showing destiny itself favoring another concept. It was Sanguine Emperor, WAA, Chapter 1748. Venerable I. Sanguine Emperor, OOM, the concept that was the cause of the coming of the quasi-venerable unnamed Kainos Emperor, the concept that had granted him taboo authority from his ascendancy halos after its last upgrade allowed him to pack 60 flames of edicts into a single halo. This was a concept that would help him greatly when fighting against terrifying existences or even legends, as at this moment. Noah's will surged out with a command as the seed of taboo trembled, crack, from his chest. An amalgamation of a concept actually flew out as his skin split apart, an incandescent crimson light moving from him and transplanting itself into the seed of taboo as this utterly black seed began to shine with a vibrant bloody light. Along with this, Noah's very cells and blood cheered as they began to feel large-scale changes occurring, beginning from a concept that weaved itself around Noah too much being elevated to a stage of taboo. As Noah felt the fundamentally transforming Sanguine Emperor, he also felt 3 types of his essences to be burning and also undergoing changes within him. This was a passive process that had begun after he forged the seed of taboo, and it could be explained by the 2 prompts that had passed through his eyes before. Your fortune and destiny have begun to be refined to a higher level. Your mana has begun to be refined to a higher level. Refinement. 3 types of his essence had actually begun to undergo refinement, as this was all Noah knew. Not being able to find anything else about it or what it could lead to, so he could only, after the achievement of making a seed of taboo, my reserves of essence of reality increased, but fortune, destiny, and mana began to undergo refinement. What is the purpose of that refinement? As a bloody light of wonder raged around him and the Sanguine Emperor left behind the shackles of quasi-taboo, he asked Lavalier calmly. Your essence is becoming refined is normally a process that occurs when building your reality. It is one of the things that allows for the reification of abilities. WAA. Noah's eyes blazed with astounding light at this answer. Reification, abilities gaining personification and turning into something astounding. Noah always wondered what Fireball or Sever would be reified into, and it seemed there was a possibility for him to do this before he reached the stage of a legend. A possibility. I can only say that much without incurring karma. If you want to know more, I can eat up 0.25 uses. No. This terrifying treasure tried to hook him into utilizing his very few uses for information. Noah's will remaining stable as he knew the mysteries would open up in time. The only question was when the refinement of essence would finish, and what other factors were required that could possibly make reification possible before someone became a legend. HONG. The ranging essence became even wilder as the seed of taboo entirely turned a bloody crimson light and sank into Noah's body at this moment. It went on to pervade throughout his whole body as while seated on the throne of Arcadian tyranny, a radiant black light flashed over Noah's visage. Thump. The beat of his heart was clear as his figure began to vibrate with glorious authority. A power seemed to be trying to burst out and let itself be known, with Noah containing it so far, but within mere moments it seemed too vibrant and unshakable as it caused Noah to bellow out and released a beam of bloody crimson light that turned the golden skies of the cosmic Holy Land red. The first taboo concept has been inscribed onto your soul. The nomological edict of the Sanguine Emperor has been elevated to taboo. BZZZT. Golden prompts that uniquely seemed to be painted with streaks of glimmering red bloomed within Noah's soul as his 3 aspects of existence vibrated powerfully. each of them being bathed by Noah's very own taboo authority, as it came with astounding significance, so astounding that at this moment, the bloodline that was taking in aspects of all bloodlines Noah obtained was burning with utmost authority and luster as it released pulses of shocking authority. The taboo authority of the Sanguine Emperor is unwilling for its unnamed Kainos Emperor bloodline to remain lower after its advancement. Glorious obsidian light raged out as Noah's bellow that should have been ending soon became even more sonorous as the beam of bloody light he released only enlarged, after being taken halfway past quasi-venerable and with Noah devouring the bloodlines of many primordial legions. An undeniable authority descended onto the unnamed Kainos Emperor as the first act of taboo for the Sanguine Emperor was, the unnamed Kainos Emperor bloodline has been elevated to the venerable tier. Noah's figure upon the throne of Arcadian tyranny exploded into a pure mass of blood. It exploded out in a shocking fashion as a viscous crimson gold stellar bloody sea formed. A stellar bloody sea filled with sparkling cosmos and releasing a glorious light of power that could shake one's very soul pulsed and expanded to bathe over the whole cosmic Holy Land. They shone with utter magisterial light of true royalty as this cosmos seemed to be closely intertwined and pulsing with the stellar bloody sea. Kainos primordial mesenchymal cells raged around this bloody sea in larger numbers as they transfused themselves onto everything, all of Noah's aspects of existence. His soul became tainted by the authority of the unnamed Kainos Emperor, and so did his body and origin, as they seemed to be forcefully getting pulled towards a fundamental change, as this sea seethed and birthed Noah's one and only venerable bloodline. More prompts continued to descend, all basic abilities under the nomological edict of the Sanguine Emperor have been greatly elevated, with the ultimate abilities under the flames of the Sanguine Emperor undergoing the greatest change. Sanguine aggregation has been commandeered by the venerable unnamed Kainos Emperor bloodline is under it. The sub-ability of Sanguine Ascendancy Domain is born. The elevation to a venerable bloodline has perfected the seamless fusion of all bloodlines as the true form of unnamed Kainos Tyrant has been changed and elevated to the unnamed Kainos Emperor that can now be achieved when the authority of the Ascendancy Halos fuses with you. Boundlessly shocking and profoundly magisterial. A stellar bloody sea expanded and shone with ancient might as an anomalous existence continued on his path of insane strengthening and reinforcement of his foundation, magisterial prompts continuing to rise over his eyes as more and more boons descended. Chapter 1749 Venerable as wondrous prompts bloomed within his mind. Everything about Noah was undergoing shocking changes as the venerable unnamed Kainos Emperor bloodline was being entirely tyrannical to bathe itself onto all of his aspects of existence. The Kainos primordial mesenchymal cells raged around this bloody stellar sea as his soul, origin, and body became tainted by the authority of the unnamed Kainos Emperor. For the portion of the soul, its sacred cerulean liquefied stage began to get tinged with a domineering crimson color as this small sea began to expand ever so slightly. The physiques within his body were activated and pulsing majestically as the base true reality defense values and damage values were raised ever so proportionally. The splendorous stellar Red Sea at this moment bubbling crazily. Then, there was his origin. The royal cosmos that made up his origin were already under enough expansionary stress due to the effects of the unanimity of the parsimonious emperor, as they were already expanded to their maximum limits to try and compensate for the imbalance between the three aspects of existence. Now, they began to be bathed by the tyrannical light of the venerable unnamed Kainos Emperor bloodline as they quaked fearfully, a crimson light fusing into them as they buzzed with profound activity. If they couldn't expand any further, what other route was there for them to release this boundless wave of a taboo-level venerable bloodline authority surging into them? You will have to, in his state as a vibrant stellar Red Sea, Noah's will boomed out as it was seemingly commanding his very original, exceed the limitation of numbers. His will was made clear as his crimson stellar sea seethed even more. Since Noah had broken through into the primogenial strata of the soul through burning edicts and using that unique opportunity to pound the door of limitations of the soul, he was always looking for another opportunity to do the same. For his other aspects of existence, the unanimity of the parsimonious emperor was built just for that, as eventually, Noah expected the shackles of not passing through the seventh firmament of ascendancy to be loosened as the 10 billion limit before one forged their reality passages would be eradicated soon enough, and he would exceed this number. But now, the will of the unnamed Kainos Emperor bloodline was tyrannical, bathing its Kainos primordial mesenchymal cells onto these royal cosmos and began causing them a shocking level of pressure far exceeding even the unanimity of the parsimonious emperor. So Noah wanted to see if he could use this chance to forge forward and break apart the mere 10 billion restriction. It wasn't even the 100 billion restriction he ultimately wanted to break. And it dared to give him this much trouble? break, shackles began to tremble and loosen even further. The will of the unnamed Kainos emperor raged against his own origin as the prompts of the boons of a taboo edict and its subsequent venerable bloodline continued to rain down. Under the undeniable authority of taboo, the limit-breaking mana refinement of the unnamed Kainos emperor can now refine the body completely an additional 2 times. The eyes of a Kainos emperor have been elevated as they can now passively display the destiny, fate, fortune, karma, thoughts, and many other concepts of any existence they gaze at. With the targets having more taboo authority giving out less information, the throne of unnamed tyranny has been elevated as when the unnamed Kainos emperor sits atop it, all cast abilities are granted true dual enhancement. The throne has also birthed a taboo authority of sanguine adequation, a feature that allows one's aspects of existence connected with the Kainos primordial mesenchymal cells to burn the strength of one aspect to elevate another. It is a painful process, but nothing for the will of the unnamed Kainos emperor. The golden prompts suffused with a vibrant redness that displayed the boons of a taboo and venerable authority were stopped as Noah focused on the last one. The fact that he could refine the limit-breaking mana physique 2 more times was ridiculous enough of an effect, but the throne of unnamed tyranny was just insane. When sitting on it, Noah had true dual enhancement, whatever ability he cast gained. Truly what this term said, a true multiplier of 2, if his true reality damage value output currently was edging towards 2 million in a fused Halo's true form, this value would be multiplied by 2 and become 4 million if Noah cast his skills while sitting on the throne of unnamed tyranny. Clear and concise, this would allow a fully serious Noah to only be a single million values away from the attack of a beginner legend. And again, this man was still considered to be on the 7th firmament of ascendancy. This was already anomalous enough. But then there was the latter description of the throne of unnamed tyranny, a taboo feature turned sanguine adequation, was born from it as at this moment, the Kainos primordial mesenchymal cells tyrannical spreading to bathe Noah's 3 aspects of existence finally made sense. Noah's will focused on his raging origin that buzzed with 10 billion royal cosmos across his form of a stellar bloody sea, the small limitation about to be tipped over by the overpowering strength of the Kainos primordial mesenchymal cells along with the unanimity of the parsimonious emperor. A small limitation. That Noah wanted to entirely eradicate at this moment as he called out lightly, throne of unnamed tyranny, in the stellar bloody sea where the throne of Arcadian tyranny was already swimming in, a bloody throne filled with golden engravings that seemed like a seat that an emperor from ancient times should be sitting on appeared. It pulsed with a bloody light as the moment Noah's visage bathed it. He called out once more, sanguine adequation, blood. Adequation, the equalization of the Kainos primordial mesenchymal cells that had pervaded his aspects of existence as with their connection, Noah pulled upon his cerulean liquefied soul that was now tinged with a hint of red. The small sea beginning to bubble and burn as painful waves surged through it, this aspect had already succeeded and had been advancing across the primogenial strata, and now its strength would be reduced and burned to elevate another aspect of Noah's existence. The targets were the tough royal cosmos that may euphoric his origin is from his soul. Wisps of blue-colored soul-shaking flames rose and spread out to bathe the cosmos of his origin. The moment they did so, a restriction was utterly shredded in an instant. Chapter 1750 Venerable Limit Breaker, a distinction that made it so that a being who had broken his limits in one aspect of existence would have an easier time exceeding the other limits as well. At this time, this factor along with the unanimity of the parsimonious emperor, the Kainos primordial mesenchymal cells, and the taboo authority of sanguine adequation all came together to pound the limitation of 10 billion cosmos before one broke through the 7th firmament by forging their reality passages. They pounded this limitation as with the undeniable taboo authority of sanguine adequation that burned Noah's very own primogenial soul, it became shredded in an instant as the overbearing soul strength bloomed a million more royal cosmos in a microsecond. The stellar Red Sea seethed with utter madness and regality as royal cosmos began to proliferate within Noah's origin. The burning of the primogenial soul, meaning its sacrifice strength was directly transferred over to the origin as nothing else was required to forge the royal cosmos, but, Noah still halted the usage of sanguine adequation just moments after he started it as he only needed to break across the limitation. After it was done, he had many other means he could display. In the next instant, an incandescent seed of reality was pulled from the expansive space as it appeared in the center of the stellar Red Sea. A seed of reality was enough for one to birth 100 billion cosmos required before they could forge their reality at the 9th firmament, and it was ground to pure liquid mass the moment that it appeared within Noah's visage as its essence continued where the wisps of blue soul flames had left. and caused an even wilder proliferation of the royal cosmos. A single normal royal cosmos was already equivalent to two normal cosmos, where Noah would only be able to get 50 billion cosmos from a single seed of reality. After the unanimity of the parsimonious emperor further expanded and strengthened these royal cosmos, and then the Kinos primordial mesenchymal cells did the same, their worth and mass came to be 3 times compared to normal cosmos, as Noah would only get a bit over 30 billion royal cosmos from a single seed of reality. So as they began to proliferate, 3 more seeds releasing the grandiose allure of cosmos appeared and were liquefied right away as millions of royal cosmos began to form within Noah's origin. A glorious bloody light of power began to spread out as the minor limitation of 10 billion was utterly shredded as one of the first actions of the taboo sanguine concept. Noah's eyes gazing further ahead at the true 100 billion limitation that lay ahead, the number that remained the same across the stages of power, 100 billion galaxies to form a universe, 100 billion universes to form a cosmos, 100 billion cosmos to form a reality. This number, Noah wanted to exceed it and see what would happen. There were many questions with it, as unlike the soul, the origin made up the core. As if it wasn't a reality, could it be considered in the primogenial strata? How many beings apart from Noah had already broken this 100 billion limitation, and what results did they achieve? Was it unique to them or a stage that was the same for all limit breakers? There were many mysteries to unfold. And Noah would slowly peel back the layers as he slowly established where he was at compared to others. There have been many exceptional beings with unbelievable foundations over the ages. As he was lost within his thoughts, Lavalier's voice rang out after being quiet this whole time. The age of destiny had existences who had broken the limits to one aspect of existence, with those breaking the limits of 2 aspects of existence before achieving reality being even rare as the records.do not show whether those who had exceeded all 3 limits of aspects of existence existed. WAA, amidst his origin blooming with millions of royal cosmos as he tore apart the limitations of the 7th firmament without even forging his reality passages. Noah wanted to ask about a single person he cared most about: Oppenheimer. What was the foundation of this being like? Was what Noah doing now exceeding what he had accomplished in the past, or was he still off? He wanted to ask this, but he already knew the answer from Lavalier, as his will remained silent while sensing the profound changes spreading out within him. Destiny was more flourishing in that age. With it standing at paramount importance as it was the last age of an extremely long era, WAA, the last age of the olden era. It had profound significance as those who rose up in this age were extremely powerful, with those who were still living growing up to become terrifying beings. But that was then, and here we are now. The words of Lavalier seemed to be filled with hidden secrets and emotions that Noah's couldn't grasp at this moment, but she finished her words in a spectacular fashion as she laid the foundation for astounding possibilities. The last age of an era was that important, so what about the first age of this new Kainos era? Will the foundations and destinies from the beings rising in this age be greater or lower than the age of destiny? She ended her words at such a point as Noah's surging will couldn't help but speak out. You can continue. No, it's okay. Just authorize the utilization of more uses and I can speak freely. But here you are with the possibility of exceeding a second aspect of existence without even forging your reality passages yet. Focus on it and let's see what kind of foundation you can build. HONG. Her words ended as the incandescent brilliance around Noah became even more vibrant, his stellar crimson gold bloody sea surging with scintillating lights of more cosmos. As with the short period of time during their conversation, the number of royal cosmos had exceeded 20 billion as the number was still climbing higher. And the boons of the elevation of the sanguine emperor to taboo. Weren't even done yet.